The state, Rahul Gandhi hits out at Chief Minister KCR, says Telangana ruled by a Raja. TRS hits back, calls Rahul a tourist. Sensational video of Rahul Gandhi released by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. Rahul on candid video is caught saying, "Kya exactly theme hai? Kya bolna hai?" ahead of his Telangana rally.
So what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए प्लीज सर।
Karnataka senior BJP leader and MLA Basana Gowda Patil Yatnal's claim that he was offered chief ministerial post for 2,500 crores and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Political war has erupted over BJP worker Arjun Chaurasia's death in Bengal. Amit Shah called it a political murder and demanded CBI probe in the matter. TMC hit back. Politics heats up over Rahul Gandhi's Telangana visit. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya tweeted a purported video of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in which he can be heard asking his party workers about what is the theme and what does he exactly have to talk about during the rally in Telangana. In the video, Rahul Gandhi can be clearly heard asking, "Theme kya hai? Bolna kya hai?" Amit Malviya, in a scathing attack, draws a parallel to Rahul's nightclub video from Nepal that surfaced a few days ago and said that this is what happens when one does politics in between personal foreign trips and nightclubbing. Rahul Gandhi is on a two-day visit to pull down Telangana, where he addressed a massive public meeting in Warangal yesterday.
So what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए प्लीज। तो what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए प्लीज। तो what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए प्लीज। तो what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए प्लीज।
The video, perhaps shot and leaked by a Congress leader who's disillusioned by the lack of connect, lack of commitment, and lack of seriousness of Rahul Gandhi towards the people of Telangana, towards their issues, and towards his own party in Telangana, where he's seen asking his party leaders just before a rally, what is the theme of the rally, as if it is a theme of a birthday party that he's going to attend. This also means that all the commitments made by the Congress party in its rally, particularly by Rahul Gandhi, have no meaning. They are empty words, they are hollow rhetoric.
The video of Rahul Gandhi at the airport exposes that Rahul Gandhi had no clue about what he had to speak at the Warangal meeting, which explains that Congress party, which was claiming of Warangal declaration for the farmers, which is absolutely farce and bogus. There is no declaration because Rahul Gandhi himself has no clue about what he has to address, and that is why at the airport he has asked the local leaders what he had to speak and what was the theme about. He did not even know whom he was addressing.
देखिए, कोई भी तेलंगाना को आ सकता है और तेलंगाना की खूबसूरती देखकर जा सकता है, इस पर कोई एतराज़ नहीं है हमारे को। मगर उन्होंने जो आए और उनको पता ही नहीं है कि क्या भाषण देना है। उनका एक वीडियो मीडिया में आया है कि वो पूछ रहे हैं कि बताइए क्या बोलना चाहिए। तो जब आप ये नहीं मालूम कि तेलंगाना की जनता को आप क्या पैगाम देना चाह रहे हैं और क्यों आपका साथ दें, आप बिल्कुल जहन आपका एम्प्टी है। आप क्या मैसेज देंगे, क्या पैगाम देंगे और कैसे टीआरएस से मुकाबला कर पाएंगे आप?
Let's also listen into some more political reactions that are coming in.
This kind of videos always emerge, and when the Prime Minister stepped out and asked the media and he couldn't speak coherently, this kind of a video also came. So ultimately the point is that videos will come and videos will go, but onlookers will know what the truth behind the video is and what essentially has happened. And like I told you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has asked a question. What's wrong in asking a question of the state leadership? Are we to impose our thoughts on every state leadership and go around? Is that the job of the central leadership? Is that what Mr. Modi does or Mr. Amit Shah does? That he goes and tells the state leadership, you do this, I don't listen to you. Is that how political parties ought to be run?
Ashish is now joining us from Hyderabad. Ashish, it is a very well-known fact that Rahul Gandhi comes across, at least the perceived images of a reluctant politician. But here he is asking the question, what is the main thing today? What do we have to talk about? What is the problem if a leader is asked, is caught asking his party leaders what the theme of the event is? I mean, any leader of any political party will ask his workers.
You're absolutely right, Chati. In fact, this video was captured and it came out in public. The meeting was indoor and a closed-door meeting at the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport of Hyderabad, just after the arrival of Rahul Gandhi yesterday. Once he arrived, he was received by Telangana Congress leader, and there, while interacting with these leaders, he inquired about the agenda of his meeting and further arrangement and the plan and schedule of his visit. And this indoor meeting visual is now out in open. First, TRS leaders, ruling party of Telangana, their leader tweeted the video of this particular interaction, conversation of that particular VIP lounge of airport. Later on, BJP leaders also tweeted and criticized Rahul Gandhi that he was not prepared and he made all those promises at the rally to farmer was fake. One, because he was not prepared for the rally. But at the same time, this entire video leak has definitely embarrassed Congress, because now they are facing more question or more kind of attraction. This video is getting more attraction than the successful public meeting which Rahul Gandhi hosted and addressed yesterday in Warangal. That meeting was a huge, and many believe in Telangana that was a very successful meeting. But the question is now about this particular video. Right now we are not very far away from the place, the Congress office here in Hyderabad, where Rahul Gandhi is currently addressing Telangana Congress Executive Council meeting. He is talking about all the issues. Interestingly, here while addressing the party executive leaders, Telangana party executive leader, Rahul Gandhi has clearly issued warning that if there is any differences, any voice, then they should come and put those voices in party platform and not in front of media. If somebody is addressing press conference and saying anything against and about the party in media, definitely that is harming party. And he says, and I quote, that that kind of media address damages the party and he will not tolerate it. So clearly a clear warning to all those voices who are either talking against the leadership or questioning the leadership or raising their voice within the party but out in public. So clearly Rahul Gandhi has issued a kind of a warning to all those leaders who are questioning the leadership or questioning the party and their failure or the election process, the way party is handling elections, losing or winning elections. So definitely Rahul Gandhi has issued a warning.
All right, thanks so much for joining us, Ashish, with the details right there. Political temperatures soar in poll-bound Telangana amidst Rahul Gandhi's visit to the state as a war of word erupts between TRS and Congress. BJP chief Nadda also lashed out at KCR, declaring war in poll-bound Telangana. Here's a report.
Political temperature is soaring in Telangana as big guns boom in the poll-bound state. Rahul Gandhi's visit to the state has triggered a massive war of words between the ruling TRS and the Congress party. Chief Minister KCR's daughter Kavita Kalvakuntala took to Twitter and slammed Rahul Gandhi for never raising issues of Telangana in the parliament. She continued her tirade in a series of tweets. Kavita asked Rahul to learn and understand from Telangana. Congress came out all guns blazing to counter Kavita and TRS. Senior Congress leader Madhu Yashki Gaud reminded TRS that it was Congress which fought under Sonia Gandhi for Telangana statehood.
We will be exposing the BJP and TRS how they have neglected farming sector and agriculture for the last many years. On all the issues, point by point, we are going to once again say how they have cheated the farmers of India and here more specifically farmers of Telangana.
The Twitter war, however, ended up in netas blocking each other. The social media showdown was preceded by this drug dig by the TRS at Rahul Gandhi. The Congress MP mocked by the TRS over his nightclub video. But it is not just a war between TRS and Congress party. BJP chief Nadda kicked off the party's Telangana campaign at a rally on Thursday.
जनता अब चल पड़ी है आपके साथ। जनता ने तय कर लिया है कि वह यहां परिवर्तन चाहती है। वो यहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में सरकार देखना चाहती है और वो मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद और नीचे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार, डबल इंजन की सरकार तेलंगाना को आगे ले जाने वाली है।
They just came, delivered speeches and left back to Delhi. So, people of Telangana and people of Mehboob particularly understand that Bharatiya Janata Party wants votes, but they do not want to give a single penny for the water irrigation projects, which were the promises of Bharatiya Janata Party.
While BJP and Congress hope to raise stakes in Telangana, the state of war has well and truly begun. With Supriya Bharadwaj in Hyderabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Massive protest planned outside Kejriwal's residence. Adesh Gupta and Majinder Sirsa have reached the protest site. Sirsa and RP Singh raising emotive issues related to Sikh religion. RP Singh claims that Arvind Kejriwal had given instructions to the Punjab Police team that they don't need to be concerned about the fact that the person to be arrested was Sikh. Bagga was not even allowed to wear a pagdi. That's a big breaking development that is coming in at the moment. Aishwarya Paliwal is now joining us. Aishwarya, what's going on?
Well, Chetpi, let me tell you, on one side are the protesters who are protesting over loudspeakers very close to Arvind Kejriwal's house. On the other side, you have these layers of barricades which have been put up by Delhi police. They don't want the protesters to cross these barricades and to reach Arvind Kejriwal's house. Very emotive Sikh issues being raised. You see all the Bharatiya Janata Party Sikh leaders there on loudspeakers asking Arvind Kejriwal to apologize. They are saying till the time the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, does not apologize, these kind of protests will go on. But for now, the situation is under control. But let me tell you, the Delhi police is fully geared up, is fully prepared. Chetty, what you see are these layers of barricades. Police personnel, women personnel are present in large numbers. All of them are ready. Water cannons are also ready. This is just the one layer which I'm showing you. There are other layers also just before Arvind Kejriwal's house. They don't want the situation to go out of control. At the moment, protesters on one side and Delhi police personnel on the other side. Chetty.
All right, we're getting the reaction coming in from Majinder Singh Sirsa, I believe. Let's listen into what he has to say.
बीजेपी नेता तजिंदर पाल सिंह बग्गा के अरेस्ट को लेके और बीजेपी के हिसाब से किडनैपिंग को लेके राजनीतिक घमासान राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में जारी है। हमारे साथ है मजिंदर सिंह सिरसा। सर, बीजेपी प्रोटेस्ट कर रही है लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी अभी भी हमलावर है। सीधा सवाल यही पूछ रही है कि तजिंदर सिंह बग्गा क्यों पंजाब पुलिस के सामने पेश नहीं हुए?
क्योंकि तुम एक सिख बच्चे को टॉर्चर करना चाहते थे, एक सिख बच्चे को ऊपर जाति करना चाहते थे, शारीरिक उसको तकलीफ देना चाहते थे। पंजाब पुलिस का एक एसपी, 2 डीएसपी, 2 इंस्पेक्टर, 40 पुलिस वाले किसको पकड़ने आए हैं? जिसने दिल्ली में ट्वीट किया, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के लिए ट्वीट किया, जो दिल्ली में रहता है, दिल्ली में बग्गा रहता है, और अरेस्ट करने कौन आ रहा है? पंजाब पुलिस। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ बग्गा ने कुछ गलत किया तो वो दिल्ली में कंप्लेंट देके मुकदमा दर्ज कराते। और अरेस्ट करने कौन आ रहा है? वो कॉप जो डिसमिस हो चुका है नौकरी से, जिसको रिस्टेट किया गया है, वो जिसने अपना नाम बदलकर, अब अपना नाम बदलकर उसने अलग नाम रखकर दिल्ली में आता है, वो आदमी जो सबसे बड़ा ड्रग लॉर्ड बोला, और जो एक डिसमिस्ड कॉप है सरबजीत सिंह, उसका साथी है। सरबजीत सिंह खुद मीटिंग में कह रहे हैं डीजीपी को कि इस डीएसपी को लेके आओ, ये इलीगली डिटेन करेगा लोगों को और इतना आरडीएक्स लेके आएगा कि मोदी की आंखें खुल जाएंगी। ऐसे आदमी के साथ अरविंद केजरीवाल का क्या नाता है? आम आदमी पार्टी इस पे क्यों नहीं बोल रही? क्यों एक ड्रग माफिया का साथ लेकर वो पंजाब में नाम बदलकर उस डीएसपी को क्यों भेजा उन्होंने? इस बात का सफाई क्यों नहीं दे रही आम आदमी पार्टी? क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल का एंटी नेशनल आतंकियों के साथ क्या संबंध है? क्यों आरडीएक्स इकट्ठा करने वाले लोगों को उन्होंने दिल्ली में भेजा है? अरविंद केजरीवाल इन बातों से क्यों भाग रहे हैं? वो पंजाब में आग लगाना चाहते हैं, पंजाब में आतंकवाद के नाम पर पंजाबियों को और सिखों को मारना चाहते हैं। बग्गा को ले जाकर टॉर्चर करना था। एक सिख बच्चा, सिख भाई हमारा टॉर्चर हो, क्या हम ये बर्दाश्त करेंगे? आम आदमी पार्टी बताए क्या गुनाह किया कि उसको पुलिस मारेगी, पीटेगी?
Aishwarya Paliwal still continues to be with us on this story. Aishwarya, you heard what Majinder Singh Sirsa had to say about this, and he's also raked up a religious angle now. How does the Aam Aadmi Party respond to these allegations by the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders?
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have been consistently saying that Tajinder Pal Bagga was in fact given a lot of notices by Punjab Police. The police was in fact asking him to appear in front of them, but because he did not appear in front of them, this is the reason why we saw the police personnel, the Punjab Police personnel travelling all the way to the national capital and asking him to leave his house. Now that is where the conflict began, because according to BJP, they said that this was an abduction. According to the Aam Aadmi Party, they are saying that the police personnel came because he was not responding. This war that you are seeing now, Chetty, has now culminated right in front of Arvind Kejriwal's house, where we are seeing the protesters, the Bharatiya Janata Party karyakartas on one side, the police on the other side, and Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi, being inside his house. We don't see leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party here, but we are seeing Bharatiya Janata Party pressurizing the Chief Minister. In fact, Tajinder Singh Bagga has on record said these kind of protests will continue till the time the Chief Minister does not apologize. So, Chetty, at the moment, it looks like this war will not end anytime soon. Chetty.
Absolutely. And what's going on right outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence? I can see a lot of heavy police deployment there as the protests are breaking out. What's going on there?
Well, you know, Chetty, we'll just cut to the visuals. We'll show you what's happening on one side. The sloganeering that you are hearing is being done by the Bharatiya Janata Party karyakartas. We are standing on the other side, one by one. All the Sikh leaders are coming on to the stage. They are sloganeering against Arvind Kejriwal. We'll just cut to the visuals, you know, Chetty, for you to see and for our viewers to see. Now we are seeing the protesters trying to move towards Arvind Kejriwal's house. The police personnel ready. The police personnel trying to stop them. Chetty, we are on the other side. The police personnel have now, they are wearing, in fact, you know, we'll just cut to the visuals. They are wearing their gear. They are trying to stop the protesters. Protesters are now getting down, Chetty. They're trying to walk towards Arvind Kejriwal's house. The police personnel now, Chetty, making an announcement, asking the protesters to stay where they are. They have put on their right gear. Police personnel now in large numbers. They don't want the situation to go out of control. I'll ask Alok to show you more visuals. We are seeing the protesters now, Chetty, moving towards the police personnel. Police is asking them not to move. We could see the protesters trying to break the barricades, Chetty. That's what the situation looks like. At the moment, protesters are now trying to speak with the police personnel, trying to cross the barricades to reach Arvind Kejriwal's house. The police stopping them, asking them to step back. Large police deployment here, Chetty. These are the barricades which the protesters will have to break if they want to reach Arvind Kejriwal's house. But
so, joining us, we're just going live across to Pramod.
हमने रोड पे आए हैं, हर वक्त हमने जो कुछ इश्यूज है उसके खिलाफ आवाज उठाई है। मुझे लगता है मेरे भाई तेजिंदर सिंह बग्गा ने तो सिर्फ एक ट्वीट किया था, तो जिस तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी के केजरीवाल जी ने उनके पंजाब पुलिस को कह के वहाँ पे जो केस रजिस्टर्ड किया और पंजाब पुलिस ने बिना बताए यानी दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना इन्फॉर्म करते हुए यहाँ से उसका अपहरण किया। मैं तो अपहरण ही बोलूँगा क्योंकि यहाँ से अपहरण किया। और जिस तरह की ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने बग्गा के पिताजी को दी उसकी सही में मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह की पुलिस ने भी बर्ताव नहीं करना चाहिए। हमारी दिल्ली पुलिस और हरियाणा पुलिस का मैं सराहना करता हूं क्योंकि उन्होंने उसको बीच में रोक दिया और वहां से उसको वापस यहाँ पे लाया। हमारे पूरे युवा मोर्चा के सभी साथी चाहे वो हरियाणा से हो, दिल्ली से हो, बग्गा के साथ में रहे और इसके खिलाफ लड़ाई में हमेशा उसके साथ में रहेंगे। मैं निंदा करता हूं कि आम आदमी पार्टी के यानी केजरीवाल जिस तरह के ट्रीटमेंट दे रहा हूं उसकी मैं निंदा करता हूं और इसी तरह से यानी कभी भी आम आदमी पार्टी की आदत इसी तरह की है। गोवा के लोगों ने उनको उनकी जगह दिखाई है और मुझे लगता है इस बार दिल्ली में भी वही होने वाला है। ये अन्याय के खिलाफ सभी लोग आवाज़ उठाएंगे। जो गोवा में हुआ है वो दिल्ली में भी रिपीट होगा डेफिनेटली जी। मैं युवा मोर्चा के नाते जब जम्मू कश्मीर में यानी तिरंगा लहराओ लाल चौक की लड़ाई लड़ने के लिए अनुराग जी ठाकुर हमारे युवा मोर्चा के अध्यक्ष के तब तो तिरंगा लहराने के लिए यानी जम्मू कश्मीर में हमारे साथी ढेर सारे साथी वहाँ पे अरेस्ट हुए थे। हर वक्त युवा मोर्चा इसी तरह से पूरे देश भर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी युवा मोर्चा हमेशा के लिए सभी किसी अन्याय के खिलाफ आवाज़ हमेशा उठाते आ रहे हैं। मैं बग्गा का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और उसको पूरे युवा मोर्चा और पार्टी की ताकत उसके साथ में हमेशा के लिए खड़ी रहेंगी।
सर सिक्योरिटी का किस तरह से मिसयूज मानते हैं आप इस चीज़ में, क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी जो बोला जाता है कि पब्लिक के लिए होती है, पब्लिक की सिक्योरिटी के लिए होती है, लेकिन आप अपने पर्सनल रिवेंज के लिए उसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं।
सर एक और बात, क्या आपको लगता है पंजाब पुलिस का जो है राजनीतिक इस्तेमाल होगा?
जी हाँ, आपकी बात सही है। जिस तरह से पंजाब पुलिस अपने यानी पंजाब के सीएम के कहने पे भी नहीं, मैं तो बोलूँगा उनके कोई पॉलिटिकल आका के कहने पे यानी यहाँ के दिल्ली से किसी को यानी बग्गा को उठा के लेके जाती है, इसलिए कि पुलिस का पॉलिटिकली यूज वो लोग कर रहे हैं। ये सही नहीं है। पुलिस का पॉलिटिकली यूज कभी नहीं करना चाहिए, इसलिए उनको समझ अभी आना चाहिए। पावर का यूज, सत्ता का यूज लोगों के लिए करना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है उन्हें सत्ता जो मिली है, चाहे वो पंजाब में हो, दिल्ली में हो, यानी हम जैसे कहते हैं कि अंत्योदय तक यानी लास्ट पर्सन तक सरकार की भलीभांति स्कीम्स हो या बाकी सभी के लिए यूज करना बहुत ही जरूरी है। वही उन्होंने करना चाहिए बस।
सर, आम आदमी पार्टी ने आज एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, उनका कहना है कि हम पे जो मामले दर्ज हैं हम उसमें सहयोग करते हैं, बग्गा साहब पे मामले दर्ज है, बीजेपी पे मामला दर्ज है, आप सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं जांच में।
मुझे नहीं लगता है ऐसा कभी नहीं होगा। हमेशा के लिए सभी तो पुलिस को सभी सहयोग करते हैं।
Sir, आम आदमी पार्टी is making serious allegations
Thank you.
saying that it's a goons party. What do you want to say?
प्रमोद जी, काय संदेश देना तुम्हें आपको?
All right, so that's the latest coming in right there. Lots of political reactions that are coming in, and of course, the manner in which Arvind Kejriwal's government in Punjab has gone ahead and arrested. Bagga was arrested early Friday morning, if you remember, by Mohali police based on an FIR with the cyber cell for his alleged comments and tweets on Arvind Kejriwal. So big questions also arising on the high-handedness of and misuse of state power. That is a big question, but the Punjab police was stopped and Bagga handed over to Delhi police after a dramatic intervention in Haryana. I'm being told there's a reporter joining us from the protest site. All right, Tejshri, my colleague is speaking to Pramod Sawant. Over to you, Tejshri.
यहाँ पर देना चाह रहे हैं, आगे क्या कुछ प्लानिंग रहेगी सर? सर पुणे का प्लानिंग रहना है तुम? पुणे का?
थैंक यू।
तो देखिए यहाँ पर प्रमोद सावंत, सबसे बड़ी बात हमें आज तक और इंडिया टुडे से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत में उन्होंने हमें यही कहा है कि जितनी भी यहाँ पर जो भी एक्शंस हो रही है उन्हें पॉलिटिकली ना देखा जाए, चाहे वो दिल्ली सरकार हो या कोई भी राज्य की सरकार हो, किसी भी इंसिडेंट को पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेट ना करे, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि किस तरह से तीनों ही राज्य की सरकारें इसमें इन्वॉल्व थी और इसलिए प्रमोद सावंत का भी यही कहना है कि पॉलिटिकली ये सारी चीजें ना की जा रही। इन्होंने ये भी कहा कि जो गोवा में हुआ है वो दिल्ली में ना हो, इस तरह का संदेश यहाँ से दी जाने की कोशिश प्रमोद सावंत द्वारा की गई अभी इस वक्त। तो देखिए तस्वीरों के जरिए आप देख सकते हैं लाइव यहाँ पर प्रमोद सावंत जी मिलने पहुंचे हैं तेजिंदर पाल बग्गा से और उनकी मुलाकात जारी है और साथ ही साथ लाइव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं उनके। हालांकि उन्होंने ये भी बताया कि वो दिल्ली में अपने ऑफिशियल काम से आए हुए थे, लेकिन जिस तरह की हमने देखा कि सियासत दिल्ली में पूरे हो रही थी, तीनों राज्यों की पुलिस इसमें इन्वॉल्व थी, इसलिए यहाँ पर इस वक्त गोवा सीएम प्रमोद सावंत यहाँ पर तेजिंदर पाल बग्गा से मिलने के लिए पहुंचे हैं। और सबसे जरूरी बात उन्होंने ये भी यहाँ पर इस वक्त कही कि देखिए जो गोवा में हुआ है वो दिल्ली में नहीं होना चाहिए। इस तरह का संदेश प्रमोद सावंत जी ने देने की जो है वो कोशिश इस वक्त की है। उनसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे और एक बार फिर से बात करेंगे कि जो आम आदमी पार्टी है वो लगातार एलिगेशन लगा रही है। आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ से लगातार एलिगेशन लगाए जा रहे हैं। हमने देखा कि जो आतिशी है, आतिशी ने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया एंड इन द प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आतिशी सेड दैट summons were issued to Tajinder Pal Bagga, FIR was registered, still he did not respond to the summons. But what as of now Tajinder Pal Bagga is making a point that all the replies were made online and all the replies were made to the Punjab Police. Despite making the replies, the Punjab Police did not listen to what he is saying and then he was arrested. So these were all the atrocities against the by the Punjab Police and Aam Aadmi Party is what Tajinder Pal Bagga and the BJP spokesperson and the BJP karyakartas are saying right now. We'll once again try to speak to him. प्रमोद जी, आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही है कि आप लोगों की तरफ से लगातार गुंडागर्दी की जा रही है, उनके आरोपों पर क्या कहना चाहिए? तो देखिए यहाँ पर लगातार यही संदेश देने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए। देखिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है, इनका ये कहना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी किसी भी तरह से जो है वो पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड चीजों को नहीं यहाँ पर करने वाली, क्योंकि हमने देखा तीनों राज्यों की पुलिस यहाँ पर इन्वॉल्व थी और इसीलिए वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त मौजूद है। वो यहाँ पर मिलने आए हैं और हमसे, यानी कि उन्होंने GNT से उन्होंने आज तक से और देखिए इंडिया टुडे से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत में उन्होंने ये कहा है कि whatever has happened in Goa should not be repeated here in Delhi. This is the big message that he is giving here from Tajinder Pal Bagga's residence.
All right, one dramatic arrest. You've got 3 states and the police and nearly hours and hours. That's how the arrest of Delhi BJP leader Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga played out. Bagga was arrested Friday morning by Mohali police based on an FIR with a cyber cell for his alleged comments and tweets on Arvind Kejriwal. We're getting some reactions live, cutting straight across to it.
जिस ये डीएसपी का साथ देने वाला आदमी अगर किसी पे कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Outside the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's house. If we can please go to our reporters to get you those live visuals, because those are the latest developments. Bagga was arrested Friday morning by Mohali police based on FIR with cyber cell for his alleged comments and tweets on Arvind Kejriwal, but the Punjab police was stopped and Bagga handed over to Delhi police after a dramatic intervention in Haryana. We're getting you how all the events unfolded and also what is happening right now. 3 layers of security outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and let's get you those visuals as well. The protests that are happening, I beg your pardon, outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's house. The action was prompted by Tajinder Bagga's tweets against the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and some live reactions trickling in. Listen in.
आवाज उठाना अगर गुनाह है, अगर ये कहना गुनाह है कि केजरीवाल जी गुरु ग्रंथ साहब की बेअदबी करने वालों को कब आप सजा दिलाओगे, अगर ये कहना गुनाह है कि आप किसानों को मुआवजा कब दोगे, अगर ये कहना गुनाह है कि कश्मीरी पंडितों के अपमान पर माफी कब मांगोगे, अगर ये केजरीवाल की निगाह में गुनाह है तो ये हर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता गुनाह करता रहेगा, हमेशा करता था, है और रहेगा। लेकिन जो उनको सत्ता मिली है, पावर मिली है, उसका मिसयूज जिस तरह से पंजाब पुलिस का उन्होंने किया है, सिखों का अपमान किया है, पगड़ी पहनने का टाइम नहीं दिया है, बुजुर्ग पिताजी के साथ मारपीट की, उनके मुंह में कपड़ा ठूसा है, ये अपमान, ये गुंडागर्दी बीजेपी कभी भी सहन नहीं करेगी। हमारा ये संघर्ष आप देख रहे, कल भी था, आज भी जारी है और हमेशा रहेगा।
बीजेपी प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आदेश गुप्ता हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मौजूद है। आदेश जी
तो कह रहा है मेरे बच्चे को छोड़ दो। एक माँ, उसका कलेजा कितना गहरा होगा जब उसने ये देखा होगा। जब तुम भूख हड़ताल पर बैठते थे केजरीवाल जी, तुम्हारी माता को पता था कि तुम नौटंकी कर रहे हो, फिर भी माँ का कलेजा होता, फिर भी आपकी माता जी जरूर रोती होंगी कि हाँ मेरा बेटा बेचारा भूखा है, जबकि उसको पता था कि उसका बेटा नौटंकी कर रहा है। आप सोचिए उस माँ पे क्या बीत रही होगी जिसको पुलिस उठाकर पंजाब ले गई। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप बताइए इस नशा तस्कर कुलविंदर का आप क्यों साथ दे रहे हैं? ये कुलजिंदर सिंह जो नशा तस्कर है, इसको आप क्यों साथ दे रहे हैं? हम पूछना चाहते हैं, आप तजिंदर बग्गा को क्यों टॉर्चर कराना चाहते थे? क्यों तजिंदर बग्गा को? क्योंकि इस डीएसपी ने, जिसने इसको यहाँ पे लगाया, वो 700 करोड़ का बड़ा नशा तस्कर है सरबजीत सिंह, जिसने डीजीपी को कहा कि इस डीएसपी को लगाओ, ये लोगों को इलीगल डिटेन करेगा, यहाँ लाके आरडीएक्स लेके आएगा। आरडीएक्स लाने वाला, आतंक फैलाने वाला डीएसपी कुलजिंदर सिंह, जिसका नाम आपने बदलकर दिल्ली में उसको डीएस संधू बनाकर लेके आए। के संधू, आप ऐसे कुलजिंदर सिंह का साथ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी क्यों दे रहे हैं? आपके बच्चों को भी खतरा हो सकता है, मेरे बच्चों को भी खतरा हो सकता है, देश के बच्चों को खतरा है ऐसे आतंकियों से। ऐसे आतंकियों का आप साथ, देशद्रोहियों का साथ क्यों केजरीवाल जी आप दे रहे हैं? आप नशा तस्कर का साथ क्यों दे रहे हैं? मैं आपसे आग्रह करता हूं, आज दिल्ली पुलिस से भी आग्रह करता हूं, अगर किसी को डिटेन करना है तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को करो और ये पूछो ऐसे नशा तस्कर से उनका क्या संबंध है, इस रिश्ते को क्या नाम दें? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, इस कुलजिंदर सिंह वाले रिश्ते को हम क्या नाम दें, ये बताएं।
सर, आप कह रहे हैं कि दस्तार का भी बेइज्जती हुई है।
बिना सिख दस्तार के सिख को अरेस्ट करके लेके जाना, ये आतंकवाद के समय में भी नहीं हुआ। जब 1980 में कांग्रेस आतंकी हमें घोषित करके ले जा रही थी जेलों में, इसी तरह दिल्ली पंजाब पुलिस आती थी, उठा के लोगों को ले जाती थी, तब भी दस्तार का इस तरह से बेअदबी नहीं हुई कि नंगे सिर किसी को पीटते हुए ले जाओ। एक सिख बच्चे को, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लड़ाई लड़ी, देश की सरकार ने लड़ाई लड़के एक सिख बच्चे की आबरू को बचाया, उसकी इज्जत को बचाया, उसकी दस्तार को बचाया, मैं उसके लिए सरकार का धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
वो अधिकार हमसे छीना गया है, उसकी अवहेलना की गई है, हम इसको संवैधानिक अवहेलना का मानते हैं। ये संविधान को उन्होंने तोड़ा है।
लेकिन आरपी सिंह जी, आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही, उनको सूचित किया गया था, 5 बार उनको समन भेजा गया था।
अरे वो सब बेटा, वो सब बातें छोटी हैं, वो अपहरण करने आए, वो सूचना दी नहीं दी। हमारा आज का मुद्दा है कि एक सिख को दस्तार क्यों नहीं बांधने दी। उनके पिताजी ने गुहार लगाई, रिक्वेस्ट करी कि इसको पटका जा, दस्तार बांधने दो, सिर पे कपड़ा रखने दो। उनको पीटा गया सिर्फ इसलिए कि वो चाहते थे उनका बेटा घर से बाहर जाए तो दस्तार बांध कर जाए।
सर, मनीष सिसोदिया कह रहे हैं एक दंगे कराने वाले के साथ पूरी बीजेपी खड़ी है।
मनीष सिसोदिया पूछो, निशा सिंह कौन है, अंसारी कौन है, या वो अंसार कौन है, वो बताए पहले। ताहिर हुसैन कौन है, ये बताए पहले।
My colleague Manish Pandey is joining us from outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Well, Manish, it has blown out of proportion. You are seeing protests outside the Delhi Chief Minister's residence at this point of time. What is going on right there? I believe the BJP leaders at protests are being detained as well. The breaking news coming in is on the massive showdown over Kejriwal's house. And for this breaking story, let's go straight across to Manish. Manish, take it away.
Yeah, well, Chaiti, at this point of time, the BJP workers who were at the Kejriwal's residence, they outside the residence of barricade. To cross this barricade, but there were police force and enough police force, I can say, in comparison to the protesters, and that is why they were unable to, break this barricade. There was scuffle between the police force and the BJP workers, and finally, those protesters were the police is claiming
right there. Manish, I'm requesting you to get re-established on this network. We're not being able to hear you. This is the breaking news coming in. Very important story. Protesting BJP workers detained in Delhi, here in the national capital. Protests breaking out outside Arvind Kejriwal's house. BJP leaders have been removed from the protest side. There's a large number of police barricading that you see and deployment that you see. All of this over what happened over Tajinder Bagga's arrest. This has taken a communal turn as well. In fact, early Friday morning, Punjab Police team arrived at BJP leader Tajinder Bagga's house in Janakpuri in Delhi. The cops are from Mohali. They were there to arrest Bagga on the basis of complaint filed with the cyber cell. The action prompted by BJP's Tajinder Bagga's tweet against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The case in Mohali was registered against Bagga on 1st of April for incitement to cause violence, use of force in an orchestrated fashion by making or publishing provocative, false and communal inflammatory statements through his interview given to the media and through his post on social media site Twitter. In fact, Bagga's father has alleged the Punjab police officials manhandled him as well. After arresting Bagga, the Punjab police then reached Janakpuri police station to inform Delhi cops of his arrest. The arrest then triggered a Delhi versus Punjab police showdown, and now there is a protest outside Arvind Kejriwal's house. Do we have Manish back with us? All right, we're getting some reaction coming in. Listen in.
प्रदर्शन करने के लिए पहुंचे आप यहाँ पर तमाम सिखों को लेकर के।
देखिए, जिस तरह से केजरीवाल के इशारे पर पंजाब पुलिस ने गुंडागर्दी की है, बग्गा को किडनैप किया और उनके पिताजी के साथ मारपीट की, बग्गा को पगड़ी तक नहीं पहनने दी। एक सिख का सबसे बड़ा प्राइड है, सबसे बड़ा गर्व है उसकी पगड़ी, और उस पगड़ी का अपमान पंजाब में केजरीवाल के इशारे पर दिल्ली में पंजाब पुलिस ने किया है। उसके खिलाफ आज पूरे दिल्ली के प्रमुख हमारे सिख भाई आए हैं, और ये सिख विरोधी सरकार जो पंजाब के अंदर गुंडागर्दी पुलिस के माध्यम से करा रही है, उसके विरोध में आज खड़े।
मनीष सिसोदिया का एक बयान सामने आया है, वो कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी एक गुंडे को बचाने में पूरी बीजेपी जो है वो लग गई है।
देखिए, तेजिंदर पाल सिंह बग्गा एक्टिविस्ट है। अगर उनकी नजर में जो ये सवाल खड़ा करता है कि 24 घंटे के अंदर गुरु ग्रंथ साहब की बेअदबी करने वालों को गिरफ्तार करो, अगर उनके नजर में पंजाब में किसानों को मुआवजा मिले, ये मांग करने वाला गुंडा है, तो मैं सिसोदिया जी को कहना चाहता हूं कि ये जो जनता की आवाज उठाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता करते थे, करते हैं, करते रहेंगे।
बिना बताए दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना इन्फॉर्म करते हुए यहाँ से उसका अपहरण किया। मैं तो अपहरण ही बोलूंगा, क्योंकि यहाँ से अपहरण किया, और जिस तरह की ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने बग्गा के पिताजी को दी, उसकी सही में मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह के पुलिस ने भी बर्ताव नहीं करना चाहिए। हमारी दिल्ली पुलिस और हरियाणा पुलिस का मैं सराहना करता हूं, क्योंकि उन्होंने उसको बीच में रोक दिया और वहां से उसको वापस यहां पे लाया। हमारे पूरी युवा मोर्चा के सभी साथी, चाहे वो हरियाणा से हो, दिल्ली से हो, बग्गा के साथ में रहे और इसके खिलाफ लड़ाई में हमेशा उसके साथ में रहेंगे। केजरीवाल जिस तरह के ट्रीटमेंट दे रहा हूं, उसकी मैं निंदा करता हूं।
कि अपनी राजनीतिक झेप मिटाने के लिए पुलिस प्रशासन का दुरुपयोग बंद हो इस देश में। किसी ने कुछ कह दिया, किसी ने कोई ट्वीट कर दी, उस ट्वीट में 3 प्रदेशों की पुलिस आपस में उलझ रही है। पंजाब पुलिस दिल्ली से किसी को उठा रही है, दिल्ली पुलिस उस पर मुकदमा दर्ज कर रही है, हरियाणा पुलिस बीच में रोक रही है। ये क्या हो रहा है देश में? ये जो राजनीतिक झेप मिटाने के लिए इतनी मैं समझता सहनशीलता रहनी चाहिए।
All right, we're getting those reactions coming in at the moment on this entire drama and showdown over Bagga's arrest. And there are protests breaking out outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence as well. BJP leaders have even been removed from the protest side. This has become more of Congress versus, BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party showdown at the moment. Arvind Kejriwal facing off with the BJP leaders detained who were protesting outside Arvind Kejriwal's house. This is a huge protest that has broken out. As you can see, massive police deployment, lots of barricading, lots of leaders protesting outside, security beefed up outside Delhi Chief Minister's house as well. Amit Bhardwaj is joining us live. Amit, we are seeing these visuals. There's a lot of chaos. BJP leaders are even being detained. And this is more and more looking like an Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP face-off, using the story with what happened with Bagga as just, as a bait.
Well, absolutely right, Chaiti. The situation outside the Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party convener's residence, Arvind Kejriwal residence, was a little critical today. We had seen that right after the Kashmir files, the kind of protest that had happened outside the Delhi Chief Minister residence and the kind of vandalism that was carried out. Because of that, Delhi police had made really strong security arrangements today, 3-layer of security arrangements along with the Delhi police. CRPF was also deployed on the ground. And that is the reason when the Delhi BJP leaders, along with Adesh Gupta, who is the president of Delhi BJP, you could see on the visuals, is still right there interacting with the media. He, along with the senior BJP leaders such as Majinder Singh, Sirsa and RP Singh, reached here along with Sikh cell volunteers and workers. They tried to breach the barricades, put up outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. However, the police did not allow them to breach those barricades, and there were constant announcements made by the Delhi police that the gathering done by the BJP leaders is illegal. There is no legal permission given out for this particular gathering, for this particular protest, and they were asked to leave the area. When the Delhi BJP workers, Adesh Gupta, Majinder Singh Sirsa, RP Singh, refused to leave this particular spot, that is when the Delhi police actually started using force. They were removed from this particular spot. You could see, Chaiti, these are the barricades that has been put up by Delhi police. So
I find this really interesting because the protests are breaking out, the protests are outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and the Delhi police is managed and falls under the central government, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the people who have been detained are the BJP leaders.
Yes, absolutely right. The police comes under the Home Ministry, which is under the
Aam Aadmi Party cannot even turn around and say that this is injustice or whatever, because the Delhi police has also ended up detaining the BJP leaders too.
Yes, absolutely right, Chaiti. That has happened today. The BJP leaders have been detained by the Delhi police. But we also have to remember the context here. Last time around, when the Kashmir files protest, had happened by the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha, in which Tejasvi Surya was leading the protest. Those protesters had managed to breach similar barricades like this one. I'll request the video journalist Pradeep to come forward. He'll show you these barricades. What had happened last time around was that Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha volunteers had managed to breach these particular barricades, and they had managed to reach Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. And after that, we know what kind of vandalism was carried out outside the residence of Delhi Chief Minister, who also happens to be the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party. The gate of Arvind Kejriwal's residence was painted with a saffron color. The CCTV cameras were broken. The barricade, which is placed right outside the CM's residence, that was broken by allegedly by the Bharatiya Janata Party Yuva Morcha workers. And that is the reason. And this matter had reached the Delhi High Court as well. And the Delhi High Court had actually wrapped up the Delhi police over the entire issue. And that is the reason what you are seeing today, that heavy security forces were deployed. And along with Delhi police, the CRP was deployed to maintain the law and order and to ensure that the BJP workers are not able to breach these barricades. So that is an important context that needs to be noted when we are saying that these particular workers were actually picked up by Delhi police today. And in fact, not only today, yesterday as well, Chaiti, if you would remember, when BJP workers were protesting outside the Aam Aadmi Party office, they were trying to march towards the Aam Aadmi Party office on the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. They were actually stopped by Delhi police personnel, and a number of leaders, including Adesh Gupta, were actually detained by Delhi police even yesterday.
All right, so this has been a rather dramatic arrest. 3 states involved and hours of back and forth and showdown. That's how the arrest of Delhi BJP leader Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga has played out. Bagga was arrested early Friday morning by Mohali police based on an FIR with the cyber cell for his alleged comments and tweets on Arvind Kejriwal. But the Punjab police was stopped and Bagga was handed over to Delhi police after a dramatic intervention in Haryana. Here is how the events unfolded.
Early Friday morning, a Punjab police team arrived at BJP leader Tajinder Bagga's home in Delhi's Janakpuri area. The police were from Mohali. They were there to arrest Bagga on the basis of a complaint filed with the cyber cell. The action prompted by Tajinder Bagga's tweets against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The case in Mohali was registered against Bagga on April the 1st for incitement to cause violence, use of force in an orchestrated manner by making or publishing provocative, false and communal inflammatory statements through his interview given to media and through his posts on social media site Twitter.
ये जबरदस्ती अंदर घुस गए, इन्होंने उसको खींच के घसीटना शुरू कर दिया। इसने कहा कि मेरे को सर पे कम से कम कपड़ा बांध लेने दो, उन्हें नहीं सी, वो उसको खींच कर ले गए। इन बातचीत नहीं की, बस पकड़ा, घसीटा और ले गए।
कश्मीर फाइल जो पिक्चर आई है, तो कुछ लोगों ने कहा था कि कश्मीर फाइल को टैक्स फ्री कर दिया जाए, तो उन्होंने जब बोला है तो उनके पीछे उनकी विधायिका बैठ के हंस रही थी। उन्होंने कहा कि जब तक आप इसके लिए माफ़ी नहीं मांगेंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का युवा मोर्चा का कार्यकर्ता आपको चैन से जीने नहीं देगा। अब इस बात को लेके इन्होंने कहा है कि तजिंदर पाल बग्गा पे FIR मोहाली से कर लिया, क्योंकि आज पंजाब पुलिस उनके हाथ में आ चुकी है।
Bagga's father alleges that the Punjab police officials manhandled him.
मैं कमरे में गया, अपना फोन उठाया, उसकी वीडियो लेने लगा, तो मेरे को वीडियो नहीं लेने दी, मेरे को मुंह के ऊपर पंच किया और जबरदस्ती मेरे को कंधा पकड़ के बिठा दिया।
After arresting Tajinder Bagga from his Delhi residence, the Punjab police then reached the Janakpuri police station to inform the Delhi police of the arrest. The act triggered a Delhi versus Punjab police showdown.
Today, this complete abuse of the police at behest of Mr. Kejriwal, the super CM of Punjab, as if Punjab police is his personal Gestapo, is a reminder of emergency days of Indira Gandhi. If Indira Gandhi was alive, she would say, "Well done, Kejriwal." Is this the standard that should be applied? If that is so, the entire Aam Aadmi party could perhaps be thrown into jail for their own social media comments and their own statements.
पुलिस का इस प्रकार से इस्तेमाल भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि पंजाब की पुलिस पंजाब का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर छोड़कर दिल्ली में लोगों को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए लगा दी गई है।
Even as the Delhi police tried to figure out Bagga's whereabouts, the Delhi BJP leader was whisked away to Mohali to be produced in court. Around noon, the Punjab police was stopped in Kurukshetra in BJP-ruled Haryana.
क्षेत्र हाईवे ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੀਗਲੀ ਡਿਟੇਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕੋਈ ਡਾਊਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਾਗਜ਼ ਪੱਤਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਿਜਵਾਤੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਡੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਸ ਪਰ ਲਾਅ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਵੀ ਹੋਪ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ
The Haryana government alleged that Bagga had been kidnapped and that it would ensure that he is handed back to the Delhi police.
कि हमारे पास अपहरण की सूचना आई है और अगर किसी व्यक्ति को अपहरण करके लेके जाया जा रहा है, उसको बचाना, पकड़ना, ये हमारा काम है।
The highway drama continued for another couple of hours. The Punjab police knocked at the doors of the High Court and a Delhi police team reached Kurukshetra. And just a little before 3 p.m, Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga was handed over to the Delhi police and was on his way back to the national capital and his home. With Satyendra Chauhan in Kurukshetra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Congress leader Pawan Khera slams the BJP. We're getting you that breaking story in just about a bit, but slipping into a very short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021.
bags the best channel of the year, shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage by a Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
Vladimir Ashkenazy, a great pianist. Vladimir Mayakovsky, popular poet of the Soviet era. Vladimir Menshov, a Russian actor and filmmaker. Vladimir Makovsky, a popular Russian painter. Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin, president of Russia. They all have one thing in common. Vladimir. After all, why do so many Russian and Ukrainian people's names start with Vladimir? What is the meaning of this word? And why is this name so popular? Best of all, let's find out where the name Vladimir came from. This name is made up of two words, Vladeti and Meru. Vladeti means to rule, Meru means great or popular. It's believed that this name became popular because of Vladimir Razate, who was the ruler of Bulgaria in the 9th century. Apart from this, the name of Volodymyr Sviatoslavich also appears, who used to be the great prince of Kiev in 980 AD. It's believed that the successes of these two rulers made this name more popular. In today's date, this name can be seen in two forms. One is Vladimir, which is also used by Russian President Vladimir Putin. This name is used in Russia, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Macedonia. The second is Volodymyr, which is used by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Usually, it's used only in Ukraine. So how common is the name Vladimir in Russia? The name Vladimir is the 95th most common name in the world. 40 lakh people of the world are using this name.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
จุดประสงค์ตอนแรกมันไม่ได้คิดอะไรกันคือมันเริ่มจากอยากทำแล้วก็ถ่ายด้วยมือถือพอถ่ายแล้วภาพมันออกไปเนี่ยมันเริ่มมีคนสนใจเข้ามาก็มีการสร้างกลุ่มคนก็เริ่มเฮ้ยผมอยากต่อยแบบนี้บ้างแบบนี้บ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเริ่มจากตรงนี้ถ้าในเรื่องของพรบมวยคือเราไม่ได้เข้าพรบมวยเราไม่ได้จัดมวยเถื่อนผมตอนนี้คือขึ้นอยู่กับกรมปกครองซึ่งเป็นกิจกรรมไฟขับเราไม่ได้เป็นมวยเราไม่ได้เป็นกีฬาเราเป็นกิจกรรมหนึ่งซ ซึ่งมีสมาคมของเราสมาคมไฟขับไทยแลนด์
Watching India Today.
Congress leader Pawan Khera slammed BJP. He slammed BJP's Rahul's candid video. Congress has taken a teleprompter jibe at the Bharatiya Janata Party. Congress has said Rahul wanted to understand local issues, unquote. So Pawan Khera is saying that he just wanted to understand local issues, and of course, as you already know, that the BJP has gone ahead and questioned Rahul Gandhi over this, and a lot of backlash is what Rahul Gandhi is coming towards Rahul Gandhi on the back of this through the BJP. But the Congress leader has asked a very simple question, saying he wanted to understand local issues. So what's the problem? With that, it's a wrap for me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
So the controversial loudspeaker row, which has spread across several states in India, is not just limited to the loudspeakers used in places of worship. That speaker that you have at home, which you probably use to play some of your favorite jams at high volumes when you have a get-together, even those speakers come under strict rules and regulations, and if you break those, you can even go to jail. Here's all you need to know about this. As per rules, if loudspeakers or amplifiers are being used in residential areas, then they have to comply with the permissible volume levels. The volume levels are measured in decibels, which is denoted as dB. So 55 dB is allowed during the day and 45 dB at night. Those are the permissible volume levels. So how loud is 55 dB? I'll explain this to you with the help of references. Take the example of two people chatting with each other. They're sitting at a gap of about 1 meter from each other and talking at normal volume. That sound of those two people talking is taken as 60 dB. It's a reference. So you can imagine what 55 dB is, and that is the permissible volume level. Let's take some more examples. So when someone is breathing, that is 10 dB, the sound of breath. When you hear a watch ticking, that is 20 dB. The sound of normal rainfall is about 35 dB. The sound of traffic when you're sitting inside the car, 80 to 85 dB. And the sound of a lawnmower, which is obviously extremely loud, is also about 80 to 90 dB. So as per noise pollution,
Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
There's nobody closer to the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. One team has the world riveted.
Visiting journalist Satya Rautre in Golvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Massive showdown outside Kejriwal's residence over Bagga's arrest case. BJP leaders, workers detained by the cops after protests outside Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. With elections round the corner in Telangana, political temperatures soar. Before his two-day visit to the state, Rahul Gandhi hits out at Chief Minister KCR, says Telangana ruled by Raja. TRS hits back, calls Rahul a tourist. Sensational video of Rahul Gandhi released by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. Rahul on candid video is caught saying, "Kya exactly theme hai? Kya bolna hai?" ahead of his Telangana rally.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही off करिए. Please sir.
Karnataka senior BJP leader and MLA Basant Gowda Patil Yatnal's claims that he was offered a post of the Chief Minister for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Political war has erupted over BJP worker Arun Chaurasia's death in Bengal. Amit Shah called it a political murder, demanded CBI probe in the matter. TMC's hit back. Breaking news coming in. Top BJP leaders meet Bagga. Tejasvi Surya now meets Tajinder Bagga at his residence. That is the breaking news coming in amidst this entire showdown that you see between the AAP and the BJP now of the arrest of Tajinder Bagga and the fight that we see between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, with BJP leaders even getting detained who were protesting outside Arvind Kejriwal's house. But what's interesting is that they were detained by the Delhi Police that falls under the central government. Now, top BJP leaders, going of course in solidarity with Bagga, who is their own party leader, they're meeting him at his residence. In fact, the latest to join in to meet Bagga is Tejasvi Surya. So Tejasvi Surya's visuals there, meeting Bagga in solidarity with Bagga right there. Top BJP leaders meeting Bagga at his residence. 100% Rajneeti going on from both sides. There's a mega meltdown and showdown from both political parties equally, whether it is the Aam Aadmi Party or the Bharatiya Janata Party. There is a complete meltdown right there, and this is blowing out of proportion now with those protests that you see here in the national capital outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and massive police barricading, deployment, etc. right outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence as well. Many BJP leaders, in fact, have been detained from outside Kejriwal's residence who were protesting against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And earlier, Pramod Sawant also ended up meeting Tajinder Singh Bagga. We heard, got a reaction from Pramod Sawant as to how he's in solidarity with Bagga. If we have that reaction, let's play that out for you, just to show you what Chief Minister of Goa has to say about Bagga's arrest. We have that reaction. I'm requesting the producers to please play that reaction out. And now, of course, Tejasvi Surya is meeting Bagga. We'll get a reaction from Tejasvi because he's gone there to meet Bagga. Tejri, our reporter, is now joining us live. Tejri, who else is meeting Bagga at this point of time? Many BJP leaders are meeting him. We had that reaction coming in from Pramod Sawant, and now it is Tejasvi Surya. Tejri.
See, since yesterday we are seeing here a massive political movement, and as of now we are present here at Tajinder Pal Bagga's residence. Yes.
As of now, we are present here at Tajinder Pal Bagga's residence, where a massive political movement is going on. A while back, we saw Goa CM Pramod Sawant visited Tajinder Pal Bagga's residence, and as of now, you could see the exclusive pictures where where Tejasvi Surya, the young face, the young leader of BJP, is at the residence of Tajinder Pal Bagga, and he just spoke to his father and also spoke to Tajinder Pal Bagga. And right now, BJP is trying to giving a message over to Aam Aadmi Party that whatever atrocities that are being done by Aam Aadmi Party will not be tolerated by BJP. That is why maybe the big political leaders of BJP are making a visit at the house, at the residence of Tajinder Pal Bagga. We will also try to speak to Tejasvi Surya. Sir, all the viewers are watching live right now. What message would you like to give? Sir, all the viewers are watching you live right now. What message would you like to give?
The fascist tendencies of Arvind Kejriwal stands exposed yet again. The FIR was filed in Punjab. While the contents of the complaint, the complainant, the victim, as well as the alleged perpetrator, all of them reside in Delhi. But the jurisdiction, strangely, was with Punjab. And the reason was because they wanted to misuse the powers of Punjab Police and curb Tajinder Bagga's freedom of expression. Like Tarunji very rightly said, what we witnessed yesterday was kidnapping of a political activist by goons in uniform. I want to thank the senior leadership of our party for standing by our Karyakarta. A great message has been sent all across the country.
As a young leader, what message would you like to give?
Freedom of expression won yesterday, democracy won yesterday, constitutionalism won yesterday, rule of law won yesterday, fascism lost, Gundagardi lost.
Aam Aadmi Party is making allegation and saying BJP is a Gundagardi party. How would you respond?
Delhi court yesterday has framed charges against Aam Aadmi Party leader Tahir Hussain and has very clearly laid out his role in the Delhi riots. I don't have to specifically lay out and say whose is a party of Gundas. The courts are doing the job, and Aam Aadmi Party's leaders will soon be in jail.
तीनों राज्यों की पुलिस इसमें involved थी, sir.
We are seeing how freedom of expression is being deliberately curtailed, how a political activist's basic constitutional right to oppose a particular political party is being curbed. We will fight this tooth and nail, and the whole country is proud of Tajinder Bagga's commitment to truth and his courage to fight.
The fight of BJP will continue?
100%.
So see, this was Tejasvi Surya speaking exclusively to India Today and saying that the fight of BJP will continue. BJP will not stop over here. And this was, we just spoke to Tejasvi Surya, who was speaking exclusively to India Today, saying that the atrocities done by Aam Aadmi Party will not be at all tolerated by the BJP, and that is why the big political leaders are making a visit over here at the residence of Tajinder Pal Bagga, because we have seen that just a while back, Goa CM Pramod Sawant made a visit and he said that the entire stunt is a politically motivated stunt. And as of now, speaking exclusively to India Today, first on India Today, Tejasvi Surya made some serious allegations on Aam Aadmi Party and said that Aam Aadmi Party has forgotten their roots and Aam Aadmi Party is continuously lying to the people of Delhi, and the entire country, the entire people, the entire nation and the Karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party are proud of Tajinder Pal Bagga, is what being said by Tejasvi Surya, who just came over here and spoke exclusively to us.
Yes, absolutely. And Tejasvi, you're tracking the story, you're tracking the developments. We did see the BJP leaders also protesting outside Chief Minister Kejriwal's house. What was the reason for Delhi police to detain them?
लगातार बीजेपी के जो तमाम लीडर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर करते हुए फिलहाल जो है वो नजर आएंगे।
See, yesterday we saw that Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta was also, heading the protest, which was that they held the protest in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office. Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta was heading the protest along with all BJP karyakartas. First they broke two barricades, and then they started breaking all the barricades. However, the situation went out of control, and hence they had to, the police also could not control the situation, and they went just right in front of the Aam Aadmi Party's office. And then they sat on the dharna. They were chanting slogans. They were chanting slogans against Aam Aadmi Party, against Arvind Kejriwal, because they were upset. They were disappointed by the illegal arrest that was being made of Tajinder Pal Bagga, is what the BJP has to say. And talking about today, we have seen that there was a massive police deployment at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, because, a protest was announced at 3 p.m. just in front of Arvind Kejriwal's residence, where, first of all, Tajinder Pal Bagga was also about to go in the protest. He was also about to take part in the protest, but then there were some issues. There were some legal issues because of which he could not be a part of that protest. But Adesh Gupta joined the protest. Majinder Sirsa joined the protest. And when we had a word with Tajinder Pal Bagga, he himself told that mostly the Sikh wing of BJP's Sikh wing is going to join this protest majorly, because the atrocities have been targeted only on the Sikhs. Now we'll have to see this reason, that why Tajinder Pal Bagga is speaking about the Sikh atrocities. The reason being, point number one, when the Punjab Police came over here to arrest Tajinder Pal Bagga, first they said that there were two police officers. The two police officers, without showing any document, they first had a chat with his father. They sat with him. They had a cup of coffee and tea. Yes. And then suddenly around 15 to 16 police officers entered his house in civil.
Yes, we've told our viewers what happened right there. For the updates, thanks so much, Tejashree, for joining us for the very latest details right there. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Politics is heating up over Rahul Gandhi's Telangana visit. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya has tweeted a purported video of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in which he can be heard asking his party workers about what is the theme and what does he exactly have to talk about during the rally in Telangana. In the video, Rahul is asking, theme kya hai, bolna kya hai? Amit Malviya, in a scathing attack, has drawn a parallel to Rahul's nightclub video from Nepal that surfaced a few days back and said that this is what happens when one does politics in between personal foreign trips and nightclubbing. Rahul Gandhi is on a two-day visit to Polban, Telangana, where he's addressing a massive public meeting in Warangal, and that's what he did yesterday.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? Day off करिए. So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? Day off करिए. So what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है? क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है? Day off करिए. तो what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है? क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है? Day off करिए.
The video, perhaps shot and leaked by a Congress leader who's disillusioned by the lack of connect, lack of commitment, and lack of seriousness of Rahul Gandhi towards the people of Telangana, towards their issues, and towards his own party in Telangana, where he's seen asking his party leaders just before a rally, what is the theme of the rally, as if it is a theme of a birthday party that he's going to attend. This also means that all the commitments made by the Congress party in its rally, particularly by Rahul Gandhi, have no meaning. They are empty words, they are hollow rhetoric.
The video of Rahul Gandhi at the airport exposes that Rahul Gandhi had no clue about what he had to speak at the Warangal meeting, which explains that Congress party, which was claiming of Warangal declaration for the farmers, which is absolutely farce and bogus. There is no declaration because Rahul Gandhi himself has no clue about what he has to address, and that is why at the airport he has asked the local leaders what he had to speak and what was the theme about. He did not even know whom he was addressing.
देखिए, कोई भी तेलंगाना को आ सकता है और तेलंगाना की खूबसूरती देखकर जा सकता है, इस पर कोई एतराज़ नहीं है हमारे को। मगर उन्होंने जो आए और उनको पता ही नहीं है कि क्या भाषण देना है। उनका एक वीडियो मीडिया में आया है कि वो पूछ रहे हैं कि बताइए क्या बोलना चाहिए। तो जब आप ये नहीं मालूम कि तेलंगाना की जनता को आप क्या पैगाम देना चाह रहे हैं और क्यों आपका साथ दें, आप बिल्कुल जहन आपका एम्प्टी है। आप क्या मैसेज देंगे, क्या पैगाम देंगे और कैसे टीआरएस से मुकाबला कर पाएंगे आप?
This kind of videos always emerge, and when the Prime Minister stepped out and asked the media and he couldn't speak coherently, this kind of a video also came. So ultimately the point is that videos will come and videos will go, but onlookers will know what the truth behind the video is and what essentially has happened. And like I told you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has asked a question. What's wrong in asking a question of the state leadership? Are we to impose our thoughts on every state leadership and go around? Is that the job of the central leadership? Is that what Mr. Modi does or Mr. Amit Shah does? That he goes and tells the state leadership, you do this, I don't listen to you. Is that how political parties ought to be run?
The controversial Gyanvapi Mosque Mashringar Gauri case gets further intricate after hearing the application of Muslim side for the removal of the court commissioner. The civil judge senior division court has reserved the decision for the time being. It is known that the court appointed commissioner Ajay Mishra will continue the survey work for the time being. The Gyanvapi mosque shares a boundary wall with the famed Kashi Vishwanath temple. Day one of the survey and videography witnessed a high voltage drama outside Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi mosque complex. War slogans happened between the Hindus and Muslims, and the court-appointed team reached the premises to conduct the survey. Asaduddin Owaisi has called the survey an open violation. BJP has sided with the court's decision and warned those who are protesting.
मोदी सरकार ये जानती है कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद सिविल टाइटल का जजमेंट आया, उसमें उस जजमेंट में यह कहा गया कि 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट को उन्होंने बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जोड़ दिया। तो ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी थी, संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस कोर्ट को बताए कि आप ये गलत कर रहे हैं। मगर क्योंकि आप नफरत की राजनीति करते हैं और आप हर नफरत में अपनी सियासी रोटी सेकते आए हैं, इसीलिए आपने खामोशी बनाए रखी है। वो बताए ना, बीजेपी बताए कि क्या वो 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ रिलीजियस वर्शिप एक्ट को मानती है, नहीं मानती है। मानना पड़ेगा, पार्लियामेंट से एक्ट है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको कहा कि बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जुड़ा हुआ है। अगर ये मसले को तूल कोई दे रहा है तो वो बीजेपी दे रही है और संघ परिवार दे रही है। वो ये चाहते हैं कि वो जो नफरत का दौर था हमारे मुल्क में 1990 का, वो दोबारा इस मुल्क में दोहराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
जहां विवाद होगा वहां न्यायालय होगा और न्यायालय जो कहे उसको सबको मानना होगा। तो मैं सभी लोगों से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आप लाठी और पत्थर मत चलाइए, ज्ञान चलाइए, बुद्धि चलाइए, डेटा चलाइए, सत्य चलाइए। और ऐसी स्थिति में जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद में वीडियोग्राफी का विरोध कर रहे हैं, वो न्यायालय का विरोध कर रहे हैं, और जो न्यायालय का विरोध करेगा वो भरेगा।
हम लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं बस केवल उनको अधिवक्ता कमिश्नर महोदय को और अधिवक्ता वादी को काफी रिसीव कराने। हम कार्रवाई में पार्टिसिपेट करने नहीं आए।
क्यों आपने कार्रवाई का बहिष्कार कर दिया है?
क्योंकि हमें कमिश्नर साहब की निष्पक्षता पर हमें संदेह था।
तो ये संदेह आपने अदालत में नहीं कही?
आज कही है, आज भी कही। इसी हमारे एप्लीकेशन पर ऑर्डर हुआ।
कमिश्नर को कार्रवाई करने के तो निर्देश है, उसमें कोई मनाही तो है?
तो निर्देश है तो मनमाना करेंगे। निर्देश
क्या मनमाना कर?
बिल्कुल मनमाना कर रहे हैं। नहीं, कोई ऑर्डर नहीं है।
तो क्या अदालत की तरफ से
ऐसा कोई ऑर्डर नहीं।
Samar Srivastava joining us live with the very latest. Samar, of course we know that there's politics on the back of this development, but what does the court have to say?
See, I'm reporting from outside the complex of Kashi Vishwanath and Gyanvapi. Cameraman Sandeep will show you the visuals out here of Gyanvapi Mosque, and right next to it, the majestic Kashi Vishwanath temple. These two monuments are located to each other, adjacent to each other, but the situation out here is not right because there is something tense happened out here where a lot of people came around this particular place at that particular premises and raised slogans. One Abdul Kalam has been detained by UP police, and I'll try to take you to the area from where this particular place from where the public went to the narrow lanes of Varanasi. This is the complex where the mosque and temple is located, and where I'll try to show you where the entire mob went out. This is the place. You are coming next to me. See this place. This is the Gudolia Road area of Varanasi, and this is one place where you can see a lot of public out here. Still they are waiting because survey is on inside the premises of complex, and that is why the public from both the religions are out here to know like what is happening inside. And that is why one man called Abdul Kalam came in and raised slogans. And I'm taking you to the narrow lanes of this particular area. Cameraman Sandeep showing you the visuals of it, because when UP police came into action, they took the entire public towards that particular narrow lane where we are reporting from currently. You can see a lot of policemen are also stationed here to avoid any mishappening, and this is what I'm trying to show you. They have got bulletproof jackets, they have got helmets, they have got canes in their hands, and this is the particular lane. As you can see, some of the shops have also been closed. The shutters of some shops are also down as administration. And you can see a lot of public police vehicles are passing from this particular area. Likewise, because the atmosphere out here has turned.
We'll keep coming back to you for more on this, Samarth. With that, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
According to a bombshell leaked draft, the American Supreme Court is poised to strike down the right to abortion in the United States. So how does the American Supreme Court function? The United States Supreme Court is the highest federal court in the land and the final court of appeal. Its job is to ensure that the promise of equal justice for all Americans under the law is upheld. To that end, it is the guardian and interpreter of the US Constitution. The Supreme Court was created in 1789. Since 1935, its home has been a 4-story classical building made of American marble and oak located on Capitol Hill in Washington. Its seal is similar to the Great Seal of the United States, except that it has a single star beneath the Eagles clause. This symbolizes the Constitution's creation of one Supreme Court. 9 judges, referred to as justices, sit on the court. They hold office for as long as they wish, although they can be removed by impeachment. The Supreme Court is steeped in tradition. While in court, justices wear black robes, white quills are placed on counsel tables each day that the court sits. A black curtain is hung over the courtroom doors as a sign of respect and mourning following the death of a justice. And each day, justices shake hands to remind that harmony of purpose overrides differences of opinion. However, there can be substantial ideological differences and disagreements between them, which may be expressed through a written statement or opinion.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Is the WHO data on COVID death numbers exaggerated, or is the Indian government living in denial? Is the WHO methodology flawed as is claimed? Can a study that leaves out China excess deaths be credible? Should the Indian government be releasing figures more accurately for both the years 2020-21? Some of the questions we will raise tonight. My first guest is Professor Bramar Mukherjee, epidemiologist at the University of Michigan, handles data scientist in the chair there. Appreciate you joining us, Bramar, because you've been tracking this, Professor, for a very long time. When you see the report now of the World Health Organization suggesting that the actual estimate of deaths is almost 10 times the number the Indian government gave, 5.23 lakhs versus 47 lakhs, do you agree with this estimate about COVID deaths, or has WHO got this horribly wrong, given the fact that its methodology still seems a little unclear and non-transparent?
So thank you for that question. I'm not surprised by the WHO estimates because, as you all know, there have been several estimates trying to predict the excess mortality in India using different approaches. The Economist model gives an estimate of around 4.86 million. The IHME estimate is around 4 million. And now the WHO estimate is another evidence towards similar in the ballpark, around 4.74 million. So I do think that these are largely consistent. And I have to declare that I was a part of the WHO technical advisory group. And what I'm saying is really an independent statistician, that all of these estimates came from different methodology. But it seems like all roads point to Rome, and there is some consistency in terms of this excess mortality estimate.
You know, it's interesting you're saying you are part of the WHO advisory group on this, because then you are in a better position to tell us how WHO came at this figure, because India is saying the study is based on a model that has been created without authentic data. that the WHO study went to 17 states and took these numbers based on what websites and reports in some instances have said. In a country as diverse as India, you can't have a one-size-fits-all approach, and a model cannot be extrapolated for the entire country based on what you saw in certain states. Are these deaths therefore simply an estimation and therefore not accurate? And in some cases, the WHO may have exaggerated the numbers?
So that criticism is actually unfair and untrue. Because the model for there was a lot of models in the WHO report because different countries have different levels of data available. Unfortunately, India only has data available at a subnational level. The all-cause mortality data, which many countries have released week by week in 2020 and 2021, will really give us a more granular picture. Because as you see, excess mortality is not just COVID deaths. It's really COVID deaths, reported COVID deaths, and then missed COVID deaths, which happened in most countries. And there is nothing to be embarrassed about because it's very hard to capture. And then there is death from other causes, which due to the pandemic, certain human and behavioral forces have shifted. And then there is long-term effect of COVID. A lot of people died within a year because of cardiac events and respiratory crisis. So all of that put together is the excess mortality, which is the global toll of the pandemic. And for the model for India, did not really use Indian data. It's not like it was developed from other countries and just transported to India. That's not the case. And as I said, that not just the WHO model, different methodology, different models all point to sort of seem in the same ballpark. So I do think that this is a credible estimate, and several experts have reviewed this methodology.
No, you're calling it a credible estimate, but India released, Professor Mukherjee, the death registration numbers of 2020. They show about 5 lakh excess deaths. Now, those death registration numbers nowhere match up to 4.7 million deaths or 47 lakhs. So, prima facie, somewhere your death registration numbers, your compensation claims should at least match up to what the government says. In that sense, some may say underreporting, yes. But is it of the scale that you are claiming? It's the scale. You're claiming a virtual 9x scale. The WHO is claiming a 9x scale.
So the thing is that, in 2020, India just released the data. In 2021 is when the acute second wave happened. That's when most of these estimates happened. But you also have to remember that it's not just the COVID-related deaths we are talking about. I think there is a confusion about that. Obviously, this total mortality COVID, we believe, is a very large driver of this percentage. But there could be deaths related to other causes as well. If the COVID death reporting have been correct, then we have to sort of point to that if there has been really these excess deaths, then there has been a real collapse and stress on the healthcare system. And so many other people died because of additional causes to COVID.
No, 1 minute. 1 minute, ma'am. Let me get this clear. What you're now saying, Professor Mukherjee, is that this number that the WHO has put up of 4.7 million deaths doesn't necessarily include COVID deaths alone, also includes those who may have been deprived of medical facilities because the entire focus was on COVID, and to that extent, their numbers have also been added. So therefore, when WHO now says excess mortality because of COVID, isn't that a little unfair or unclear? Because then the general impression is that there were 47 lakh COVID deaths. Now what you're saying, not all of them may be because of COVID-related reasons. Am I correct?
So that's something that we really have to understand this measure. Excess mortality is really the total toll of the pandemic. And because the pandemic was largely driven by COVID is a substantial chunk of the deaths. But we cannot attribute all of those deaths to COVID because we do not have very detailed cause-specific mortality data. This is also true for other countries. What we are seeing is that it is really a conglomeration of other deaths that happened as well, as you said, that there could be deaths even averted, right? Because there was less mobility, so maybe road accidents went down. But there could be increased deaths due to mental health. There could be increased death due to lack in care, access to transportation. So all of these barriers could lead to additional mortality as well. We really have no way to tease apart the three buckets that missed COVID deaths, long-term effects of COVID, and what happened due to the pandemic shift. So we have to, but in most of the countries, COVID, direct and indirect, caused this stress on the healthcare system. So if we accept that the COVID reporting numbers are very correct, then we have to accept that the healthcare system really collapsed, and the effect of the pandemic is still very severe, and has led to a lot of family members and a lot of people.
Interesting you're saying, therefore, it's direct and indirect COVID-related deaths, but there will be those again, Professor Mukherjee, who will just question the credibility of the World Health Organization right from the start of the pandemic. The fact that they seem to delay the warning the world, that they've been very soft on China in particular, and here you've got a situation where India is being accused of hiding deaths, and we still don't know what the actual numbers in China are, and the WHO doesn't seem to be doing enough. Instead, they seem to be masking China's death while targeting India, is one of the concerns expressed by officials here.
So I do not think, I am not a politician and I'm not a representative of the WHO, so I cannot talk about country-specific relationships. But if you look at all of these global papers that have come out, the IHME paper, that the WHO estimates, I do not think anybody is targeting India. Everybody is trying to do the best job that they can with the data that are available. I do not think that there is a problem with all of these different mathematical models. For example, the Economist model uses many covariates and uses machine learning, and is completely different than the WHO model. And similarly, the IHME model is also quite different. So I feel that there is not much wrong with these mathematical models. We really need to improve the data that is being fed to this model and have more complete data.
But let me for a moment stick to China. A country of 140 crore people officially reported to the WHO just 11 lakh infections, 15,350 deaths from 3rd January 2020 to 5th May 2022. Doesn't that sound prima facie clear case of underreporting? Shouldn't that also have been part of a global report like this that the WHO releases, including instead of suggesting that actually China did not underreport?
Absolutely. I think that if you look at the underreporting, Pakistan, Bangladesh, many countries in South Asia have a huge underreporting factor. So I do think that there is a real problem with capturing COVID deaths, and countries should really work with WHO to improve their death reporting, to improve the civil registration number, crowdsource other data related to death so that we can have a real proper tracking of a very important public health metric. I don't think that it is only targeting India at all. It has become a big news in India because of the resistance and the back and forth. But it is true that many countries have failed to capture COVID deaths and accurate death reporting during the pandemic.
But given that, given that there is still questioning over the manner in which data has been gathered in this COVID period, shouldn't WHO itself have been more cautious while putting out these figures with such authentic, claiming they were authentic? Because this, if you throw these figures at people, it can create panic. A government says 5.23 lakhs. The World Health Organization says 47 lakhs. Shouldn't an organization like WHO be a little bit more cautious, acknowledge that there is actually a lot of scientific data variability, there is no accuracy to any numbers?
So if you read the scientific paper, I do think that there have been a lot of caution, lot of sensitivity analysis done. The subnational data, what is the contribution of each of the state to the estimation? Lot of care have been taken to put forward these estimates. And I think it's our responsibility to communicate with the public that the COVID reported numbers are only a part of it. This is really measuring the total toll of the pandemic, which is the net difference between the mortality that you would have expected had the pandemic not happened with the that what you are seeing right now. And if the observed data was available, that would be the best. So I'll strongly sort of urge communities, countries to really interpret the data well and come up with a more bolstered system. For example, Dr. Prabhat Jha mentioned that you can add a question to your next census that how many people in the family or household died. I also want to say that this is not just the WHO estimate. The paper by Prabhat Jha's group, which got published in Science, has 3 sources of data: a voting survey plus a healthcare facility death survey. They also point to this kind of underestimation. The Economist model also point to similar kind of underestimation. So you can criticize all the models, but this is what is the best available estimates are. And as scientists and statisticians, we are putting forward the best set of estimates with clear, transparent assumption, publicly available code, and the data that were used. So I think that it is really a scientific discourse.
You seem to be suggesting, therefore, that the numbers are underreported. Therefore, I will ask you and put you on the block in a way, Professor Mukherjee. Your estimate, 4x, 5x, 9x, what, according to you, based on what you've gone through the data, is the most accurate estimate then of underreporting of COVID deaths?
So, we did a paper which is published on meta-analysis. We reviewed many studies which have come up with this death estimate for India. Some are really COVID-specific deaths, and some are really this excess mortality. So it's hard to decouple between the two, but the range lies between 4 to 5 to 10. So there is incredible heterogeneity. But more and more, with more data coming in for the 2 years of 2020 and 2021, it seems like more of the studies are pointing to 6 to 8, 6 to 9, that range. But again, you have to understand the underreporting of COVID and the excess mortality are 2 different metrics that we are looking at.
So in conclusion, how are we going to resolve this? Do we need a COVID commission, maybe of independent experts who sift through all the data that the government provides, work with the Indian government, rather than the collision course we are seeing now between WHO and the government of India?
I absolutely think that, this is a problem that many countries face, not just India. So this really presents an opportunity for us to really look at the civil registration system publicly, and at a time of really acute crisis, and make it stronger with the information technology and the data science systems that we have in place. We really need more resilient public health data systems in a pandemic and beyond.
Professor Brahman Mukherjee joining me there from the University of Michigan. You were an advisor to that WHO body, so your words carry a lot of authenticity, or at least give us that perspective. I appreciate you joining us. Dr. Rajiv Dasgupta, member National COVID Task Force, is also joining me. Dr. Subramaniam Swaminathan, Gleneagles Global Health City, joins us. Appreciate both of you joining us. You heard what was suggested by Professor Brahman Mukherjee, 5x to 9x under reporting according to them. Dr. Dasgupta, you want to go first and give us where you think, is WHO right or GOI right? Or does the truth lie in between?
Thank you. I think the framing of the question is not whether WHO is right or India is right. The point is that these are models what are called parsimonious models. And these models are always a struggle between comprehensiveness and comprehensibility. And that's why parsimonious models are chosen to work with limited data. But at the same time, it also means that the mean value that's projected actually lies between a wide range of a possible low and a possible high. So for India, if you see some of these individual figures, and therefore it's necessary to go to the attached Excel data sheets that the WHO has provided, this range is pretty wide. And therefore it is quite possible that instead of the mean about which so much of heat and dust has been raised, could actually be wrong, but it may still fall within the lower range of these estimates. And that's for the country to argue based on now the fact that we have the 2020 civil registration system available. It's possible to make a much stronger argument now by the country.
But still you're saying it is underreporting, but not possibly at the scale that WHO is saying, but possibly at a lower end of the scale. So we are looking even still, Dr. Swaminathan, at potentially 5x. 5x of the numbers, 5.23 lakhs if I look at. I'm looking at 25 lakh people died. Interestingly, as Professor Mukherjee says, not directly necessarily of COVID, but also possibly indirectly because of medical system not providing enough to them during COVID times.
You're going back a couple of years. I'm going to go back 150 years to quote Mark Twain. He attributed this to Disraeli. He said, there are three kinds of lies. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. The problem is statistics should never be relied on to give you the truth. It should only be relied on to give you a support when you already know what it is. So therefore, the problem with this is that a lot of the data sets are very muddy. And then you're trying to put together a lot of muddy data sets and somehow thinking that out of this rubbish you'll get a diamond. You're not going to get a diamond. You're just going to get a lot of rubbish again. See, in statistics, we have this principle called GIGO. Garbage in, you get garbage out. You're not going to get diamond out of it. See, I must first congratulate the WHO first. Let's congratulate the WHO for creating an effective smoke screen. China's death is estimated to be anywhere up to 17,000% higher than what they have reported. WHO has still not figured out what the hell happened in China 2 years ago. They've decided that's a lost cause. So they're trying to move on to something else which is a good smoke screen. So I see every country has underreporting. Even the US, the estimates are between about 20 to 30% underreporting. So underreporting at a smaller scale is inevitable in every country. That's not unusual at all. The scale is the point. Now, obviously, China is a master at this, where they're able to do something and nobody even talks about it and nobody even dare question about it. Unfortunately, we are a soft target and therefore everybody would like to run us down. Now, I think there is a alternative.
No, what's the solution? No, Dr. Swaminathan, if you're saying that, and I agree, there is statistics, more statistics are damn lies. The fact, though, is that we can't use China as a defense. We need to give a more robust defense. So what is India's defense going to be? To say when WHO turns around and says there are 47 lakh deaths?
Absolutely. I was looking at a couple of things. Number one, the one which Dr. Vinod Paul has put out about the death registry. The other thing I was also looking at was the life insurance claims. Have the insurance claims gone up? Yes. Have they gone up astronomically? No, not really. They have gone up a little more than what you would expect year on year. See, a lot of middle class people died. Upper middle class, lower middle class, everybody. And all of them had life insurance policies. Let's look at the insurance claims. That's another way of looking at it. Why is it that these kind of data sets are not being used? Let's look at unconventional data sets which people would not think of muddying.
How will you measure rural deaths then? How will you know? Insurance deaths are very good metrics to measure people in middle class and urban India. But what about rural India?
Absolutely. See, my point is, if there is underreporting in that, then you can extrapolate and say in the lower category of people where non-availability of services could be even higher, and you can say it's much higher. But my point is, even there, the metric is not too far off. My point is that you'd have to really say that we had a disaster in the countryside, and really nothing much happening in the metros and the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities for you to envisage such a large difference. And I'm sorry, that did not happen. You're going to say that, it only happened in the community, in the hinterland, but not in the major towns and cities. That doesn't make sense. So you cannot expect such a large disparity. Look at the numbers. I just did about 1 hour ago, I was looking at LIC's data over the last couple of years. Has there been a spike? There has been a spike for 2021 and 2021, whatever the last one that they reported. Clearly. But is it an astronomical spike? No. Is it out of proportion to what it was the previous year? Yes. But I would expect this for the number of deaths that we had. So, this doesn't look like an outlandish number. And it's not like they've rejected. Look at the number of rejections as well.
So do we look at insurance claims? You're saying one, which is an interesting matrix to look at. Is the other to just get our civil registration data more up to date, much more robust than it is at the moment?
Absolutely. See, we need to measure this in various different ways and acknowledge that each of them has its own limitations. See, ultimately, the problem is all these data sets will not measure the most vulnerable part of the community. See, registration is required only when you need legal affidavit or some paperwork and things like that. The same kind of people are the ones who are going to apply for life insurance and stuff like that. So, in a sense, you have a problem that the really vulnerable people are always going to be underrepresented no matter what you do. So, you'll have to come up with another way. I like this idea of doing election. But here's the problem. When you have a vested interest in giving numbers, that also is going to be a problem, because if they feel that by giving some data that somebody died in my home due to COVID, I may get some financial benefit, then again, it's no longer a very honest exercise.
Right.
So there's no simple way of doing it. That's why I'm telling you, we got to be very, very careful when we look at statistics. We can say this is the outside number. And like was mentioned beautifully, it is a huge range. It is an absolutely huge range. And there is no way on earth you can say that one number is right and the other number is wrong. And it is also always nice to speculate that some people are doing much worse than you are. See, I will ask WHO to suggest, I would suggest another project for WHO. Maybe they can look at why Africa is not getting enough vaccines while there is a cannibalistic attitude towards more and more doses of vaccines being given in some parts of the world. This vaccine inequity is something they can look at and how that is contributing to death. Isn't that a bigger humanitarian crisis now? Now, I don't know. They are more interested in looking at what happened in the past.
Very good point. Dr. Dasgupta, a final word from you. One of the concerns is that the last thing we need is a conflict collision course with WHO. It doesn't benefit us. So from a global perspective, living in denial is not the answer. We need to find, do you all agree with what Dr. Swaminathan is saying? Maybe LIC claims could be one parameter in a basket of parameters that we could choose.
See, this WHO team, along with the technical advisory group, are the experts in the field. So in their wisdom, they have chosen a set of parameters. But that's not the point. Let me go back to your original question, which is that the debate, where does the debate need to move to? Let's not behave as if WHO is an alien entity. India is the chair of the current executive board of the WHO, where this report is going to be presented. And India is going to preside over that debate. And therefore, India has an excellent opportunity to guide that debate into an extremely meaningful one. India has the opportunity and an excellent array of institutions and experts to actually test the WHO model with our own data now that the CRS 2020 is available. But remember, the bulk of these excess deaths associated with the pandemic is coming in 2021. One needs to make a distinction between 2020 and 2021. They're apples and oranges as far as excess mortality goes. And this varies across WHO regions, across countries. That needs to be kept in mind. So 2020 still gives a limited opportunity to challenge this, but India does need to come up with its own figures based on the 30-page methodology that WHO has made available and make this debate more cerebral when it comes up before the executive board over which India is going to chair. India has that opportunity and India should use it well.
Wonderful to hear two doctors speak with such clarity. These are debates not meant for politicians. These are debates which experts must take over, because that, in a sense, gives more light and ensures that the heat is kept away. Dr. Subramaniam, Dr. Dasgupta, appreciate you joining me here on the news today.
I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline, and he told me he'd carve up my face. He's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, he rips my underwear off, and then he said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine. He sits down in front of me at one point, and because I'm not answering him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face. And his friend is in our proximity. And it didn't hurt my face, it just felt embarrassed that he would do that to me in front of people.
Gained momentum around the world, and then you notice people looking at you differently, and then you notice calls start coming from agents and producers.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. Thanks for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Massive showdown outside Kejriwal's residence over Bagga arrest case. BJP leaders, workers detained by cops after protests outside Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. With elections round the corner in Telangana, political temperatures soar before his two-day visit to the state. Rahul Gandhi hits out at Chief Minister KCR, says Telangana ruled by a Raja. TRS hits back, calls Rahul a tourist. Sensational video of Rahul Gandhi released by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. Rahul on candid video is caught saying, "Kya exactly theme hai? Kya bolna hai?" ahead of his Telangana rally.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही ऑफ करिए प्लीज।
Karnataka senior BJP leader and MLA Basanagoda Patil Ryatnals claims that he was offered chief ministerial post for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berth for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Political war has erupted over BJP worker Arun Chaurasia's death in Bengal. Amit Shah called it political murder, demanded CBI probe in the matter. TMC hit back. Breaking news coming in. Fresh arrest warrant issued against BJP leader Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga. Warrant issued by Mohali Court. The district magistrate has asked the cybercrime branch, Mohali, to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. That's the latest coming in at the moment. New developments coming on the story, which has anyway created a huge political showdown in the national capital outside Arvind Kejriwal's house. Do we have Amit Bharadwaj with us? All right, Amit is joining us live for the latest. Amit, this is a fresh warrant that has been issued by a Mohali court, and Bagga will now have to cooperate.
Well, absolutely right, Chaiti. This is the big news coming from Punjab's Mohali. The judicial magistrate in the criminal courts of SAS Nagar, Mohali, has issued arrest warrant for Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga, and he has been charged under different sections. And the judicial magistrate have asked Mohali's cyber crime branch to make sure that Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga is arrested and produced before the court. Now remember that there were continuous allegations being put against Punjab Police that they had not followed
As you rightly clarified that this was issued by the judicial magistrate, okay, and it was not issued by the district magistrate. So it is a judicial magistrate who has issued this, and you have rightly corrected that. Continue.
Yeah, and so remember last time around when the Punjab Police had come to arrest Bagga yesterday in the morning, the BJP had alleged that Tajinder Pal, the Punjab Police has not followed due process in arresting Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga, and they had not in fact informed the local police station before going on to carry out the arrest process of Bagga. But it seems like now Punjab Police is moving forward in the case. It is moving forward as per the due process. There's an arrest warrant which has been issued by the SAS Nagar Criminal Court's judicial magistrate. And now in most likelihood, the Punjab Police will regather itself, you know, and there could be, in all likelihood, a fresh team could be sent out. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe they could also wait for the Punjab and Haryana High Court's hearing, which is set to happen tomorrow as on Monday. So there's a fresh arrest warrant for Bagga. The legal trouble for Bagga has not ended. In fact, it can further snowball from here. And if Punjab Police carries, you know, executes the arrest warrant which has been issued by the judicial magistrate, they'll have to come down again, come down to Delhi, reach out to the local police station, and then carry out the arrest in this particular case. And once Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga is arrested, if at all, he will be produced in front of the judicial magistrate in Mohali. So Chaiti, we were thinking that the legal trouble for Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga might be over, but that is not happening anytime soon. The Punjab Police is again back on the tracks trying to
follow every possible step as per the book, and then, possibly carry out the further legal proceedings in this particular case. On the other side, what you see in the national capital is the Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party locking horns over the Bagga arrest controversy.
Yes, we'll come to that as well. Thanks so much, Amit, for the latest development on this story. The controversial Gyanvapi Mosque Mashringar Gauri case gets further intricate after hearing the application of Muslim side for the removal of the court commissioner. The civil judge senior division court has reserved the decision for the time being. It is known that court-appointed commissioner Ajay Mishra and the panel concluded survey work on day 2 as directed by the court. The Gyanvapi Mosque shares a boundary wall with the famed Kashi Vishwanath temple. Day 1 of the survey and videography witnessed high-voltage drama outside Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi Mosque complex. A war of slogans ensued between Hindus and Muslims as the court-appointed team reached the premises to conduct a survey. Asaduddin Owaisi called the survey an open violation. BJP has sided with the court's decision and warned the ones protesting.
हम लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं बस केवल उनको अधिवक्ता कमिश्नर महोदय को और अधिवक्ता वादी को काफी रिसीव कराने, हम कार्रवाई में पार्टिसिपेट करने नहीं आए। क्यों आपने कार्रवाई का बहिष्कार कर दिया है? क्योंकि हमें कमिश्नर साहब की निष्पक्षता पर हमें संदेह था। तो ये संदेह आपने अदालत में नहीं कही? नहीं, अदालत में आज कही है, आज भी कही। इसी हमारे एप्लीकेशन पर ऑर्डर हुआ। कमिश्नर को कार्रवाई करने के तो निर्देश है, उसमें कोई मनाही तो है? तो निर्देश है तो मनमाना करेंगे निर्देश? क्या मनमाना कर? बिल्कुल मनमाना कर रहे हैं। नहीं, कोई आर्डर नहीं है। तो क्या अदालत की तरफ से ऐसा कोई आर्डर नहीं? मैं सिर्फ इतना कह रहा हूँ, भारी मात्रा में मुस्लिम समाज के लोग बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर हैं, और जब एडवोकेट कमिश्नर साहब बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर उन्होंने जाने की हम सबकी टीम के साथ कोशिश की तो अंदर नहीं जाने दिया गया। वो लोग दरवाजे पे आके खड़े हो गए, और इसीलिए कमिश्नर साहब की कार्रवाई आज कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाई है। यही हमारा स्टेटमेंट है, इससे ज्यादा नहीं। क्या होगा? 9 तारीख को इस मामले की कोर्ट में सुनवाई है। हमारे जहाँ पे जो वकील हैं सब लोग अपनी बात कोर्ट में कहेंगे, और उसके बाद आगे टाइम लिया जाएगा। अगर स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर लेना तो स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर लेंगे, पर मेरे हिसाब से ऑर्डर बहुत क्लियर था, कोर्ट का ऑर्डर बहुत क्लियर था बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर जाने का। उसके बाद भी उस ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस नहीं हुई है। अब ये न्यायालय को देखना है।
आज कमीशन की कार्रवाई शुरू हुई। कार्रवाई शुरू होने के बाद जब हम लोग बैरिकेडिंग तरफ आगे बढ़े तो अंदर बहुत से मुस्लिम अंदर बैठे थे, वो बाहर आ गए, गेट पर आ गए, और प्रशासन ने हमको अंदर जाने नहीं दिया, सहयोग नहीं किया, जिसकी वजह से आज आगे कार्रवाई नहीं हो पाई। अब कोर्ट में दरखास्त देंगे। तो आगे आपका क्या कानूनी रूप? कोर्ट में दरखास्त देंगे, अब कोर्ट से दिशा निर्देश देगा, उसके आधार पर आगे कार्रवाई होगी।
मोदी सरकार ये जानती है कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद सिविल टाइटल का जजमेंट आया, उसमें उस जजमेंट में यह कहा गया कि 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट को उन्होंने बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जोड़ दिया। तो ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी थी, संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस कोर्ट को बताए कि आप ये गलत कर रहे हैं। मगर क्योंकि आप नफरत की राजनीति करते हैं और आप हर नफरत में अपनी सियासी रोटी सेकते आए हैं, इसीलिए आपने खामोशी बनाए रखी है। वो बताए ना, बीजेपी बताए कि क्या वो 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ रिलीजियस वर्शिप एक्ट को मानती है, नहीं मानती है। मानना पड़ेगा, पार्लियामेंट से एक्ट है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको कहा कि बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जुड़ा हुआ है। अगर ये मसले को तूल कोई दे रहा है तो वो बीजेपी दे रही है और संघ परिवार दे रही है। वो ये चाहते हैं कि वो जो नफरत का दौर था हमारे मुल्क में 1990 का, दोबारा इस मुल्क में दोहराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
जहां विवाद होगा वहां न्यायालय होगा, और न्यायालय जो कहे उसको सबको मानना होगा। तो मैं सभी लोगों से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आप लाठी और पत्थर मत चलाइए, ज्ञान चलाइए, बुद्धि चलाइए, डेटा चलाइए, सत्य चलाइए। और ऐसी स्थिति में जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद में वीडियोग्राफी का विरोध कर रहे हैं वो न्यायालय का विरोध कर रहे हैं, और जो न्यायालय का विरोध करेगा वो भरेगा।
Samad Srivastava is reporting from Varanasi, joining us with the latest. Samad, I just want to know what the court has said as far as this is concerned.
See, the survey work has been stopped because they were not allowed to enter inside the mosque as per the advocate India Today TV spoke to. They were clearly saying that even today the administration also stopped them to enter inside the mosque, while the videographers who were inside spoke exclusively to India Today TV and claimed they found 2 swastik symbols that were ancient. They seems to be years old that are near the mosque. So these were some exclusive details what we are gathering from now, but what I can show you is a lot of police force outside this particular area, and this is one particular narrow lane from where a lot of public came in, and after which the symbols, the slogans of Allahu Akbar raised from that particular place. And this is the place from where the premises of Kashi Vishwanath Temple and Gyan Vyapi Mosque starts. But the latest coming in is that the survey work has been stopped, and tomorrow there will be no survey in the complex of Kashi Vishwanath and Gyan Vyapi. So this is a big update. Now on 9th of May, there will be a hearing on the role of court, on the role of Advocate Commissioner, whether he'll continue or not, because the Muslim side complained that he is partial towards the Hindu side, and that is why court stayed, reserved the order and had decided the hearing date to be 9th of May. That means before 10th May. 10th May was the date on which the petitioners, the entire Senate, the entire people of that particular Advocate Commissioner team had to submit the report regarding the survey on May 10, and now it looks highly unlikely that the report could be sent because the survey work has been stopped in just 1.5 days, because from yesterday it happened, but they were not allowed to enter inside the mosque. By today they were inside for around 1.5 hours, but as per them they were not allowed inside the mosque, so they haven't got anything specific excluding those two symbols, as what the videographers spoke to while speaking to India Today TV clearly said. And the
all right, thanks for joining us, Samarth. We'll keep coming back to you for more. A team led by Court Commissioner took a survey and the videograph of the premises of Varanasi's Gyan Vapi Mosque in accordance to the court order. The team was greeted by religiously charged sloganeering from both the communities amidst high voltage drama. Here's more.
High voltage drama unfolded outside Varanasi's Kashi Vishwanath Gyan Vapi Mosque complex on Friday. A war of slogans ensued between Hindus and Muslims as a court-appointed team arrived to carry out inspection and videography of the Ma Shringar Gauri Sthal.
So just after the namaz, a lot of people gathered outside the premises of Kashi Vishwanath and Gyan Vyapi complex. As you are seeing the visuals out there, a lot of people are there, and UP police trying to, in a way, convince them to not gather at this particular place, because it is just few minutes when the team of Advocate Commissioner will arrive for the survey in the Gyan Vyapi Mosque. And you are seeing the visuals out here, how UP police and some members of Muslim community as well trying to convince them, trying to send them back to their homes.
Advocate Ajay Kumar and his team are conducting the survey ordered by the court over 2 days.
सर अभी क्या प्लान है इलेक्शन आने का?
बस जा रहे हैं, कमीशन की कार्रवाई हो रही है।
कितनी देर चलना है काम ये?
2 घंटे चलेगा।
2 घंटे चलेगा।
Videography of the complex was ordered by a local court after 2 women in 2021 filed a plea seeking permission to pray daily at the Shringar Gauri. The statue of Goddess Shringar Gauri is located at the outer wall of the Gyan Vapi Mosque. A petition filed in 1991 by local priests demanding the right to pray in the mosque area is also pending. While there is speculation that Kashi could become the next rallying point after Ayodhya, the BJP so far has been silent on the issue.
कोर्ट का सिर्फ इतना ऑर्डर है कि जो मुकदमा दाखिल किया गया है, उनका जो प्लेन्ड केस है, उस प्लेन्ड केस के मुताबिक उसका सर्वे कराया, उसका ऑर्डिनरी कमिश्नर कराया जाए। सर्वे नहीं, सर्वे में मेजरमेंट होता है। ये ऑर्डिनरी कमिश्नर है। ऑर्डिनरी कमिश्नर का मतलब कि जो आपको अपनी आंखों से दिखे उसको आप नोट कीजिए, कौन सी चीज़ें कहाँ पर स्थित है उसको आप रिपोर्ट कीजिए, उसकी कोर्ट में उसकी रिपोर्ट सबमिट कीजिए।
Security forces have been deployed in large numbers to prevent any untoward incident. With Samarth Shrivastava from Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news coming in. The BJP has launched another attack at Rahul Gandhi. Shehzad Poonawalla has put out a tweet, and I quote, "Nagraj killed by Muslim wife's family." Rahul Gandhi is in Hyderabad, but Congress's Geeta Reddy says Rahul will not meet Nagaraju's family. Had it been Nizam and had it been in UP, he would have left his partying in Nepal to visit us. Sadly, Nagaraju, Hindus don't matter for INC. That's Shehzad Poonawalla putting out a tweet. Let's get Shehzad on the phone line to know how he can substantiate these claims. Shehzad Poonawalla going on to say Nagaraj killed by his Muslim wife's family. Rahul Gandhi is in Hyderabad, but Congress's Geeta Reddy says Rahul will not meet Nagaraju's family. Had it been Nizam and had it been in UP, he would have left his partying in Nepal to visit. But sadly, Hindus don't matter for INC. Unquote. Politics has heated up over Rahul Gandhi's Telangana visit. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya tweeted a purported video of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in which he can be heard asking his party workers about what is the theme and what does he exactly have to talk about during the rally in Telangana. In the video, Rahul can be clearly heard asking, "Theme kya hai? Bolna kya hai?" Amit Malviya, in a scathing attack, has drawn a parallel to Rahul's nightclub video from Nepal that surfaced about a few days ago and said that this is what happens when one does politics in between personal foreign trips and night clubbing. Rahul Gandhi is on a 2-day visit to Port Band, Telangana, where he's addressed a massive public rally in Warangal yesterday.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? Day off करिए. So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? Day off करिए. So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? Day off करिए. So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? Day off करिए.
The video, perhaps shot and leaked by a Congress leader who's disillusioned by the lack of connect, lack of commitment, and lack of seriousness of Rahul Gandhi towards the people of Telangana, towards their issues, and towards his own party in Telangana, where he's seen asking his party leaders just before a rally, what is the theme of the rally, as if it is a theme of a birthday party that he's going to attend. This also means that all the commitments made by the Congress party in its rally, particularly by Rahul Gandhi, have no meaning. They are empty words, they are hollow rhetoric.
The video of Rahul Gandhi at the airport exposes that Rahul Gandhi had no clue about what he had to speak at the Warangal meeting, which explains that Congress party, which was claiming of Warangal declaration for the farmers, which is absolutely farce and bogus. There is no declaration because Rahul Gandhi himself has no clue about what he has to address, and that is why at the airport he has asked the local leaders what he had to speak and what was the theme about. He did not even know whom he was addressing.
देखिए, कोई भी तेलंगाना को आ सकता है और तेलंगाना की खूबसूरती देखकर जा सकता है, इस पर कोई एतराज़ नहीं है हमारे को। मगर उन्होंने जो आए और उनको पता ही नहीं है कि क्या भाषण देना है। उनका एक वीडियो मीडिया में आया है कि वो पूछ रहे हैं कि बताइए क्या बोलना चाहिए। तो जब आपको ये नहीं मालूम कि तेलंगाना की जनता को आप क्या पैगाम देना चाह रहे हैं और क्यों आपका साथ दें, आप बिल्कुल जहन आपका एम्प्टी है। आप क्या मैसेज देंगे, क्या पैगाम देंगे और कैसे टीआरएस से मुकाबला कर पाएंगे आप?
This kind of videos always emerge, and when the Prime Minister stepped out and asked the media and he couldn't speak coherently, this kind of a video also came. So ultimately the point is that videos will come and videos will go, but onlookers will know what the truth behind the video is and what essentially has happened. And like I told you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has asked the question, what's wrong in asking a question of the state leadership? Are we to impose our thoughts on every state leadership and go around? Is that the job of the central leadership? Is that what Mr. Modi does or Mr. Amit Shah does? That he goes and tells the state leadership, you do this, I don't listen to you. Is that how political parties ought to be run?
Slipping into a break. When we return, row over Saurav Ganguly's meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. Details in just a bit.
Are watching India Today.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021. Bags the best channel of the year. Shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage by a Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kanwal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
Фермери повинні працювати під час війни, тому що фермери забезпечують країну продовольствям. Коли мінується поле, їх видно. Тому на цьому полі тут все було очевидно, що один заряд лежить, більш немає. Якщо ж взяти от сусідне поле, де пшениця, то там уже проблематично побачити ці заряди. Навіть таку ракету там її практично неможливо знайти. І це буде дуже велика проблема під час уборки урожаю. Фермери повинні працювати під час війни, тому що фермери забезпечують країну продовольчою безпекою. І якщо ми сьогодні вчасно не посіємо, ми не отримаємо урожаю. А ви ж бачите, що яка твориться ситуація в нас в південних районах нашої України, в нашій Запорізькій, Херсонській, Миколаївській області. Уже орки вивезли більшу половину врожаю.
Це, виходить, сама бойова частина, де в ній знаходиться 30 касетних елементів, які призначені для знищення живої сили противника, які повинні відкриватися сам касетний блок бойової частини на висоті, але
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching. You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Row over Saurav Ganguly's meeting with Home Minister Shah. TMC MLA hits out BCCI Chief Ganguly. TMC MLA says, pity if one considers Dada as icon. BJP slams TMC MLA over remark on Saurav Ganguly. BJP says one who hates Ganguly is anti-Bengali. Saurav Ganguly speaks out over this controversy. He says Chief Minister Mamta is close to me. Dada also says, I have known Home Minister Shah. I work with his son, unquote. Suryagini is now joining us live for the very latest. Suryagini, what is this entire row over Saurav Ganguly all about? And Saurav Ganguly has been rather very classy with his response both to the BJP and to the TMC especially as well, who have gone ahead and said that pity if one considered Dada as an icon. I mean, what are they going on about? He's one of the biggest legends of cricket.
Well, absolutely, he is one of the biggest Indian cricketing legends we have ever got. Now, Manoranjan Bapari, he's the Trinamool MLA from Balagor in Hooghly. He, when Amit Shah was dining at the residence of Saurav Ganguly last night, just a while later, Bapari took Facebook and he wrote a post wherein he stated that he doesn't really care if what Saurav Ganguly did in his life or in his professional life. But, when he catered to, rather dined with someone, with an individual who he terms to be a Bengali hater, someone who, has always slammed and hated Bengali culture, Bengal and Bengal's people. That is, quote unquote, that is, he's directly hinting at Amit Shah. He does not pity Saurav Ganguly, but he pities the people, his supporters who term him to be Bengal's icon. That happens, in the morning he took to Facebook to write all of this. He's a Trinamool Congress MLA. The Trinamool has been silent on it ever since, this Facebook post has come out. Bapari hasn't even deleted the post. It's still there on his Facebook.
Yes.
The BJP slammed the Trinamool Congress, stating that it is the culture of Trinamool, to term someone like Ganguly to be,
all right, leave it at that. Thanks for joining us with the details.
So
right there, Suryagini. We're completely out of time on this broadcast. Apologies about that. But it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For the news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
The future fuel in the country is LNG. And as compared, if suppose the expenditure 100 rupees for diesel, for LNG it comes to 40 rupees and for CNG it comes to 50 rupees.
You must have heard of LPG and CNG, but the new liquid gold is LNG. Nitin Gadkari echoed similar views by calling it the future fuel of the country. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways will also encourage flexible fuel engines for the future, which can run 100% on bioethanol. His comments when the country is suffering from mounting fuel and CNG prices. So can LNG reduce the burden on the common man? Here's all that you need to know about it. Liquefied natural gas is an odorless, colorless, non-toxic, non-corrosive and non-flammable form of natural gas that's formed when natural gas is cooled to minus 162 degrees Celsius. The cooling process shrinks the volume of the gas 600 times, making it easier and safer to store and ship. In its liquid state, LNG will not ignite. Since 2000, global demand for LNG has grown 140% and now accounts for roughly 10% of the methane consumed worldwide. LNG is a comparatively sustainable fuel. Even though a fossil fuel, natural gas is far cleaner than the solid fuels like coal, wood, or liquid fuel like petrol or diesel. And transitioning to LNG will help India in weaning off non-renewable sources of energy. India, the world's fourth largest LNG buyer, currently has 6 LNG import terminals with a combined capacity of 42.5 million tons per year. LNG imports currently account for about half of India's gas demand. As domestic production is unlikely to keep pace with demand, the share of LNG in meeting demand is likely to expand to 70% by 2030. However, driven by the Russia-Ukraine crisis, LNG prices are set to soar as Russia's move to cut some supply to Europe is poised to further tighten the global market. LNG's price per unit is almost at par with diesel, but it's quieter and cleaner, with an emission factor 25% lower than diesel, which makes it a viable alternative. However, because LNG has a more involved production and transportation process, its prices are typically higher than CNG prices.
You are watching
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of World Today. We're in Crimea and I'm Geeta Mohan. In this week's edition, we'll be talking about the critical infrastructure here in Crimea. The Crimean Peninsula is and has been a hotbed of power struggle between Russia and Ukraine since 2014 when it was annexed by Russia. We also traveled to Sevastopol, which is a critical part of the city, one of the largest cities in Crimea, and holds the Black Sea Fleet at the Sevastopol Naval Base. Here's a report. We are at the entrance of Sevastopol city and will be headed to the naval base. The only warm water naval base of Russia, a critical infrastructure and one that plays a very important role in this war between Russia and Ukraine. This is an India Today exclusive, the first Indian channel to reach Sevastopol Naval Base, one of the most important naval bases for Russia, a warm water naval base. You can see the ships behind me very clearly. This is one of the most important strategic positions for Russia. This is where they have a stronghold over the Black Sea, the Sea of Azov, and Crimea becomes very important because of this infrastructure, critical infrastructure for Russia, and Russia is controlling waters around the Black Sea in this region because of this very important naval base. We'll go in and show you exactly what the infrastructure looks like and how this allows military, naval strength to Russia. The Sevastopol Naval Base is an important infrastructure for Russia and is a projection of Russia's naval power in the global platform. It is Russia's Black Sea Fleet that operates out of this naval base, which is crucial and very important. It has seen a flurry of activity since the year 2008 and has only heightened now in 2022. It is the Black Sea Fleet that also is operational and has huge, tremendous operational capability when it comes to its immediate area. For example, the blockade that this fleet could provide during war with Georgia is an example of how important and crucial this very naval base is. Russia's capacity to reach the seas is limited by geography. Therefore, the ports in South and North Seas are very, very important, which makes the Sevastopol naval base, which is where we are, absolutely crucial. Now, in the war between Russia and Ukraine, this is the very same base that is being used, warships being sent forward in the Black Sea, submarines being sent forward. The shores around Odessa are absolutely mined, and therefore there are obstacles. But if this war continues and if it takes a turn to a naval war between Russia and Ukraine, between Sevastopol and Odessa, then this certainly is going to be that very naval base which will be critical in Russia's military might and Russia's strength in taking on Ukraine. The eastern Ukraine, parts of eastern Ukraine have been taken, but Odessa still is under Ukrainian control. If Odessa falls, then Ukraine will not only lose a port, but will become landlocked, will lose its navy. And Russia will gain not one, but two ports. In Crimea, things have changed significantly since 2014. In preparation for the Victory Day celebrations, you see the Soviet victory flag atop the Parliament building here. And that really shows how Crimea, Russia are trying to, again, talk about unification and how they were all part of the erstwhile Soviet Union. We traveled to Bakhchisarai, an area in central Crimea where majority of the population are from the Tatar Muslim community. Take a look at how they live and how Russia, Crimea are trying to look at unification in diversity and trying to bring diverse cultures and populations together, despite the problem when it comes to Ukraine and Russia and the conflict within and in between the two states. On the way from Simferopol to Sevastopol is this town in central Crimea known as Bakhchisarai, which means Garden Palace. This is a very unique place because this primarily is, you see the look of this place is quite Turkish in the influence and has majority of the Tatar Muslim population here in Crimea. A majority, a huge number of population in terms of the influence and an entire set of people here in Crimea. Tatar population, this Muslim community is very important and influential, and they are also very connected to Kherson in Ukraine, which is where you also will see a lot of Tatar population. Now the palace that you see behind me is called the Khan's Palace. This again comes from the 16th century Crimean Khans, and this entire region is very important because it is influential in terms of set of people. But if you look around, if you go around over here, there is a lot of Turkish influence. The food, very West Asian, very different from the rest of Russia, even the rest of Crimea. And again, the culture over here also, Islamic, is also very, very West Asian, very Turkish. So very interesting to see how an entire population over here looks very different, eats a very different kind of food, and is a major influencing population here in Crimea. This is a store in Bakhchisarai, and if you look at the stuff over here, you can see the influence. Turkish, West Asian influence, the metals, the kettle, the kind of stuff that you see over here, you'd see if you're traveling to the West Asian parts of the world, to Turkey, and many other places. But over here, of course, the shop has a lot of collection, some from India as well, quite interesting. But most of it over here, if you see, beautiful work, which is very local to Bakhchisarai. That's the jewelry section over here. The
the metalware over here is all local to Bakshi Sarai. Again, the influence is Islamic, the influence is West Asian, that's from the Middle East, particularly Persian and Turkish. So we see the influence and we know that this is a city, a town, unbelievably different from other parts of Crimea and Russia, and yet they are a very important population in Crimea, an influential lot, and you see that with the kind of force that they have in terms of the political structure and how the political leadership backs the Tatar population here in Bakshi Sarai.
The Russianization of Crimea is near complete. This peninsula is not going back to Ukraine, despite what Ukraine really wants. But there are other parts now captured by Russian forces, which are beyond Donbass and Crimea. And there we see Russianization, de-Ukrainization of those territories with the Soviet red flag, the red banner flying high in many areas. We travel to Berdyansk and Melitopol in Zaporizhia region, and there we see the visible change, the de-Ukrainization and Russianization of captured territories. Here's a report.
Third month of Russia-Ukraine war. Amid continuous assault on Ukrainian cities, Russia is reminding its captured Ukrainian territories the feel of Soviet-era rule. Wiping out last remaining symbols of Ukraine. One such instance can be witnessed at the Freedom Square in captured Melitopol.
We are back in Melitopol 2 weeks and we see a huge change at the Freedom Square here in Melitopol. You can see the communist flag going up where once the Ukrainian flag flew proudly. Below it you can see the ribbon of George, which represents military valor and is a symbol and sign for Russia and Russian military prowess. So that George, the St. George orange and black ribbon is visible. This very same place had Melitopol written in Russian, and now all Ukrainian.
The landscape of key locations in Melitopol has been completely changed. Russian Army's Kazakh regiment has been stationed at the Freedom Square ahead of the May 9 Victory Day celebrations.
The red Victory Soviet banner is up here at the Freedom Square. The entire landscape of this Freedom Square has changed from the time we had visited here last time. We see the Kazakh regiment over here in place. This is preparation for the Victory Day celebrations that will be taking place on the 9th of May. The acting mayor, Mayor Galina, has said that there will be massive celebrations here in Melitopol. St. George's ribbon up again, something that she says was taken off the official insignia in 2014, and now it is back. While Melitopol is written in Ukrainian, we will see that change to Russian as well.
Russia, after wresting the area from Ukraine, is going all out to register its staying presence.
The blue and yellow of the fountain has completely changed. It's now aqua green and blue. The colors of Ukrainian flag absolutely removed from this entire Melitopol area. That's the Freedom Square. And you can hear the Russian songs, Russian national songs, victory songs, military songs. Katyusha playing right behind me, a song that has been an inspiration for all the officers who have been here and who have been fighting. Melitopol certainly does not seem like it is going to go back to Ukraine. The colors have changed, and so has the atmosphere here in the city of Melitopol.
Russian troops are slowly easing curbs to allow businesses to reopen.
In Melitopol, the skating rink, which is connected in Kyiv. Kyiv controls all the skating rinks in Ukraine. Kyiv shut down this rink, but Melitopol administration today has opened the rink for children and they did it manually because the automated version and the controls are in Kyiv. Children are back in the rink. They look happy because it's a difficult situation, but when we're speaking to kids over here, the teenagers certainly not happy with the situation. It'll take a long time for these territories to really understand what is really happening on the ground.
The famous Zaporizhzhia power plant, taken over by the Russian forces, is still being run by Ukrainian officials.
This is the training center that came under the crossfire between Ukraine and Russian forces. The damage is quite visible, and this was the reason why there was a huge alarm about what the safety and security of the nuclear power plant is really going to be. Massive damage over there, if you can see the building, but it is far away. Outside the gate of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is right in front of that training center, but that first came under attack. The strategy in all probability was that if that is the extent of damage that can be done, imagine if something happens over here, what will be the fate of the people and the region.
Russian forces, however, still face resistance from Ukrainian armies. With Geeta Mohan in Melitopol, Bureau Report, India Today.
After the Russian forces took over the Crimean Peninsula, there has been a government in place by Russia, but this is one of the most sanctioned regions in the world. And despite that, we see a lot of students come and study here in Crimea, a lot of Indian students as well. I interacted with some of the Indian students to ask them how is it that they're still coming to Crimea when a war is on, and how are the payments being made. Here is what they had to say. I'm being joined by medical students, Indian medical students studying in Crimean University. Many thanks for joining us here on India Today. Arvind is the president of the Indian Students Association. Arvind, let me begin with you. There's a war. Crimea is right in the middle of it in terms of of being a contentious area. Why are you guys still here?
No, the thing is, why we are here is until now we didn't face any kind of problem, not even a single problem. Whenever we faced problem, university was in support of students, and also university said that many students were panic. So university supported and said who were panic, if they need to go home, they can go home and continue online, and they can come back when situation gets normal.
Okay, but are your parents not worried?
Not yet.
Not yet? They're not worried?
Not worried about anything because we already talked with them. We convinced them that there is no problem, there is no any condition like we need to move it from here or something. Only our university also told that it's only because of the parents, like they got panic. That's the only reason the university allowed them to go back to India and study in online mode.
But Vishnu, you know, a lot of students when we spoke to in Kharkiv, they said the same thing. And what happened after that was February 24th, and a lot of Indian students got stuck. So do your parents call you every day, ask you about the situation? Should they be calling you back?
Definitely they will talk through video call every day. The thing is we communicating that we are safe here. There's absolutely no problem here. We are completely safe here because Ukraine is in under danger, but here we are completely safe. We conveyed, they understood, and they said, okay, it's safe for you, then you can stay there.
But you're only a very few students who are left here. Most of the Indian students have gone back. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many?
Like almost 90% are back home.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why? What was the reason?
The reason was panic. Because when the war started, everybody panicked and the parents also panicked. So everybody, their parents called and they were like, they just got the opportunity and they went back home.
Okay. And do you think they're going to come back? Are you speaking with your friends who have gone back? Are they coming back?
Yes, they will come back again. If they are like taken to first to 5th years, they will come back again in September or the end of August. If they are 6th year, they will come back in the end of May or the starting of June, because they have to come back because they need to study here.
Time for a short break. When we return, we'll show you an exclusive conversation with one of the most sanctioned men in the world. Stay tuned to World Today.
จุดประสงค์ตอนแรกมันไม่ได้คิดอะไรกันคือมันเริ่มจากกับอยากทำแล้วก็ถ่ายด้วยมือถือพอถ่ายแล้วภาพมันออกไปเนี่ยมันเริ่มมีคนสนใจเข้ามาก็มีการสร้างกลุ่มคนก็เริ่มเฮ้ยผมอยากต่อยแบบนี้บ้างแบบนี้บ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเริ่มจากตรงนี้ถ้าในเรื่องของพรบมวยคือเราไม่ได้เข้าพรบมวยเราไม่ได้จัดมวยเถื่อนผมตอนนี้คือขึ้นอยู่กับกรมปกครองซึ่งเป็นกิจกรรมไฟขับเราไม่ได้เป็นมวยเราไม่ได้เป็นกีฬาเราเป็นกิจกรรมหนึ่งซึ่งมีสมาคมของเราสมาคมไฟขับไทยแลนด์
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back to World Today. Now on Spotlight this weekend, we have one of the most sanctioned men in the world. Sergei Aksyonov is the head of government here in Crimea, and this is what he has to say about the sanctions and how Crimea will continue to remain a part of the Russian Federation. One of the most sanctioned men in the world. I'm being joined by the head of government in Crimea, Sergei Aksyonov. Many thanks for joining us, sir. Crimea has faced severe sanctions by the international community, from across the world. In so many years, how has Crimea handled its economy?
We have to see it as a whole. It is not only about Crimea, but the whole of Russia. The main problem is to reconstruct the law from Ukrainian land to the Russian land. There is no high investment due to corrupt Ukrainian officials. It was an ideological choice to live in their own country and to keep their tradition and to stand by the people. As you know, Russian language is prohibited in Ukraine, and there are 3 official languages in Crimea: Russian, Ukrainian, and Crimean.
Very important over here is the fact that Crimea has been the core of the problem since 2014. Ukraine continues to maintain that Crimea is a part of Ukraine, and that's non-negotiable. Then where can we see peace between Russia and Ukraine?
На самом деле Крым российский, это право граждан высказать было свою волю и решить.
People in Crimea have the right to vote. 96% of the people say they want to be part of Russia. So what can we talk about? They resist us to take a decision. So there can be no negotiation on this topic. It should be recognized by the international community.
But they lost, the reason why Ukraine is concerned is because they lost a very critical strategic land. Crimea has a naval base, and losing a naval base has been rather huge for Ukraine. That certainly is one of the reasons why they wanted to hold on to Crimea.
But the rights of the Russians or the Ukrainians are problematic. Civilian rights are higher than naval bases and other military objects. It's the right of the people to decide to live. And the Crimean people want to stand with the multinational Russian Federation. Over 90% of Crimean citizens support our President Putin. So what else is needed to prove that our people want to be with Russia?
You are
one of the most sanctioned people in the world, and so are many Russian officials who are under sanction. What is your opinion of sanctions being used as a medium to curtail what a particular country wants to do or does not want to do?
As for me, I don't care about the sanctions and continue to do what I need to do. I am happy and I'm doing something useful for my country.
But what about the Crimean region itself being sanctioned? Now, people over here who are born here can't travel out. Students who are studying here, if they're studying international relations or medicine, they can't go to many countries for further studies. So there are huge limitations to your own people.
Очень нормально справляются. Еще раз говорю, это был идеологический выбор.
It's an ideological choice. For example, if Indian people are given a choice to prohibit their language and culture, what will they choose?
Скажут, а взамен этого предложат путешествовать. Как вы думаете, граждане Индии согласятся?
On that note, many thanks for joining us here on India Today. That's Sergei Aksionov speaking exclusively to India Today. The British journalist in Simferopol, Crimea, Geeta Mohan for India Today. Shifting focus from Crimea and the Russia-Ukraine war, here are some other stories from across the world in World at a Glance.
Russian student Sofia Sapega sentenced to 6 years in jail by a Belarusian court. Earlier, she and her journalist partner were removed from Ryanair plane and arrested. The court found her guilty of inciting social enmity and discord. Sri Lankan police fired tear gas and water cannon at students who were trying to storm the parliament. The country is witnessing trade union strikes, demanding the government to step down. They want the president and the Sri Lankan government to take responsibility for the financial crisis that has hit the country. Karine Jean-Pierre will soon replace Jen Psaki as the White House press secretary. She will be the first black and openly gay person to serve in public service in the US administration. Preparations, as you see, are underway for the May 9th Victory Day celebrations here in the Crimean Peninsula. With that, it's time for me to say goodbye. Take care.
Vladimir Ashkenazy, a great pianist. Vladimir Mayakovsky, popular poet of the Soviet era. Vladimir Menshov, a Russian actor and filmmaker. Vladimir Makovsky, a popular Russian painter. Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin, president of Russia. They all have one thing in common. Vladimir. After all, why do so many Russian and Ukrainian people's names start with Vladimir? What is the meaning of this word? And why is this name so popular? Best of all, let's find out where the name Vladimir came from. This name is made up of two words, Vladeti and Meru. Vladeti means to rule, Meru means great or popular. It's believed that this name became popular because of Vladimir Razate, who was the ruler of Bulgaria in the 9th century. Apart from this, the name of Volodymyr Sviatoslavich also appears, who used to be the great prince of Kiev in 980 AD. It's believed that the successes of these two rulers made this name more popular. In today's date, this name can be seen in two forms. One is Vladimir, which is also used by Russian President Vladimir Putin. This name is used in Russia, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Macedonia. The second is Volodymyr, which is used by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Usually, it's used only in Ukraine. So how common is the name Vladimir in Russia? The name Vladimir is the 95th most common name in the world. 40 lakh people of the world are using this name.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. Thanks for being with us. You're on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, joining you with all the top stories this evening. Let's begin with the headlines first. Massive showdown outside Kejriwal's residence over Bagga arrest case. BJP leaders, workers detained by cops after protests outside Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. With elections round the corner in Telangana, political temperatures soar before his two-day visit to the state. Rahul Gandhi hits out at Chief Minister KCR, says Telangana ruled by a Raja. TRS hits back, calls Rahul a tourist. Sensational video of Rahul Gandhi released by bjp-aap chief Amit Malviya. Rahul on candid video is caught saying kya exactly theme hai, kya bolna hai ahead of his Telangana rally.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है, क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही ऑफ करिए. Please sir.
Karnataka senior BJP leader and MLA Basanagowda Patil Yatnal's claim that he was offered chief ministerial post for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Political war has erupted over BJP worker Arun Chaurasia's death in Bengal. Amit Shah called it a political murder and demanded CBI probe in the matter. TMC's hit back. A massive political war has erupted over BJP's Tajinder Pal Bagga's arrest by the Punjab Police on Friday. The Mohali court has issued fresh arrest warrant against Bagga. The judicial magistrate has asked the cybercrime branch, Mohali, to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. Meanwhile, BJP held a protest outside Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal's house over Bagga's arrest. BJP Sikh leaders, including RP Singh, Majinder Singh Sirsa, were detained by the Delhi police. Majinder Singh Sirsa slammed Kejriwal, said Punjab government is trying to harass a Sikh for no reason. Goa Chief Minister and BJP Yuva Morcha President Tejasvi Surya met Tajinder Bagga at his residence. Goa CM Pramod Sawant called his arrest kidnapping by the AAP government. Surya hailed party leaders for backing party karyakartas and said Punjab government misused the powers of the police. AAP has hit back at BJP and said BJP is trying to disturb peace and harmony of the country.
तजिंदर पाल बग्गा जी, आगे की आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या रहने वाली है?
देखिए, इसमें जो लीगली है उसके लिए मैं अपने वकीलों से बात करूंगा और जो हमारी राजनीतिक लड़ाई है हमारे पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व से बात करके जो भी हमारी लड़ाई होगी वो करेंगे। लेकिन मैं एक बात स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल सोचते हैं कि एफआईआर करके हमें डरा सकते हैं, गिरफ्तारियां करके हमें डरा सकते हैं, तो हम उन्हें कहना चाहते हैं आप एक नहीं 100 एफआईआर करिए। हम जिस ताकत से इस लड़ाई को लड़ रहे हैं उससे ज्यादा ताकत से लड़ेंगे और हमारे हौसले अब और भी बुलंद हुए हैं।
दिल्ली बीजेपी की तरफ से इसमें क्या किया जाएगा?
नहीं, देखिए, रात को 1 बजे क्योंकि मैं भी आपके सामने आया था तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो भी नेतृत्व है उससे बात होगी, लेकिन स्पष्ट रूप से हम इस लड़ाई को यहाँ नहीं रोकेंगे, अब और भी ताकत से लड़ेंगे।
लड़ाई जारी रहेगी,
निश्चित रूप से जारी रहेगी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो भी कर सकते हैं कर ले, उनको मैं चुनौती देता हूँ।
अरविंद केजरीवाल पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आम आदमी पार्टी का आरोप था कि आप उनके घर पे जाकर तोड़फोड़ की थी और साथ ही साथ उन पर जानलेवा हमला किया था, तो ऐसे में उनके लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
आई थिंक आपको वो एफआईआर पढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। उस एफआईआर में ये लिखा है, जो मेरे एक टीवी चैनल पर ही बयान था, कि अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल माफी नहीं मांगते तो युवा मोर्चा उनको जीने नहीं देगा और तब तक प्रदर्शन करेगा। तो ये बात स्पष्ट हो जाती है, जब वो मार देने के बाद थोड़ी प्रदर्शन करेगा। तो ये एक आम बातचीत की भाषा। अगर हम किसी को कहते हैं चुल्लू भर पानी में डूब के मर जाओ, तो ये थोड़ी असली में डूब के मरने को कहते हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से एक आम बातचीत की भाषा है कि तब तक आपको जीने नहीं देंगे, चैन से जीने नहीं देंगे। तो उसका आगे का पीछे का काट लिया गया और ये दिखाया गया कि देखिए जान से मारने की धमकी दी है।
The fascist tendencies of Arvind Kejriwal stands exposed yet again. The FIR was filed in Punjab. While the contents of the complaint, the complainant, the victim, as well as the alleged perpetrator, all of them reside in Delhi. But the jurisdiction, strangely, was with Punjab. And the reason was because they wanted to make wanted to misuse the powers of Punjab Police and curb Tajinder Bagga's freedom of expression. Like Tarunji very rightly said, what we witnessed yesterday was kidnapping of a political activist by goons in uniform. I want to thank the senior leadership of our party for standing by our Karyakarta. A great message has been sent all across the country.
As a young leader, what message would you like to give?
Freedom of expression won yesterday, democracy won yesterday, constitutionalism won yesterday, rule of law won yesterday, fascism lost, Gundagardi lost.
Aam Aadmi Party is making allegation and saying BJP is a Gundagardi party. How would you respond?
Delhi court yesterday has framed charges against Aam Aadmi Party leader Tahir Hussain and has very clearly laid out his role in the Delhi riots. I don't have to specifically lay out and say whose is a party of gundas. The courts are doing the job and Aam Aadmi Party's leaders will soon be in jail.
तीनों राज्यों की पुलिस इसमें involved थी सर.
We are seeing how freedom of expression is being deliberately curtailed, how a political activist's basic constitutional right to oppose a particular political party is being curbed. We will fight this tooth and nail, and the whole country is proud of Tajinder Bagga's commitment to truth and his courage to fight.
The fight of BJP will continue?
100%.
ना बताए दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना इन्फॉर्म करते हुए यहाँ से उसका अपहरण किया. मैं तो अपहरण ही बोलूँगा क्योंकि यहाँ से अपहरण किया और जिस तरह की ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने बग्गा के पिताजी को दी उसकी सही में मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह के पुलिस ने भी बर्ताव नहीं करना चाहिए. हमारी दिल्ली पुलिस और हरियाणा पुलिस का मैं सराहना करता हूं क्योंकि उन्होंने उसको बीच में रोक दिया और वहां से उसको वापस यहां पे लाया. हमारे पूरी युवा मोर्चा के सभी साथी चाहे वो हरियाणा से हो दिल्ली से हो बग्गा के साथ में रहे और इसके खिलाफ लड़ाई में हमेशा उसके साथ में रहेंगे. केजरीवाल जिस तरह के ट्रीटमेंट दे रहा हूं उसकी मैं निंदा करता हूं.
बीजेपी नेता तजिंदर पाल सिंह बग्गा के अरेस्ट को लेके और बीजेपी के हिसाब से किडनैपिंग को लेके राजनीतिक घमासान राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में जारी है. हमारे साथ है मजिंदर सिंह सिरसा. सर, बीजेपी प्रोटेस्ट कर रही है लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी अभी भी हमलावर है. सीधा सवाल यही पूछ रही है कि तजिंदर सिंह बग्गा क्यों पंजाब पुलिस के सामने पेश नहीं हुए?
क्योंकि तुम एक सिख बच्चे को टॉर्चर करना चाहते थे, एक सिख बच्चे को ऊपर जाति करना चाहते थे, शारीरिक उसको तकलीफ देना चाहते थे. पंजाब पुलिस का एक एसपी, 2 डीएसपी, 2 इंस्पेक्टर, 40 पुलिस वाले किसको पकड़ने आए हैं? जिसने दिल्ली में ट्वीट किया, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के लिए ट्वीट किया जो दिल्ली में रहता है, दिल्ली में बग्गा रहता है, और अरेस्ट करने कौन आ रहा है? पंजाब पुलिस. अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ बग्गा ने कुछ गलत किया तो वो दिल्ली में कंप्लेंट देके मुकदमा दर्ज कराते. और अरेस्ट करने कौन आ रहा है? वो कॉप जो डिसमिस हो चुका है नौकरी से, जिसको रिस्टेट किया गया है, वो जिसने अपना नाम बदलकर अब अपना नाम बदलकर उसने अलग नाम रखकर दिल्ली में आता है, वो आदमी जो सबसे बड़ा ड्रग लॉर्ड भोला और जो एक डिसमिस्ड कॉप है सरबजीत सिंह उसका साथी है. सरबजीत सिंह खुद मीटिंग में कह रहे हैं डीजीपी को कि इस डीएसपी को लेके आओ, ये इलीगली डिटेन करेगा लोगों को. और इतना
Tejri Prandre is now joining us from Delhi. Tejri, from the last time we spoke, what are the latest updates? Because there's a fast-moving developments coming in on this particular story.
See, we have been reporting here since yesterday, and as of now, we are present here outside Tajinder Pal Bagga's residence. And when he came here over here last night at 1:53 a.m., since then political movement has been at a very faster pace. As of now, at Tajinder Pal Bagga's residence, a while back, we saw that Goa CM Pramod Sawant came over here. After that, Tejasvi Surya, the national president of Bharatiya Janata Party Yuva Morcha, also came over here. And now, you know what is the big development taking place over here, and what our sources are revealing, that most probably it is being told that any time from now, Mohali police can come to Tajinder Pal Bagga's residence. An arrest warrant has been issued as of now, and you know, sources are revealing that he might come. There is a possibility that the Mohali police can come in a time period of 2 to 3 hours. And also, as of now, sources are saying this thing, that Tajinder Pal Bagga has gone for the legal formalities to his advocate, and we have Tajinder Pal Bagga's father to speak to us. Uncle, अभी ये खबरें आ रही हैं कि अरेस्ट वारंट इशू कर दिया गया है, और साथ ही साथ ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि मोहाली पुलिस किसी भी वक्त यहाँ पर पहुंच सकती है. 7:10 अभी बज रहे हैं, और एक्सपेक्ट ये किया जा रहा है.
किसके खिलाफ वारंट जारी किया गया है, इसकी रिपोर्ट है आपके पास? सिर्फ तजिंदर बग्गा के खिलाफ है या और भी किसी के खिलाफ है? क्योंकि कल से बयानबाजी चल रही है, अब उसमें किसको किसको वो लपेट रहे हैं.
अब दोबारा से पुलिस यहाँ पर आती है, कार्रवाई होती है, तो क्या मतलब किस तरह से एक्शन?
अगर मेरे खिलाफ होगा तो मैं जाऊंगा साथ में, चलो लेके चलो, जो करना है करो, मारोगे पीटोगे और क्या करोगे.
अच्छा, लास्ट टाइम उन लोगों ने कोई कागज नहीं दिखाए थे, लेकिन इस बार शायद
आ रहे हैं कागज लेके. अब वकील के पास है, अब वकील बताएगा ना कि तुम्हें क्या करना चाहिए. वो वकील के पास है.
जब बग्गा जी अभी इस वक्त कहाँ पर है?
वकील के पास है.
वकील के पास गए कागजी कार्रवाई पूरी करने के लिए.
कागजी उसको समझने, नोटिस को समझने कि नोटिस में क्या क्या है, नोटिस को हम किस तरह से फॉलो कर सकते हैं, इस हालात में हमें क्या करना चाहिए.
बग्गा जी से जब हमने बात की तब उन्होंने ये कहा था कि पंजाब पुलिस एक नहीं 100 बार भी आए तब भी हमारा रवैया बदलने वाला नहीं है, लेकिन कागज के साथ है, ऐसा उनका कहना.
कागज के साथ आ रही है ना. हो सकता है बग्गा जी इस समय पंजाब के लिए रवाना हो जाए इधर से.
ऐसा हो सकता है?
बिल्कुल हो सकता है. वो कोर्ट में हाजिर हो जाए.
जी
बिल्कुल संभावना है.
आपकी बात हुई उनसे? अभी आखिरी बात क्या हुई?
नहीं, अभी कुछ बात नहीं. मैं यहाँ से जिस परेशान था, लोग खड़े थे, मैं इसको लेके घूमने चला गया था. आपके सामने की बात है, मैं गया हूँ, उसके बाद आया हूँ तो यहाँ घर में आप ही लोग मिले हैं और तो कोई मिला नहीं है.
अभी पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स आके मिले, प्रमोद सावंत मिले यहाँ पर,
मिले, जो बात हुई,
तेजस्वी सूर्या जी भी आए यहाँ पर. उसके बाद अचानक से वारंट की चीज आ गई.
भाई टीवी पे न्यूज आई है, वारंट इशू हो गए हैं, लोग आ रहे हैं. आए
हो सकता है, मतलब क्या ये आप बड़ी जानकारी दे रहे हैं इस वक्त की? हो सकता है कि वो पंजाब के लिए भी रवाना
चालू कीजिए. आपके पास न्यूज चैनल है, आपके पास हर न्यूज आती होगी.
जी, पर आपकी कुछ बात हुई अंकल उनसे?
बेटा, मेरे तजिंदर की मम्मी ने वहाँ टीवी पे सुना है, न्यूज सुनी है, वारंट इशू हो चुके हैं, वहाँ की पुलिस रवाना हो चुकी है दिल्ली के लिए बग्गा को उठाने के लिए.
पुलिस की तरफ से कोई संपर्क साधा गया है आप लोगों से?
हमसे कोई नहीं साधा गया है, हमसे कोई संपर्क नहीं साधा गया है. अब वो भी प्रोसीजर अपना पूरा करेंगे, आएंगे जनकपुरी थाने में आएंगे, उसके साथ जो करना होगा करेंगे. जी,
आप लोग पूरी तरह से सहयोग करेंगे? आप लोग सहयोग करेंगे?
कायदे से आएंगे तो जरूर करेंगे. जी, कायदे से आएंगे तो जरूर करेंगे.
अच्छा, कितनी देर में बग्गा जी यहाँ पर पहुँच सकते हैं? अभी कुछ
अब ये वकील के साथ बैठे हुए हैं, क्या कहेंगे, नहीं आएंगे, कितनी देर में पहुँचेंगे, मैं क्या बता सकता हूँ.
So this was Tajinder Pal Bagga's father speaking to India Today, giving a very big hint over here right now, pointing out that Tajinder Pal Bagga could also move to Punjab, is what his father is quoting as of now, giving a big hint over here, saying that anytime the Mohali police is on its way coming to Delhi, and the estimated time is 2 to 3 hours from now. Anytime Mohali police could come. And the big thing over here to note is, earlier when police came over here, then they had no arrest warrant. They had no documents with them, and that is why the questions were raised from Delhi police. The questions was raised by Haryana police, and that is why Tajinder Pal Bagga was stopped over there in Kurukshetra of Haryana, where Haryana police asked that, do you have the written permission or did you coordinate with the local police? That is Delhi police? So the answer was no. So that is why, now they are coming with all the proper documents, they are coming with all the kind of preparation, is what his father is revealing right now, first and exclusively to India Today, revealing all the facts, saying that Tajinder Pal Bagga as of now has gone to his advocate. This is his house. I would like to tell my camera person Ankit Khandelwal to show the visuals that this is the house from where we are giving you each and every update. And just a while back over here there was a big political movement. We saw Tejasvi Surya was over here and Goa CM Pramod Sawant was also here. Goa CM Pramod Sawant said that Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party government, is thinking that this is completely a political movement for them, and they are misusing the Punjab police, is what the Goa CM said to us when we spoke to him. And the second point, which is very important, which Tejasvi Surya said, that their fight will not stop, they will continue to fight, and the atrocities that have been the atrocities that have been...
Tejasvi, thanks so much for getting that extensive report. You've been tracking the story, and thank you for all those updates right there. We're moving on now. A massive controversy has erupted in Karnataka ahead of the 2023 Assembly polls. A senior BJP leader and MLA Yatnal has claimed that the chief ministerial post was an offer for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Here's a report.
Sensational allegations.
The ED, the CBI or the central agency is still not opened their mouth. They should have immediately taken up a case suo moto.
Counter charges and a massive political controversy. A ruling party MLA has dropped a big political bombshell, triggering more Nataka in BJP's sole southern bastion. Ahead of the 2023 Assembly polls, senior BJP leader and MLA Basanagowda Patil Yatnal has claimed that the chief ministerial post was on offer for 2,500 crore and ministerial berths worth rupees 100 crore in Karnataka.
ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ 2,500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಜ್ಜ ಮಾಡಿಡ್ರ ಹಂಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಕೈ 2,500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಏನಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಹೆಂಗೆ ನೋಡೋದು 2,500 ಕೋಟಿ.
While Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai remained mum on Yatnal's claims, former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa said that the High Command would take cognizance of the matter.
ನೆನ್ನೆ ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಅವರು ಏನೇನೋ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ.
The opposition was quick to react to Yatnal's sensational claims. Targeting the state government over the charges, the Congress demanded a probe into the charges.
It is not a statement of an ordinary street vendor or a small worker. A former union minister, former embassy, for a sitting MLA has said this. Why? The income tax, the ED, the CBI or the central agency is still not opened their mouth. They should have immediately taken up a case suo moto.
The Congress party has demanded investigation into the whole allegations of CMC being sold for 2,500 crore and has demanded that the MLA who made the statement should be investigated and called for investigation by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. The BJP, however, has said that they will issue a show-cause notice to Basanagowda Yatnal and seek his reply, and then will take a further action. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
Updates coming in as far as Vignesh's custodial death is concerned. CBCID has arrested 4 more police officials in connection to the custodial death case. That's the breaking news. In total, 6 police officials have been arrested till now. Apart from Section 302 murder that was filed by CBCID, now the SCST Atrocities Act against the police officials has also been slapped. It also needs to be noted that on 6th of May, Vinod, Vignesh's elder brother, who gave his closed-door statement to the Egmore Court judge, had also registered that the family belonged to the SCST community. Akshay Nath is now joining us live. Akshay, as the family, as the lawyers and the team of lawyers who are fighting for Vignesh's justice for Vignesh. Their fight goes on. There have been more arrests. There are 4 more arrests that have been made in the custodial death case. It talks a lot about the atrocities that take place, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu. This is one such example, but you're getting us updates on this particular case. Over to you.
Yes, we're seeing that in the last 48 hours, there have been several updates as far as Vignesh's death is concerned. We had seen initially that Chief Minister M.K. Stalin in the floor of the Assembly had stated that the case will be treated as a murder case. Secondly, we saw the AIADMK, the opposition party in the state, demanding a CBI probe into Vignesh's custodial death. And we need to remember that the postmortem report is the most important document which led to the extreme action that is now being seen, that is being taken against these police officials. The postmortem report stated that there were close to 30 serious injuries that could have led to Vignesh's death. And we need to remember that first that the CBCID has been very proactive. They've already investigated close to 9 police officials, of which 6 of them have now been arrested, and on them we need to remember both murder charges as well as SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act has been slapped. And we need to remember the second point, the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act was also slapped just a day after the National Commission for Scheduled Castes giving a recommendation to the DGP of Tamil Nadu, stating that proper action needs to be taken under the SC/ST Act as well. So we're seeing that right now the police department as well as the government of Tamil Nadu are trying to be in sync with the demands of the different people who are coming into this case. And it seems to be like they're trying to ensure that whatever bad name that the state government and the police department...
I'm compelled to take a very short commercial break, but thanks Akshay for joining us. We're slipping into a break. When we return, the Prime Minister chairs a high-level meeting to review the progress of the implementation of national education policy. Details in just about a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
According to a bombshell leaked draft, the American Supreme Court is poised to strike down the right to abortion in the United States. So how does the American Supreme Court function? The United States Supreme Court is the highest federal court in the land and the final court of appeal. Its job is to ensure that the promise of equal justice for all Americans under the law is upheld. To that end, it is the guardian and interpreter of the US Constitution. The Supreme Court was created in 1789. Since 1935, its home has been a 4-story classical building made of American marble and oak located on Capitol Hill in Washington. Its seal is similar to the Great Seal of the United States, except that it has a single star beneath the Eagles Clause. This symbolizes the Constitution's creation of one Supreme Court. 9 judges, referred to as justices, sit on the court. They hold office for as long as they wish, although they can be removed by impeachment. The Supreme Court is steeped in tradition. While in court, justices wear black robes, white quills are placed on counsel tables each day that the court sits. A black curtain is hung over the courtroom doors as a sign of respect and mourning following the death of a justice. And each day, justices shake hands to remind that harmony of purpose overrides differences of opinion. However, there can be substantial ideological differences and disagreements between them, which may be expressed through a written statement or opinion. NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed, and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear, and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching. You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi chairs a high-level meeting to review the progress of the implementation of National Education Policy NEP 2020. NEP 2020 is being implemented with the objective of access, equity, inclusivity and quality. The Prime Minister says that the hybrid system of online and offline learning should be developed to avoid overexposure of technology of school-going children. He has suggested that secondary schools with science labs should engage with farmers in their area for soil testing. National curriculum framework is now being formulated under the guidance of National Steering Committee. Multiple entry exit in higher education becomes a reality with nearly 400 higher educational institutions registered in Academic Bank of Credit. Students have now been allowed to pursue 2 academic programs simultaneously as per the UGC guidelines. It's a big push coming in for online learning, with HAIs being allowed to run full-fledged online courses and permissible limit of online content being raised to 40%. Multilinguality program is being promoted to remove the language-related barriers in academic attainment. It's a wrap from me, Chaithin Urla, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
India is experiencing its hottest weather in over 100 years. 2022 March has been the hottest since the year 1900. I mean, as of now, things are such that you step out and you feel your head is burning, you feel dehydrated and drained in no time. But why is India so hot even before the summers have actually officially started? And how long is this going to last? Let's get into it. Now, most importantly, we must address the fact that North India, at least, had its shortest spring this year. Before we knew it, the winters were gone and ACs were already on. Scientists have claimed that the heat is due to the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. India's weather office attributed the high temperatures due to scanty rainfall. Rainfall deficiency was as high as 72% over India, rising to as much as 89% over the northwest parts of the country. The usual light intensity rainfall has remained absent by and large over many areas of the country since March. As per the weather office in India, a heat wave is declared if the average temperature in plains goes above 40 degrees Celsius, in coastal regions if the temperature goes above 37 degrees Celsius, and in hilly regions if it goes above 30 degrees Celsius. And overall, if the temperature goes 4.5 notches above normal. The Bureau upgrades a heat wave to severe when the departure is 6.5 degrees above normal or even higher. Now, heat wave spells last for about 4 to 10 days, and the ones in May are longer than those in April and June because of no rainfall. Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Kerala and Tamil Nadu experience heat waves sometimes as well. That's pretty much a major part of the country. Now, severe heat conditions have been consistently reported along large parts of India. Now, if you talk about areas in West Rajasthan and areas like Vidarbha in Maharashtra, these places have reported a max temperature of about 40 to 45 degrees Celsius since almost 2 months. Now, in the coming days, East, Central and Northwest India are going to be feeling the heat even more. Temperatures are expected to rise further by another 2 to 3 degrees, especially in Northwest India, while in Madhya Pradesh, where temperatures touched above 44 degrees Celsius, there's going to be no respite anytime soon. So as of now, there is going to be no respite from the heat wave until May, when the Indian summers actually kick in.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Hello and welcome to a brand new episode of Battle Cry. The world's #1 defense story is still very much what's happening in Ukraine. It's the 3rd month of what is unfolding as a truly brutal military conflict in that country. And India Today, as you know, has been reporting it more extensively and deeper than anyone else in India and pretty much anyone else in the world. Our teams are still down there, but here's the point. As we bring you this new episode, things have entered a decisive phase. Russia has been using long-range caliber cruise missiles to hit targets in Ukraine quite extensively right through this conflict. They've been launched from land launchers, they've also been launched from ship. But now with land missile positions as well as Russian ships in the Black Sea rendered pretty vulnerable thanks to pinpointed attacks by Ukrainian defenses, the Russians have brought in their submarines, which are much less vulnerable than ships or land launchers because they lurk beneath the waves and can strike when nobody is really expecting it. Take a look at how submarines have entered the combat mix now. A pair of Russian caliber cruise missiles breaking the surface of the Black Sea to the south of Ukraine and blasting into the sky, headed towards unknown targets in the war-torn country. The missiles launched from beneath the waves by a Russian Kilo-class submarine. The footage you're looking at, released officially by the Russian government this week, captures what is believed to be the first use of submarine-launched weapons in this conflict so far. Caliber cruise missiles have been used extensively by Russia so far, but have mostly been launched from surface ships. These missiles, with ranges that run into hundreds of kilometers or more, have been used to target several Ukrainian cities, especially in the southern part of the country. Ukraine's military headquarters claimed this week that 3 Russian military boats armed with caliber cruise missiles are currently roaming the Black Sea, awaiting target data to escalate strikes on Ukrainian territory. But Russian ships and boats have been rendered vulnerable in the days gone by, thanks to precision drone strikes being brought to the fight by the Ukrainian Navy. And that's possibly why Russia has now begun using its much less vulnerable, stealthy submarines to conduct similar land attack missions using these caliber long-range cruise missiles. In fact, recent satellite imagery from Maxar shows the loading of missiles onto what is believed to be a Kilo-class submarine in the Black Sea port of Sevastopol in Crimea, a location India Today has been reporting from.
Sevastopol naval base, one of the most important naval bases for Russia, a warm water naval base. You can see the ships behind me very clearly. This is one of the most important strategic positions for Russia. This is where they have a stronghold over the Black Sea, the Sea of Azov, and Crimea becomes very important because of this infrastructure, critical infrastructure for Russia, and Russia is controlling waters around the Black Sea in this region because of this very important naval base.
The question now is, can Ukraine battle Russia's undersea fleet? Does Ukraine have the capability to target Russian submarines effectively? Will Ukrainian cities now be sitting ducks to invulnerable Russian submarines? Or will NATO's undersea fleet be drawn into this new chapter of the conflict that appears to have been opened in the Black Sea? With Geeta Mohan in Sevastopol, Crimea, Bureau Report, India Today. And as Russia brings in its submarines to conduct these first missile attacks, it appears to have been preempted because nuclear attack submarines of NATO forces from the US and France have converged along with British nuclear submarines at a secretive naval base in Scotland because they believe that this kind of messaging will be necessary to remind Putin and his navy that the NATO will stop at nothing. Third month of this war, and Putin's war machine shows no signs of really pulling back. From Kyiv to Kharkiv to the hellscape of Ukraine's Mariupol, Russia has been trembled, but Putin's iron fist remains in the battlefield. Now, with Sweden and Finland signaling their intent to join NATO, Putin has warned that there will be nuclear consequences in the Baltic region. Russia, remember, has already placed its nuclear arsenal on operational alert, brandishing them before a nervous world. But just as this fresh geopolitical quake sends shivers across Europe, Amidst escalating tensions between Russia and NATO, a small naval base in Scotland is seeing a not-so-secretive Western muscle flex. Nuclear submarines from the United Kingdom, the United States and France have all converged at Scotland's Clyde naval base in an apparent show of nuclear strength to a Russia that has stocked nuclear since the beginning of the Ukraine invasion. From a US Navy Virginia-class nuclear-powered cruise missile fast attack submarine to a French Rubis-class nuclear submarine. The nuclear submarines of the two NATO powers arriving together has been projected as routine, but the messaging is undeniably pointed at Russia. The Clyde naval base is also home to the Royal Navy's Vanguard-class nuclear ballistic missile submarines and Astute-class nuclear attack submarines. In other words, American, French and British nuclear submarines converging to send Putin a nuclear-tipped NATO message. While these NATO nuclear attack submarines are built for sustained and rapid underwater operations that can prove a nightmare to Russia's maritime forces, ballistic missile submarines are a whole different deal, lurking slowly and visibly, waiting for orders to deliver weapons of mass destruction at land targets. Russia's own nuclear ballistic missile submarines, remember, had ventured into the North Atlantic at the beginning of this war as a similar message to NATO. But Russia's recent test of its most capable nuclear missile, the Sarmat, has heightened nuclear temperatures dramatically and could be seen as the latest in a series of nuclear moves by Russia, compelling NATO to reciprocate with some well-defined power projection. Nuclear war may be unthinkable, but how high can such temperatures really go? Bureau Report, India Today. In what is being seen as one of the most decisive escalations in over 70 days of this conflict, it's Russia declaring in no uncertain terms that NATO vehicles and supply columns bringing in weapons and ammunition into Ukraine will now be legitimate targets that the Russian war machine will actively seek to destroy. There are a huge number of questions after this statement was made by the Russian defense minister. Take a look. 71 days into the Ukraine war, with town after town and city after city either reduced to rubble or falling to Russian hands, Putin has issued a warning that has the potential to make this a much bigger conflict than it already is. The warning articulated by Russia's defense minister.
The United States and its NATO allies are continuing to pump weapons into Ukraine. I want to mention that we view any transport to the North Atlantic Alliance arriving on territory of the country destined to Ukraine army as a legitimate target to be destroyed.
What the Russian defense minister has said is already sending shockwaves. The Russian military has repeatedly conducted strikes on Ukrainian depots containing Western weapons. But actually striking Western transports delivering those weapons would mark a significant escalation in this conflict. The Russian warning is therefore a direct threat to the larger security situation in Europe. So far, NATO has played a support role in Ukraine, shipping containers full of advanced weapons and ammunition, military hardware and combat supplies across the Polish border into Ukraine. NATO has also played a second critical but invisible role, aiding Ukrainian defense forces with satellite data, targeting intelligence and sensor access to help attack Russian positions and assets with accuracy. If NATO vehicles and trucks carrying weapons become legitimate targets to the Russians, does that mean that NATO will be forced to hit back when attacked? And if that happens, what is the nature of the escalation ladder? And where will it actually end? Bureau Report, India Today. You perhaps have heard of how the terrorist group ISIS in Iraq and Syria had once begun to use drones fitted with rudimentary explosive devices as tiny little bombers to inflict damage on US and other countries' troops. Well, the same thing is happening now, but it's by the Ukrainian military using rudimentary drones that you can buy in any shop, fitting them with little grenades and release mechanisms and wreaking havoc on Russian infantry groups. For over 2 months now, drones have done untold damage in the Russia-Ukraine battlefield. From smashing tanks, to destroying artillery, to even bombing patrol boats on the Black Sea. Drones armed with laser-guided missiles and suicide drones, where the drone itself is the missile, have defined a high-technology battlefield where few targets are beyond reach. And now, a newly revealed chapter of this escalating drone war in Ukraine. What you're about to watch is a piece of footage capturing the use of small drones and applied to cause devastating pinpointed damage. Watch now closely as this drone quietly films from the air as a group of Russian troops mobilize on an unspecified dirt road in Ukraine. Swooping up over them, the drone quietly drops an improvised grenade on the unsuspecting troops, injuring some and sending the rest running. In an eerie moment, the drone stops and zooms in on the injured soldiers. The drone lies in wait and then slowly moves to observe the Russian troops, including one of the injured men, getting into a pickup truck. With the target just sitting there, the drone then deploys a second grenade, sending it straight down through the sunroof of the vehicle. A precision strike smashing into the truck and exploding, sending the vehicle careening, the injuries to the men captured in zoom mode. What you've just witnessed is footage tweeted out by Ukraine's Interior Affairs Minister of what is possibly the lowest cost airstrike in existence. A method that's been used in the past by ISIS in Iraq and Syria, a method that's being tested by US Marines. And now using a definite degree of hardware improvisation deployed to devastating micro effect by Ukraine against Russian troops. What Ukraine has demonstrated is the use of drones across the damage spectrum over 2 months. From the use of drones to distract and then facilitate the sinking of Russia's biggest ship in the Black Sea, to the bombing of fast-moving boats, to devastating tanks and armor, to now even picking out individual groups of troops. The gap for escape is rapidly closing and at nearly no cost. Bureau Report, India Today. Here on Battle Cry, we've been tracking every single advanced NATO weapon system that's been cleared to enter into the Ukraine fight. Remember, it is these advanced weapons developed by countries like the United States, Germany and Britain and France that have actually allowed Ukraine to put up such a credible fight against a much superior invading force, Russia. Here's a report on the 2 more new weapon systems that have been cleared and will soon enter the fight for Ukraine. Take a look.
Ukraine's fight back. Its monumental homeland defense for over 2 months has overwhelmed world headlines. A former Soviet state, flooded with Western weapons to take on a gigantic invader, has come to define a reloaded Cold War amidst the heat of a very real battle. And now, after over 2 months of death, destruction and damage, 2 more Western weapons have been lined up for the Ukrainian military. The United States has just cleared consignments of M777 155mm ultra-light artillery guns for Ukraine. A handy and powerful weapon is also in service with the Indian Army. On Thursday, the US Department of Defense released these images of M777 guns loaded into C-17 transport jets for a ferry flight to Ukraine. The Australian government has also shipped sets of M777 guns to Ukraine. The M777 is an ultra-light howitzer gun that has seen action in Afghanistan with the capability to fire shells, including smart shells, to ranges of anywhere between 25 and 40 kilometers, and will highly welcome for Ukrainian border artillery units looking to target Russian positions. The other weapon system cleared for delivery to Ukraine is the Brimstone ship-based guided missile system. British media reports suggest that the weapons could be supplied both in their anti-ship as well as land attack versions. The missile could pack formidable close-in punch on small ships and boats in the Black Sea, a theatre where the Ukrainian military scored the mother of all kills recently with the claimed sinking of Russia's Moskva cruiser. The Brimstone could prove an even bigger nuisance to the Russian Navy's Black Sea assets. The two new Western weapons join a steady flow of military hardware into Ukraine, allowing the invaded nation to mount a credible defense of territory despite the enormous damage done to its soil. The weapons have been cleared at a decisive time in the combat. The latest Russian missile attacks on Kyiv, weeks after Russia had de-escalated in Ukraine's capital, suggest that Putin's war machine could still attack in areas it disengaged from. The escalation ahead will clearly see more advanced weapons and likely more destructive combat. Bureau Report, India Today.
One of the most significant airstrikes that has taken place in the Russia-Ukraine conflict so far was by the Ukrainian Navy just a few days ago, where they were managed to use their drones to actually attack and destroy naval assets of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. Take a look, very significant. An armed Russian boat prowling the Black Sea off the southern coast of Ukraine. The boat has no idea it has been spotted from the skies. And then this happens. In the blink of an eye, the 55-foot Russian patrol boat obliterated over the waves. Minutes later, a second boat is seen speeding away, but it's too late. This boat too has no escape because it's been struck from the skies by a relentless bombing machine. The Ukrainian government claims that these are images of two Russian Raptor-class high-speed coastal patrol boats, bombed into oblivion courtesy laser-guided bombs delivered by Ukrainian Bayraktar TB2 drones. The strikes on these two boats is enormously significant. They capture the first time in this war that these drones have actively engaged and destroyed Russian naval assets.
In over 2 months of the war, Ukrainian combat drones have got a lot of success by hitting their targets. But now, for the first time, they have achieved this success over an open ocean. Now, there are reports that Ukrainian combat drones have successfully hit Russian boats in the Black Sea.
The laser-guided munitions used in this new over-ocean attack are likely the Russian MAM, a smart micro-munition designed to hit both stationary and moving targets with devastating accuracy. The destruction of the two Russian Navy patrol boats will be a painful sting for Putin's war machine, coming 18 days after the sinking of the Black Sea Fleet's flagship cruiser Moskva, an incident that is still sending shockwaves around the world for what it means to Ukraine's defense capabilities. The two boats struck in this manner may be much smaller than the Moskva, but the signal from Ukraine is clear. No matter how small the Russian asset and no matter where it's operating, with the help of American and Western intelligence, electronics and targeting sensors, nothing will be out of reach for Ukrainian weapons. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's it on Battlecry. Thanks for watching. Remember, the war in Ukraine is far from over, and we will here on India Today continue to bring you the very latest. The news continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
So it is actually unreal to see the kind of attention every tweet from Elon Musk gets. But what do? The man has already bought Twitter, and now his next tweet has everyone asking one question: does Coca-Cola actually have cocaine? Is he joking? Or did the company actually add cocaine to its product? Well, the short answer is yes and no. So way back in 1885, when pharmacist John Pemberton came up with the formula of Coca-Cola, cocaine was in it. At least that is what the US government's National Institute of Drug Abuse claimed. What was actually in the formula, if one may think? In his formula, Pemberton used extraction of the coca leaf from which cocaine is made. The formula also contained cola nut, which has caffeine. So the name Coca-Cola was thus inspired by these two main elements. The formula was made at a time when cocaine was legal in the US. It was even used as a common ingredient in medicines. Now I think Pemberton was a marketing genius because he actually marketed Coca-Cola in the initial days as a medicine. He called it a brain tonic and intellectual beverage that could cure headaches, upset stomach and fatigue. Unlike today, since there were no regulations on medicines in the 19th century, many got away with adding addictive ingredients to their products and branding them as having health benefits. In around 1891, some Americans spoke out against the use of addictive ingredients in patent medicines. So following this, manufacturers in the US slowly reduced the content of such ingredients in their products, and Coca-Cola also complied. They began reducing the content of cocaine in the product and removed it completely by 1929.
After Nepal nightclub video.
What is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या?
Rahul's candid video goes viral.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही off करिए. So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही off करिए.
Call for Rahul to take the white challenge. Are Rahul Gandhi's priorities misplaced? Our top focus on India today. Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. You're watching the news with me, Chaiti Narula, and we are going to be debating this evening a very important topic that has got the Congress versus the BJP up in arms against each other. But first up, let's begin with the headlines. Sensational video of Rahul Gandhi released by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. Rahul on candid video is caught saying, क्या exactly theme है, क्या बोलना है ahead of his Telangana rally.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही off करिए.
Massive showdown outside Kejriwal's residence over Bagga's arrest case. BJP leaders, workers detained by cops after protests outside Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. Mohali court issues fresh arrest warrant against Tajinder Bagga. Judicial magistrate asked Cybercrime Branch Mohali to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. Mohali police on their way to arrest Bagga. Videography survey of some areas outside Gyanvapi Masjid concludes after team of lawyers were denied entry in mosque. Heavy police deployment in area after court-appointed official conducted the inspection. With elections around the corner in Telangana, political temperatures soar before his two-day visit to the state. Rahul Gandhi hits out at Chief Minister KCR, says Telangana is ruled by a Raja. The TRS hitback calls Rahul a tourist. Karnataka senior BJP leader MLA Yatnal's claim he was offered chief ministerial post for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Political war has erupted over BJP worker Arun Chaurasia's death in Bengal. Amit Shah called it a political murder and demanded a CBI probe into the matter. The TMC has hit back. First, that video of Rahul Gandhi in Nepal went viral. The BJP was quick enough to take pot shots at him, and then he was caught in Telangana asking his party leaders what is the agenda of the meeting and what he really needs to speak about. The big question arising is whether the BJP is exaggerating all of this or whether it is that Rahul Gandhi actually was rather very clueless about what was going on. Take a look at what really happened there.
First, Rahul Gandhi's video from Nepal nightclub, and now his video from poll-bound Telangana. The BJP is in no mood to give Congress MP Rahul Gandhi leeway. BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya tweeted a video of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in which he can be heard asking his party workers what exactly he has to talk about during the rally in Telangana.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही off करिए. So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही off करिए.
The BJP leader, in a scathing attack, said this happens when one does politics between foreign trips and night clubbing. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla also slammed Rahul Gandhi for Congress's hollow rhetoric.
The video, perhaps shot and leaked by a Congress leader who's disillusioned by the lack of connect, lack of commitment, and lack of seriousness of Rahul Gandhi towards the people of Telangana. This also means that all the commitments made by the Congress party in its rally, particularly by Rahul Gandhi, have no meaning. They are empty words, they are hollow rhetoric.
The ruling TRS too didn't miss the opportunity and lashed out at Rahul Gandhi.
The video of Rahul Gandhi at the airport exposes that Rahul Gandhi had no clue about what he had to speak at the Warangal meeting, which explains that Congress party, which was claiming of Warangal declaration for the farmers, which is absolutely farce and bogus. There is no declaration because Rahul Gandhi himself has no clue about what he has to address.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The Congress, left red-faced, jumped to Rahul's defense.
This kind of videos always emerge, and when the Prime Minister stepped out and asked the media and he couldn't speak coherently, this kind of a video also came. So ultimately the point is that videos will come and videos will go, but onlookers will know what the truth behind the video is and what essentially has happened. And like I told you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has asked a question. What's wrong in asking a question of the state leadership?
Even AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi did not mince his words to attack Rahul Gandhi.
तो जब आपको ये नहीं मालूम कि तेलंगाना की जनता को आप क्या पैगाम देना चाह रहे हैं और क्यों आपका साथ दें, आप बिल्कुल जहन आपका एम्प्टी है, आप क्या मैसेज देंगे, क्या पैगाम देंगे और कैसे टीआरएस से मुकाबला कर पाएंगे आप?
With Congress hoping to raise its stake in battleground Telangana and BJP all ready to dent it, the war for Telangana has already begun. With Ashish Pandey in Hyderabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
What is the main theme today?
Well, we've established the lay of the land and what really happened there. I'm being joined on this panel by Aishwarya Mahadev of the Congress Party and Charu Pragya, the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson on this issue. Let's begin this broadcast with Charu. Charu, has been long established that the Congress Party just does not have its ducks in a row and it's functioning pretty haphazardly. But asking the party leaders the theme of discussion, isn't that all right? Every leader does that. Why is the Bharatiya Janata Party today exaggerating this?
Chetty, the problem is not asking the theme of any discussion. The problem is that here is a leader who is not simply an individual. He is a person who is leading one of the primary opposition parties in our country. Here is a leader who's at the helm of affairs of this political party, criticizing every move of every other politician, especially in my party, without having to look at what he himself is doing. Now, he's supposed to behave in a responsible manner, but what does he do? All you have to do is look at his parliament attendance. You can file an RTI to find out how many times he's even uttered the name of his constituency on the floor of the House. He hasn't. He has misplaced priorities, and that is the fact. It is his misplaced priorities. It is him speaking and echoing the language of India's enemies here in this country, which is causing problems. There are issues which have to be above politics. That's why you have to unite and you have to be an Indian first. Everything else comes after. He fails to unite on even issues like that. So it is not about discussing what agenda his party has today. The agenda of his party does not matter very much because the people of India have spoken and spoken many times and they have shown Congress its place. But it is important.
But before I go to Aishwarya, Charu, isn't it the job of the opposition in a democracy to continuously question the government in power? And that is exactly what he was doing.
It's yes, I agree with you, but this questioning the government in power has to be in a positively critical manner. It has to be with suggestions. It has to make it clear that you are going to be supporting your country, your countrymen above every other thing. It's no secret that he's not supporting India. He is hailed in Pakistani parliament. He's applauded there for his statements. His statements are used by the media there against our country. He speaks the tone of China repeatedly. This has been proved very many times. Also, like I said, he seems very reluctant to lead, and that's one of the reasons why his party is struggling to remain in power. It's actually come down to a point where his party is in power in only 2 states independently in a country like this, where they claim to be the grand old party. So that's not going up, that is going downwards, spiraling downwards, and it concerns me because I'm a concerned citizen. We need a good and strong opposition in place.
Right. Aishwarya, I want to come to you now. How do you respond to Charu and the Bharatiya Janata Party and the optics of how all of this is looking? Rahul has attended a wedding when Maharashtra was in shambles. That too of a Nepali diplomat's daughter who actively supports Nepal's claims over regions of India's Uttarakhand. If you are in political life, you have to be answerable to these questions. We all understand that netas are humans, they have a social life, but one can't escape these attacks anymore.
Shati, good evening. I think, the BJP over years have systematically tried to sit and devalue the presence of Rahul Gandhi ji to such an extent that, a lot of people will say, oh, he doesn't matter. But there's sort of pop culture obsession with him, rather, from everything that he does, tells you that no matter what they do or what they try to do, you cannot write him off. Chetty, let me come down to the issue at hand. You're talking about exactly what happened in Telangana. I'm very proud of the fact that my leader is not one that walks up, a teleprompter pops up, and he knows everything he has to say. That I have personally worked with also Mr. Rahul Gandhi and his team during the 2018 Karnataka elections, and this has always been a consultative process. When you come from the national capital, you may believe something is the issue, but the local leaders briefing you on what the actual issues are, what you should highlight for them for a state, speaks about a proactive and engaging leader. And I see absolutely nothing to be a problem with that. And the BJP day in and day out can only sit and look and distract and point at all these seemingly what seem to be flaws of Mr. Rahul Gandhi instead of talking about the issues. And Charu said we should be positively constructive like the BJP was when all them, all the so-called ministers of today were on the streets talking about price rise, even though global crude had risen so much and our UPA government tried to buffer it. Chaiti, the singular point remains that the BJP and all the other allies of the BJP would like to obviously take away from issues at hand and bring it towards one person who for decades they've tried to dismiss, devalue and completely debunk as a leader, but they cannot seem to. And if you have a problem or a question about his leadership, did you see the rally in Warangal? Did you see the Warangal declaration? That is what the media should be reporting.
Charu disagrees with you. Let her come in. Okay, Charu, what do you have to say?
So curiosity in rallies does not translate to votes. In Rahul ji's case, that happens to be true. So I'm sorry, Aishwarya, I do not agree with you. Just having people turn up at a rally does not mean that they will be voting for you when the time comes. And yes, I am concerned because you also should be concerned, Aishwarya. I think you're a great politician and you'll do well. But the problem in your party is that here is a person who's not on any official party post. He is a mere MP, and that is how you defend him every time something goes south. But every time a decision needs to be made, he is the Rahul Gandhi, the Karta Dharta of the entire party, the big boss. So you also need to decide which way Rahul ji's leadership is taking your party. Is he a mere MP? And if he's a mere MP...
It's a very important point, and Aishwarya wants to respond to this as well. While I'm coming to Aishwarya on the question of that sense of entitlement of Rahul Gandhi in the Congress party, Charu, my question to you is... it's all right if Rahul Gandhi is asking these questions. Time and again, the BJP somewhere seems to be fixated on always coming back and questioning Rahul Gandhi instead of talking about the real issues at hand, and that is what is perceived to be by the political observers.
Chetty, see, the real issues are already being talked about and discussed by my party. I say this with a lot of responsibility. So whether it is price rise, Aishwarya touched upon the price of petrol. Is she not concerned that the opposition states are the only states which have not cut down on taxes? So those things have to be discussed. And when we are talking about relevant issues, we are ensuring that we do our best for the people of this country. So whether it is combating hunger in the times of COVID by ensuring everybody in the entire country has one card which is usable everywhere, by ensuring that we're able to support our citizens whatever way we can, big concerns, small concerns, we are at the top of politics where India is concerned.
And there is no question, and there is no question about BJP's political equity in this country as well. Yeah. You speak about the house and order as well. The other point that you earlier made was of sense of entitlement. Aishwarya, how do you respond to Charu? It always seems like that you have Rahul Gandhi, he's a member of parliament, but there is always a sense of entitlement when it comes to Rahul Gandhi within the Congress party, while the Congress party just does not seem to have its ducks in a row.
It is not about a sense of entitlement, Chetty. Let's be very honest. Yes, we do talk about him as being a very good parliamentarian. And when you look at Wayanad, whether it's disaster relief for the sort of work and his MP-led funds being used, he's been extremely proactive as a parliamentarian, one. And second, you do realize that he is the former president of the Congress party. And there is a natural deference towards him. And a majority of Congress workers, irrespective of all the people who will come out and give you fancy op-eds but have not won elections in decades, irrespective of all the commentary that comes from there, every Congress worker has a natural respect and deference for Mr. Rahul Gandhi because we believe he is our leader. He has opened up a democratic process for Congress party elections this year, and that will happen. But the fact remains that he is a leader to the masses. He is somebody that resonates with the crowds. And when the people of Warangal wanted him there, and when Revanth Reddy and the other leaders of the state asked for him to be there, you saw the response that came from him, whether it translates or not. And it is not entitlement. He has also worked within the party. And if it's naturally our most popular leader, what are we going to do? Are we going to boo and shoo him and say, oh no, please don't come here? I think the fact of this debate is extremely misguided, because I would much rather talk about a coal shortage. I would much rather talk about the communal issues and even, let's say, Karnataka. And your headline showed me that a CM's post is up for grabs for 2,500 crores.
Those are editorial decisions, and we are debating those as much as we are debating this, Aishwarya. I want to come to Charu on this as well. 1 minute, Aishwarya, I agree with you. Now, editorially, what we do is our call, and this is something which has been taken up by the BJP, and Rahul Gandhi is a leader at the end of the day, and, you know, very relevant in the opposition. Charu, also Prime Minister Modi's video saying, oh my God, has gone viral. Do you feel that even he was caught unprepared somewhere, and that the BJP is overlooking that but focusing on someone who's not even a slight risk to their political equity in this country?
Okay, Chetty, you know, I think there can be no comparison between what Prime Minister Modi does and what Mr. Gandhi does, because he was also on a trip abroad while Rahul Gandhi was on a trip abroad. But did you see any kind of odd pictures of Modi ji coming out? Entire trip was only about doing his best for the country. Every 10 minutes was accounted for. So now holidays are happening. I wanted to respond to Aishwarya about something important. She said she's a good parliamentarian. What exactly is a good parliamentarian according to you, Aishwarya? Is a good parliamentarian somebody who does not even meet minimum attendance requirement? Is a good parliamentarian somebody who doesn't ask questions in 0 hour? Is a good parliamentarian somebody who's got nothing to add, no private member's bill to add to the parliament? So I am sorry, he's not a good parliamentarian. You are just buttering him up by using words like that for him. Point number one. Point number two, you're saying he's using his MP-led funds. I don't know about the past, but the last 2 years, there has been no MP-led funds. So since he has lost the election from Amethi and he's moved to Kerala, there have been no funds because of COVID. None of the MPs have MP-led funds. So what exactly is he doing according to you that makes him a good parliamentarian? Please, if you want the level of politics in our country to rise, you have to look at people with open eyes and judge them for the work that they do, not the work that you dream that they do.
So, Aishwarya, I'll let you respond to what Charu has said. The larger point being, why is it that Rahul Gandhi is almost always missing in action? You walk then into the BJP taking pot shots at you. That is exactly what is happening over here, Aishwarya.
You know what, Chaiti, after the very impassioned diatribe from Charu, I think the same questions when you look at Mr. Narendra Modi's attendance in Parliament with the sort of work that's being done in Varanasi. We understand what was happening to the Ganga during COVID. And you've also seen in the index of cleanliness index of the cleanest cities and also the areas, you've seen where Mr. Narendra Modi's constituency itself lasts. And the fact that the Parliament didn't give MP-led funds, and I wasn't just talking about Wayanad, I've been talking about the years that he's been a parliamentarian, wherever it was. And thank you for picking out and pointing out that this government and the BJP have literally shackled the MPs of the country by not giving them MP-led funds. And let me be very open.
But here, Aishwarya, the debate is not on Narendra Modi. That is a separate debate, and we will conduct that as well because we're very fair about this. But here, the questions are being asked about Rahul Gandhi missing in action, and how do you respond to that outside of whataboutery?
The singular fact remains that the BJP may find it hard to believe, and they have tried so hard to dismiss this man. But the natural leader for the Congress party and for all of us, and especially youngsters who form a majority chunk, is Mr. Rahul Gandhi, because a lot of us today here, if I have the opportunity to be speaking on national television and hundreds of others and lakhs of others on the ground, it is because of him. We have a natural deference and also we respect him and his decisions matter, and which is why in different states he's the most popular crowd puller for us. There is no sense of entitlement when somebody says, what is the theme? What do you want me to highlight upon? Because it's consultative in nature. And my leader takes a press conference. My leader does not naturally have a teleprompter up in front of him. And I really believe that this is BJP's only tactic they have left, because they're on the back foot on every instance. Whether it's press, whether it's coal shortage, whether it's the communal issues of
I got your point. I agree with you. I take your point. Charu wants to respond to what you're saying. Charu, why don't you respond to what she's asking? And also, my question is that, there was a big deal made about him partying and he was attending some function also in Nepal as well. Why is it that this was such a big deal? Because a politician in public life is allowed to have a personal life too.
Absolutely. And I am never one to say that a politician should not have a personal life. It is just that why is this personal life always going the negative way? His personal life means that he goes to the US and talks about India in such unfavorable words that it becomes news all over. Are you adding to your country's growth, or are you trying to take away from it? Another thing is that repeatedly Aishwarya talks about a teleprompter. If you don't have one, maybe the BJP can sponsor a teleprompter for Rahul Gandhi ji. Because the kind of statements he ends up making, he will definitely benefit from one. And you cannot please say that you support the faux pas and the miswords and the statements that he makes, the numbers changing. So you have to be a bit more logical, please. India is a progressive nation. There are lakhs and crores of youngsters who are listening to any political leader, and they listen to everything with a lot of care and concern. You cannot be actually applauding a leader who is misspeaking every time he speaks to people.
Fair enough. And Charu, one last question to you, and I'm going to take a winding comment from Aishwarya as well. Prime Minister Modi too went to Pakistan to attend former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif's birthday, and that is an enemy nation unlike Nepal. How does the BJP respond to that? Because the Congress has really not made a big deal about it as of now.
So this discussion has been there for years and years, Chaiti. In fact, that's the only thing the Congress falls back on. If a Prime Minister, new to his position, is trying to mend fences with the country, I think that is good. That should be welcomed. And if you think that it is not going the right way, it was our government which said that there cannot be talks and terrorism at the same time. So talks also stopped. And I think we have taken a very firm stand where Pakistan is concerned, a much more firmer stand than the previous government. Right. We have ensured that we hit back the enemy state when our country suffers.
Absolutely. Aishwarya, your winding comments. I'm completely out of time at the moment.
Chaiti, in conclusion, I would rather have somebody who spoke spontaneously from his heart rather than somebody who needed a rehearsed script. I'd rather have somebody who addresses press conferences and speaks to people on the ground and for issues, whether it's the migrant crisis, whether it's the rape of young children, whether it's the lawlessness in states, as opposed to somebody who sits there in his ivory tower and has a wonderful TV room to showcase his face to the rest of the country. I would prefer a leader like Rahul Gandhi who's out on the streets fighting for the rights of the common man, as opposed to somebody jetting across the world when his own country burns. And you may fault me for this, you may say whatever it was, you may sponsor teleprompters, but I will still stick by a man with sincerity in his heart, as opposed to somebody who is cold and does not care for the
All
people
right.
of this nation, Shruti. And
All
that
right,
is why
I thank you both ladies very, very much. Some very compelling points made both by BJP's Charu Pragya and Congress's Aishwarya Mahadev. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have on this broadcast. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021. Bags the best channel of the year. Shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage by a Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
Фермери повинні працювати під час війни, тому що фермери забезпечують країну продовольством. Коли мінується поле, їх видно. Тому на цьому полі тут все було очевидно, що один заряд лежить, більш немає. Якщо ж взяти от сусідне поле, де пшениця, то там уже проблематично побачити ці заряди. Навіть таку ракету там її практично неможливо знайти. І це буде дуже велика проблема під час уборки урожаю. Фермери повинні працювати під час війни, тому що фермери забезпечують країну продовольчою безпекою. І якщо ми сьогодні вчасно не посіємо, ми не отримаємо урожаю. А ви ж бачите, що яка твориться ситуація в нас в південних районах нашої України, в нашій Запорізькій, Херсонській, Миколаївській області. Уже орки вивезли більшу половину врожаю.
Це, виходить, сама бойова частина, де в ній знаходиться 30 касетних елементів, які призначені для знищення живої сили противника, які повинні відкриватися сам касетний блок бойової частини на висоті, але
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Once a comic franchise, now a whole universe. The superheroes who inspired the world. From the origin to the present. Witness the madness. The marvelous universe, only on India Today.
The faithful queue up for security checks before entering the mosque to offer prayer on the holy day of Eid al-Fitr. Security checks and frisking are a way of life in Kabul these days. Streets and highways of Afghanistan dotted with armed Taliban guards who stop people and check them, interrogate them, but rarely capture them.
मेरा काम बस ये पेरा यहाँ पर होता है कभी
चेक पॉइंट, ये तो चेक पॉइंट है।
हाँ,
चेक पॉइंट पे क्या काम करते हैं आप?
बस ये मोटर से तलाशी करते हैं, लोगों से बातचीत करता है, कैसे रोजा ठीक ठाक हो सब यही पूछते हैं बस, और तंग नहीं करते, बस सिर्फ निज़ामी चीज़ वगैरह जो इसके पास होते हैं हम इससे लेते हैं, वापस इसको रुख्सत करते हैं।
तो तंग किसी को नहीं करना है?
ना,
ये ऊपर से ऑर्डर है मतलब?
हाँ, ऊपर से ऑर्डर है तलबा का। ये दर्स हमें मदरसे में देता है कि आवाम से ज़्यादा तंग नहीं करना ना, ये जो आवाम आते हैं हम इससे ज़्यादा तंग नहीं करते, जो निज़ामी चीज़ इसके पास होते हैं हम सिर्फ इससे लेते हैं, ज़्यादा इससे सज़ा वगैरह नहीं देते, तंग नहीं करते।
अक्सर औकात झूठ बोल रहा है, झूठ इस बात जो हकीकत है वो उस बोलने के बहुत फ़ायदा है लोग के लिए। हकीकत जो सच है वो बताए, हम तालिब नहीं है लेकिन ना इससे डर रही है, लेकिन बात यह है कि मुल्क हमारे, अगर हम झूठ बोले तो उसका सदमा पास हमारे वतन के हमारे लोग पर पहुँच सकते हैं। बात यह है कि डर है क्योंकि ये लोग जो है इसका नुकसान ये है अभी हर जगह पर तलाशी है, हर जगह पर तलाशी के लिए इतना ज़्यादा तलाशी आम लोग पर ये अच्छा नहीं है।
It's been nearly 9 months since the United States left and the Taliban took over reigning control and it became the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Thousands desperately tried to flee their homeland. Afraid of Taliban rule, they risked their lives. Parents threw their infants into the crowd, hoping the child gets a berth on departing US flights and a chance to live a better life outside Afghanistan. Afghans died in stampedes standing outside the Kabul International Airport in a hopeless attempt to enter it and then board a foreign flight to wherever in the world, but anywhere but Afghanistan. They died in bomb explosions. Their dismembered bodies strewn across the streets were testimony of the pathetic doom that Afghanistan was sinking into in August 2021. The Kabul airport today is clean and nearly empty. Gone are the chaos and crowds from 9 months ago.
आम दिनों में जुम्मे में अभी तो ईद भी करीब है, 3-4 दिन बाद ईद है, तो आम दिनों में 15 अगस्त से पहले अगर आप होते तो शायद इधर आपको पार्किंग के लिए जगह भी ना मिलता। पिछले साल जी, अभी 15 अगस्त के बाद ये हालात है, देखा अभी पार्किंग बिल्कुल खाली है।
Afghanistan has signed a contract with Qatar for maintenance and operation of the Kabul airport, but full operation is yet to happen. The traffic has dropped by nearly 80% to what it was in July 2021.
बदला तो तकरीबन रश है वो तकरीबन 80% कम हुआ है एयरपोर्ट में। फ़िलहाल आप देख लें ना मुसाफिर है ना और कुछ, ना फ़्लाइट्स आ रहे हैं ना जा रहे हैं। 1-2 फ़्लाइट है जो आज मेरा ख्याल है, एक जिद्दा का फ़्लाइट है और एक कहीं और का। तो सुबह रश था, सुबह कुछ रश था, लोग अच्छा था, लेकिन अभी फ़िलहाल जो हालात वो आपके सामने ही है।
No one in the world can forget the images of the international airport of Kabul during the month of August 2021. just after 8 months, the whole scenario here outside the Kabul International Airport has completely changed. There are few flights, particularly very few international flights, which come to this international airport. In fact, 2 to 3 flights come Delhi with the passengers and the travelers from different parts of the world, that also only via United Arab Emirates, because so far not any nation in the world except the United Arab Emirates have air transportation or air link with Afghanistan.
The main reason for lack of flights is that the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is not yet recognized by most countries, barring Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. A few Middle East countries like Qatar engage in business with them, but that too is very little. The last available data on the Afghan economy is from the Ashraf Ghani period. The annual GDP of Afghanistan in 2020 was $20.12 billion, and an annual GDP growth forecast in 2020 was minus 2.4%. In the past 2 years, things haven't improved much.
हमारा काम ही बंद है.
अच्छा, बंद है. आप वीजा दिलवाते थे, फॉर्म वगैरह इंडियन
फॉर्म भर देते थे, ये फोटोकॉपी, फोटो ये हम खींचते थे.
अभी बंद है. पूरा बंद है.
अभी थोड़ा बंद है.
फर्क ये है कि उस वक्त पैसा था, कार था, काम था, लेकिन उस वक्त जुल्म चोरी था कामों में. जुल्म थे, ये बातें ज्यादा. अभी भी वो लोग जो जोर कर रहा है वो नहीं है. अभी आरामी है, सुकून है, बदमाश लोग नहीं है अभी, लेकिन काम नहीं है.
Unemployment and lack of business hurts the Afghan economy the most. It shows everywhere in today's Afghanistan. The Taliban rule of the past 9 months hasn't yet been as dreadful as it was in the 1990s, but the fear is palpable.
कारोबार कम है. अच्छा. आप ठीक है ना, और तालिबान कोई के साथ काम नहीं करता,
तंग नहीं करता है.
नहीं.
अच्छा.
आप वो दोनों भी मजे से हैं.
तो पहले से तो थोड़ा फ़र्क आया था. जब नया नया तालिबान आए थे तो लोग डरने लगे थे ना पहले से, तो वेडिंग्स कम हो गए थे. लेकिन अभी आम हो गया है. अभी फिर से शुरू हो गया है. हर रात, हर दिन वेडिंग्स होता है, और जैसे कि 1500 लोगों की मतलब वेडिंग्स यहाँ पे होती है. और पहले की तरह मतलब कुछ बातें आए, कुछ नए कानून लाए जो तालिबान है, जो मतलब लाइव नहीं लाते. लाइव जो मूसिकी होता है ना, लाइव म्यूज़िक नहीं होता है. लाइव म्यूज़िक वो नहीं होता, लेकिन डीजे ये सब यूज़ होता है. अभी भी नॉर्मल है. अभी नॉर्मल है सर.
There are few Afghan women on the streets of Kabul and nearly no one in Western clothes.
फिलहाल उन्होंने तो ऐलान कर दिया कि सब लोग माफ़ है. जिन्होंने जो भी किया है वो हम पिछला जो भी था हम भूल गए. आगे के लिए सोचते हैं कि कुछ करें अपने मुल्क के लिए, अपने लोगों के लिए. तो ठीक है, जा रहा है. हम भी मार्केट में खिदमत दे रहे हैं.
In the past, Afghan women entrepreneurs operated in different sectors of the country. Nearly 72% were engaged in traditional sectors such as handicrafts, food processing and agriculture. The remaining 28% were part of non-traditional sectors like logistics, carpentry, ICT services and business consultancy. According to the Women's Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Afghanistan, women-owned businesses created 47,861 employment opportunities in October 2016. But they are no more visible anywhere in today's nation. As soon as the Taliban came to power in August 2021, women television journalists and other professionals were asked to leave and stay at home.
अफगानिस्तान का कल्चर रहा है यहाँ पर संगीत का, मौसीकी का, यहाँ की फिल्म्स का, गानों का. अब इस तरह के ड्रामे तो बनते हैं यहाँ पर. ये हम एक होर्डिंग देख रहे हैं काबुल के इस शहर में, जहाँ पर पूरी तरह से आप देख सकते हैं, चाहे लोगों का लिबास हो, चाहे लोगों का दिखावा हो, उसमें महिलाओं की तस्वीर नहीं है, उसमें सिर्फ पुरुष ही नजर आ रहे हैं.
Education of women was also a big problem for the Taliban. As soon as they came to power, rules of restriction for girls and women in educational institutions were put in place. In April 2022, When India Today's team visited Afghanistan, it found that in rural areas, schools are operational till the 6th standard and girls are seated separately. Teachers were not paid beyond the first 3 months of the Taliban taking over.
سه ماه شده ماش نگرفتیم دیگه بعضی از معلمینی که ماش برش حواله شده و بعضی معلمین حواله نشده ماش برش یعنی 2 ماه ماش 3 ماه شده هیچ ماش حواله نشده به حسابش.
Women coming out of university hid their faces as soon as they spotted a camera in Balkh University in Mazar-e-Sharif. More than 400 kilometers from Kabul, in this city, it was impossible for our crews to speak to any woman student. Our crew was lucky in Kabul.
Girls have many problems in this situation. We are not allowed to go to university the way we want to go. Girls are not allowed to wear what they want to wear, where they want to go. Without mahram, there's very hard to be in university or go to shopping anywhere. So it's so hard, difficult. With the proper hijab, we still judged. So it's hard.
We came to university morning, and also the boys come after morning. It means
afternoon.
Afternoon, yeah.
Yes. Okay, and also some kind of dress code. What kind of dress?
About our appearance, we should be like in hijab and black dresses, long dresses.
Okay.
We don't have any.
Earlier, you had not these kind of restrictions in Ashraf Ghani government.
No, we are free in our appearance, in our dresses. We are free, but now we should wear black dresses, and we should be with hijab. If we not be in hijab, we can't enter the university.
The septuagenarian Mehbooba Siraj has seen all the changes that Afghan women have gone through in the past 5 decades. Born to royal lineage, she left Afghanistan with her family in 1978. After 26 years in exile, she returned to her birthplace, Kabul, to help fellow Afghan women. Between the 50s and 70s, Afghan women were educated. They wore Western dresses and were socially mobile. Very little changed in their status even in the 80s under Russian occupation. But the 90s onwards, with the rise of the Taliban, women in Afghanistan gradually started to disappear behind parda and suffocating religious bans. The American war and takeover of Afghanistan from the Taliban started to open the door up again for women. They gradually started to step out, go to schools, work, and even participate in politics.
You know, the fact that we don't have any hopes from you, and the fact that I don't even want to talk to you at all, because the talking time is over. We talked to you, we demanded, we asked, we did everything, and nobody paid any attention. They just made decisions with their gut feelings or whatever. All of these men of the world that they are in power, and they're destroying something that we worked so hard for. What is happening in Afghanistan today is going to put this country 200 years back.
Till about a year ago, they were making films, designing life, governing their people, contributing to the growth of their country like any other citizen. But as soon as the Taliban advanced towards the capital of Afghanistan, one by one, and then in flocks, they flew away and lived as refugees in different parts of the world. The young sports team of women too were disbanded and left the country, hoping to return one day and don the jersey of Afghanistan. The only sport that thrives in today's Afghan world is cricket.
Last year on 15th of August, Taliban took over Kabul and also formed the government across the Afghanistan. There are so many apprehensions, and we are in the Afghanistan. We have seen some of the sectors have got affected after the change of regime in Afghanistan. But one sector which has not got any effect so far is the Afghanistan cricket.
On a daily basis, thousands of oil spills occur worldwide in the oceans, causing oil pollution. This oil pollution in the oceans can have a disastrous effect on marine life. Most people don't realize how serious the problem is until there's a major incident at sea, such as a tanker spill or an oil rig explosion. Oil slicks have the potential to kill seabirds and marine animals such as seals as they drift towards the coast. Although only 10% of global marine oil population is caused by spills of this nature, the majority is generated by everyday maritime traffic such as illegal dumping and tank cleaning, as well as onshore industrial activities. The environmental impact varies depending on location. Deep sea spills are typically smarter and easier to clean up. The oil sinks as it becomes denser, is broken down and destroyed by bacteria. Oil slicks on a rocky coast or exposed beach can have a significant impact on marine ecosystems, and they can take up to a year for wave action to clear away. This oil pollution is also extremely harmful to coral reefs. Coral regeneration can take up to 10 years and is often irreversible. And pollution in mangroves or on sandbanks can cause long-term damage that lasts more than 20 years.
Russian attacks in the Ukraine and the Russian-Ukraine war has got lot of things with Afghanistan. In fact, more than 30 years back, when USSR was one of the superpowers across the world, they intruded into the Afghanistan, and this was one of the main bases of USSR, now Russia. In fact, my cameraman can show you those all Russian tanks which were used then by the Russian army against the Afghanistan and the Afghan Mujahideen, which was then led by Ahmad Massoud, who was one of the main commanders of Northern Alliance and also of the Panjshir. And he was then fighting with these Russian tanks with the guerrilla warfare.
Reminiscent of the bygone Russian occupation of Afghanistan, these remain a testimony of the past, half a century of Afghan struggle to establish themselves as a sovereign nation. Over most of the last 50 years, this landlocked country has lain waste, used as a battleground for the worst wars of recent times. First as a pawn in the Cold War between superpowers, and then, ironically, as a throwback to conservative religious ideologies of darker times. Bombed, invaded, and devastated, Afghanistan has remained wedged in the conscience of the world. When the Taliban started to advance in 2021 and Kabul had fallen, Panjshir was the last hope.
In fact, this is the Panjshir Valley, the lush green trees everywhere, lot of rivers. Panjshir means the valley of fire lines. In fact, that was the importance of this valley here in Afghanistan. Until 2021, no one in the world had captured the Panjshir Valley. In fact, the USSR could not capture the Panjshir Valley because then the famous fighter Ahmad Shah Massoud of Panjshir Valley was against the Russians.
The Lion of Panjshir, Ahmad Shah Massoud's son, Ahmad Massoud, and former Vice President of Afghanistan, Amirullah Saleh, formed the National Resistance Front and fought a guerrilla war with the Taliban. But for the first time in its history, Panjshir was defeated and captured by the Taliban on the 6th of September 2021.
हम अपने अखलाक से इसके साथ जुड़ रहे हैं ना, जब वो ये पठान लोग जान ले कि ये किस तरह लोग हैं, ये हमसे बहुत नफरत करता है, कसम से बहुत ऐसे गोर गोर के देख रहा है ना, हम अभी इसके साथ अखलाक कर रहे ताकि वो हमें अच्छी तरह जान ले कि हम किस तरह लोग हैं,
तो अखलाक से इनका दिल जीतेगा,
हाँ
इंशाल्लाह. The Taliban guarding this country carry arms and ammunition left by the Americans. They proudly flaunt them.
There is definitely the change after the takeover of Taliban here in Afghanistan within the Bagram Air Base. Only the helicopters of the US had been kept there. Some of them are being renovated. What we got from the sources, airstrip of the built by the US troops here inside the Bagram Air Base is active. It is being used by the Taliban fighters, but most of the infrastructure which was created by the Americans had been already destroyed in the Bagram Air Base.
When the last US flight left this airport, Afghanistan ceased to exist. From its shadows emerged the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, where a parliament building is redundant.
Security team from the Taliban are here. They said the other group were there and sat there in that chair.
Nearly 200 Sikh families lived in Afghanistan till August-September of 2021. Now only 20 are left. Karte Pavan Gurdwara in Kabul wears a deserted look.
Thing is that so far there is not no fear is coming out from these Sikh families here. They are not being behaved badly by the Taliban. In fact, we have seen the security of Taliban people outside this Gurdwara, and same has been provided to some of the other Gurdwaras all across the Afghanistan.
The health sector of Afghanistan misses Indian medical staff. All of them left as soon as the Taliban came to power.
डॉक्टर बजाज दिन में 300 मरीज देखते थे, दिन में 300, सिर्फ डॉक्टर बजाज और डॉक्टर को तो जान दिए. आज सारे दिन में 50 मरीज भी नहीं, 50 क्या 40 मरीज भी नहीं आते.
I obviously think that if you don't help the people of Afghanistan, you will have a problem, because these people will be either disappointed, sad and angry, or there will be hunger, or they will all start fleeing the country and moving to Western countries. So you're better off helping them, yes, of course.
A series of blasts rocked Afghanistan in April 2022. A ruthless Islamic State affiliate known as the Islamic State in Khorasan province, or ISIS-K, took responsibility. They've been growing in Afghanistan's eastern backyard since 2014. In today's Afghanistan, the Islamic State present the greatest security challenge to the new Taliban rulers. The Taliban so far has responded with their characteristic heavy hand, sweeping through suspected Islamic State strongholds, claiming to have shut down scores of so-called safe houses, including several in the capital, Kabul. In October and November of 2021, in Islamic State strongholds in eastern Nangarhar province, residents reported bodies hanging from trees. They were told they were Islamic State. This beautiful country, known for its hospitality and rich culture, is a captive of hardship and tussle between the past and present, between growth and religious rigidity, between terror and the rule of terror. Much like the mountains that surround Kabul, with Afghanistan written on them, people of this land who await to rise above the poverty and oppression. They look forward to peace. Caught between different terror organizations, they've been forced to hold the hand of the Taliban, and they patiently wait for things to turn around.
लेकिन वो जो अभी क्योंकि हम क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन में रहते इसके लिए तो थोड़ा वक्त चाहिए इसके लिए इकोनॉमिक्स बनाने के लिए और थोड़ा प्रोग्राम्स रन देने के लिए, तो इसलिए अभी तक तो हम उससे शुक्रगुजार हैं, लेकिन इतना काफ़ी नहीं, बहुत ज़्यादा काम करना चाहिए और इसके लिए और लोगों की मदद भी उनको लेनी चाहिए।
COVID-19 took a heavy toll on the world, and according to WHO's new estimates, what we knew was just the tip of the iceberg. According to WHO, India has been the most affected country by COVID, losing 4.7 million lives. The WHO report is in contradiction to India's official death count of 481,000. It shows an increase in the number by 10 times. The WHO report said that almost half of the deaths that weren't counted were from India. It states that India had the most number of COVID deaths at 4.7 million. The second highest country to record COVID fatalities is Russia, followed by Indonesia and US. The report also stated that India's death toll started rising in the second half of 2020. WHO has put the number of deaths globally at 15 million. Out of this, 5.5 million was officially reported till 31st December 2021, and a staggering 9.4 million went unreported. WHO's excess mortality figures reflect people who died of COVID-19 as well as those who died as an indirect result of the outbreak. It also includes people who could not access healthcare for other conditions when systems were overwhelmed during the huge waves of infection. WHO said that even before the pandemic, around 6 in 10 deaths around the world were not registered. India, however, refutes the claims made by WHO. The Indian government said that the validity and robustness of the models used and the methodology of data collection are questionable.
They have chosen to use the numbers that are based on modeling, assumptions. Modeling is, a one-size-fits-all kind of an assumption that you apply. You may apply that where the systems are poor. But to apply assumptions based on a subset of states, based on reports that come from the websites and media reports, and then you come out with an exorbitant number is not tenable.
India has also objected to data used from 17 states that was obtained from some websites and media reports and used in their model. Furthermore, the government said that WHO used its own Global Health Estimate 2019 as a base for calculation, which itself is an estimate. Lastly, the center also said that WHO didn't capture variations in test positivity and severity across country as large as India. But the opposition has slammed the center for underreporting the numbers.
Why did the government suppress the numbers? The government still, of course, has not decided to compensate any of those COVID-related deaths, even though it was a disaster. The National Disaster Act was in force, which actually mandates the government to pay 4 lakh to each of the victims.
Other independent assessments have also put the death toll in India far higher than the official government tally. A report suggested that 3 million people may have died of COVID in the country.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories this evening. Let's begin with the headlines first. Massive showdown outside Kejriwal's residence over Bagga's arrest case. BJP leaders, workers detained by cops after protests outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Mohali court issues fresh arrest warrant against Tajinder Bagga. Judicial magistrate asked Cybercrime Branch Mohali to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. Mohali police on their way to arrest Bagga. Sensational video of Rahul Gandhi released by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. Rahul on candid video is caught saying क्या exactly theme है, क्या बोलना है ahead of his Telangana rally.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है, क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? Day of the meeting. Please sir.
Videography survey of some areas outside Gyanvapi Masjid concludes after team of lawyers were denied entry in mosque. Heavy police deployment in area after court-appointed officials conducted inspection. With elections round the corner in Telangana, political temperatures soar before his two-day visit to the state. Rahul Gandhi hits out at Chief Minister KCR, says Telangana ruled by a Raja. TRS hits back, calls Rahul a tourist. Karnataka senior BJP leader Yatnal claims that he was offered chief ministerial post for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. The controversial Gyanvapi Mosque Ma Shringar Gauri case gets further intricate after hearing the application of the Muslim side for the removal of court commissioner. The Civil Judge Senior Division Court has reserved the decision for the time being. It is known that the court-appointed Commissioner Ajay Mishra and the panel concluded survey work on day 2 as directed by the court. The Gyanvapi Mosque shares a boundary wall with the famed Kashi Vishwanath temple. Day 1 of the survey in videography witnessed high-voltage drama outside Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi Mosque complex. A war of slogans ensued between the Hindus and Muslims as the court-appointed team reached the premises to conduct the survey. Meanwhile, OAC called the survey an open violation. BJP has sided with the court's decision and warned the ones protesting.
हम लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं बस केवल उनको अधिवक्ता कमिश्नर महोदय को और अधिवक्ता वादी को कॉपी रिसीव कराने, हम कार्रवाई में पार्टिसिपेट करने नहीं आए।
क्यों आपने कार्रवाई का बहिष्कार कर दिया है?
क्योंकि हमें कमिश्नर साहब की निष्पक्षता पर हमें संदेह था।
तो ये संदेह आपने अदालत में नहीं कही?
नहीं, आज कही है, आज भी कही, इसी हमारे एप्लीकेशन पर ऑर्डर हुआ।
कमिश्नर को कार्रवाई करने के तो निर्देश है, उसमें कोई मनाही तो है?
तो निर्देश है तो मनमाना करेंगे निर्देश?
क्या मनमाना कर?
बिल्कुल मनमाना कर रहे हैं। नहीं, कोई आर्डर नहीं है।
तो क्या अदालत की तरफ से
ऐसा कोई आर्डर नहीं?
मैं सिर्फ इतना कह रहा हूँ, भारी मात्रा में मुस्लिम समाज के लोग बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर हैं और जब एडवोकेट कमिश्नर साहब बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर उन्होंने जाने की हम सबकी टीम के साथ कोशिश की तो अंदर नहीं जाने दिया गया।
वो लोग दरवाजे
पे आके खड़े हो गए और इसीलिए कमिश्नर साहब की कार्रवाई आज कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाई है। यही हमारा स्टेटमेंट है, इससे ज्यादा मैं नहीं बोलूंगा। 9 तारीख को इस मामले की कोर्ट में सुनवाई है। हमारे जहाँ पे जो वकील हैं सब लोग अपनी बात कोर्ट में कहेंगे और उसके बाद आगे टाइम लिया जाएगा। अगर स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर लेना तो स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर लेंगे, पर मेरे हिसाब से ऑर्डर बहुत क्लियर था, कोर्ट का ऑर्डर बहुत क्लियर था बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर जाने का। उसके बाद भी उस ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस नहीं हुई है। अब ये न्यायालय को देखना है।
आज कमीशन की कार्रवाई शुरू हुई। कार्रवाई शुरू होने के बाद जब हम लोग बैरिकेडिंग तरफ आगे बढ़े तो अंदर बहुत से मुस्लिम आगे अंदर बैठे थे, वो बाहर आ गए, गेट पर आ गए और प्रशासन ने हमको अंदर जाने नहीं दिया, सहयोग नहीं किया, जिसकी वजह से आज आगे कार्रवाई नहीं हो पाई। अब कोर्ट में दरखास्त देंगे।
तो आगे आपका क्या कानूनी रूप?
कोर्ट में दरखास्त देंगे, अब कोर्ट से दिशा निर्देश देगा, उसके आधार पर आगे कार्रवाई होगी।
मोदी सरकार ये जानती है कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद सिविल टाइटल का जजमेंट आया, उसमें उस जजमेंट में यह कहा गया कि 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट को उन्होंने बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जोड़ दिया। तो ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी थी, संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस कोर्ट को बताए कि आप ये गलत कर रहे हैं। मगर क्योंकि आप नफरत की राजनीति करते हैं और आप हर नफरत में अपनी सियासी रोटी सेकते आए हैं, इसीलिए आपने खामोशी बनाए रखी है। वो बताए ना, बीजेपी बताए कि क्या वो 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ रिलीजियस वर्शिप एक्ट को मानती है नहीं मानती है। मानना पड़ेगा, पार्लियामेंट से एक्ट है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको कहा कि बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जुड़ा हुआ है। अगर ये मसले को टूल कोई दे रहा है तो वो बीजेपी दे रही है और संघ परिवार दे रही है। वो ये चाहते हैं कि वो जो नफरत का दौर था हमारे मुल्क में 1990 का, वो दोबारा इस मुल्क में दोहराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
जहां विवाद होगा वहां न्यायालय होगा और न्यायालय जो कहे उसको सबको मानना होगा। तो मैं सभी लोगों से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आप लाठी और पत्थर मत चलाइए, ज्ञान चलाइए, बुद्धि चलाइए, डेटा चलाइए, सत्य चलाइए। और ऐसी स्थिति में जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद में वीडियोग्राफी का विरोध कर रहे हैं वो न्यायालय का विरोध कर रहे हैं, और जो न्यायालय का विरोध करेगा वो भरेगा।
कानून व्यवस्था को एकदम मेंटेन रखेंगे और कानून का राज स्थापित करेंगे, कहीं कोई अप्रिय घटना न घटे, इस बात की लगातार हम चिंता करेंगे।
Samath is now joining us live. Samath, what's going on? Security has been tightened, I believe, outside the complex as the war of words and sloganeering has ensued between two communities.
Well, obviously, it's just not about the war of words. What we have seen from the ground outside the premises of Kashi Vishwanath Temple and that particular Gyanvyapti Mosque, security was tightened because what we was reporting from day one, yesterday also, there was slogan raising from both the sides in comparison to Har Har Mahadev, they were Allahu Akbar. Today also the same thing happened when suddenly around 3:30 p.m. when the survey team went inside, some persons from Muslim community came in and raised slogans like Allahu Akbar. Thereafter, they were sent back to the particular narrow lane from where they were sent. Though police, Varanasi police also detained one Abdul Kalam who works for a sari shop. He claimed that he shouted those slogans, and also on camera while speaking exclusively to India Today TV, he also apologized for his particular act. But it's going to be a tough challenge for the Uttar Pradesh police now, like whenever this survey will start again, because till now they haven't visited or entered inside the mosque, and that is why the survey was stopped today. Because when the team of Advocate Commissioner Ajay Mishra tried to enter inside the mosque, the Muslim community people gathered around the mosque as per the advocates of the Hindu side, and then the survey work was stopped an hour before the conclusion. Yes.
Thanks, Samath, for joining us with those details right there. A political war has erupted over BJP's Tajinder Pal Bagga's arrest by Punjab Police on Friday. Mohali court has now issued a fresh arrest warrant against Bagga. The judicial magistrate has asked the cybercrime branch, Mohali, to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. Meanwhile, BJP held a protest outside Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal's house over Bagga's arrest. BJP Sikh leaders, including RP Singh, Majinder Singh Sirsa, were detained by the Delhi police. Majinder Singh Sirsa slammed Kejriwal and said Punjab government is trying to harass a Sikh for no reason. Goa Chief Minister Sawant and BJP Yuva Morcha President Tejasvi Surya met Tajinder Bagga at his residence. Goa Chief Minister called his arrest kidnapping by the AAP government. Tejasvi Surya hailed the party leaders for backing party karyakartas and said, but Punjab government misused the powers of the police. AAP is hit back at BJP. Said BJP is trying to disturb peace and harmony of the country.
लास्ट टाइम उन लोगों ने कोई कागज नहीं दिखाए थे, लेकिन इस बार शायद
आ रहे हैं कागज लेके। अब वकील के पास है, अब वकील बताएगा ना कि तुम्हें क्या करना चाहिए, वो वकील के पास है।
जब बग्गा जी अभी इस वक्त कहाँ पर है?
वकील के पास है।
वकील के पास गए कागजी कार्रवाई पूरी करने के लिए।
कागजी उसको समझने, नोटिस को समझने कि नोटिस में क्या क्या है, नोटिस को हम किस तरह से फॉलो कर सकते हैं, इस हालात में हमें क्या करना चाहिए।
ना बताए दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना इन्फॉर्म करते हुए यहाँ से उसका अपहरण किया। मैं तो अपहरण ही बोलूँगा क्योंकि यहाँ से अपहरण किया, और जिस तरह की ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने बग्गा के पिताजी को दी, उसकी सही में मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह के पुलिस ने भी बर्ताव नहीं करना चाहिए। हमारी दिल्ली पुलिस और हरियाणा पुलिस का मैं सराहना करता हूं, क्योंकि उन्होंने उसको बीच में रोक दिया और वहां से उसको वापस यहां पे लाया। हमारे पूरी युवा मोर्चा के सभी साथी, चाहे वो हरियाणा से हो, दिल्ली से हो, बग्गा के साथ में रहे और इसके खिलाफ लड़ाई में हमेशा उसके साथ में रहेंगे। केजरीवाल जिस तरह के ट्रीटमेंट दे रहा हूँ उसकी मैं निंदा करता हूँ।
कल जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया, जिस तरीके से हरियाणा पुलिस और दिल्ली पुलिस का दुरुपयोग करके अपनी कठपुतली की तरह नचा के एक अपराधी को छुड़ाने का काम किया, इससे फिर से भाजपा ने एक बार साबित किया है कि वो दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी गुंडे लफंगों की पार्टी है, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के परिसर में घुस के वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता प्रशांत भूषण को पीटता है। एक आदमी जो बंगाल की हिंसा फैलाने के मामले में आरोपी है, एक आदमी जो लगातार दिल्ली के अंदर नफरत और हिंसा फैलाने के मामले में दोषी रहा है, कई मुकदमे उसके ऊपर हैं, पंजाब में उसके ऊपर मुकदमा है, सीरियल ऑफेंडर है, बहुत सारे इसके ऊपर केसेस हैं।
Breaking news coming in. Delhi police sources have said that they have no information about the Mohali court warrant. Delhi police sources say Punjab police have not contacted them. Delhi police denies the knowledge of Mohali court's order on Bagga's arrest. Meanwhile, an FIR has been registered for protests outside Kejriwal's residence. This is a big development coming in where the Delhi police sources are denying information about the Mohali court warrant because the Mohali court warrant clearly has asked for an arrest of Tajinder Bagga. I want to bring in Amit Bhardwaj, who's joining us. Amit, is this likely to take a political turn? I know we're not going to be sitting here and speculating, but with the Delhi police sources saying that they have no information, but in Punjab, the Mohali court has issued a warrant for his arrest.
Well, absolutely right, Chaiti. You know, this time around the Punjab police will take every step very carefully. Last time around we had seen, yesterday in the morning, Punjab police had reached Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga's residence right here in Janakpuri, and they had arrested Bagga from his residence right in the morning. But after that, big political drama had unveiled throughout the day, where the Delhi police and the Haryana police had gotten together to stop the Punjab police in Kurukshetra, and there was a Mahabharat going on throughout the day. And the BJP kept on claiming that Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga have been kidnapped, while the Punjab police was constantly maintaining that they have served 5 notices, 5 summons to Bagga, and he was not cooperating in investigation. Now today, in the evening, as India Today had broken that story that Mohali court has actually issued an arrest warrant against Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga. The arrest warrant has been issued under different sections, and the court has asked Crime Branch Mohali to arrest Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga from Delhi and to produce him in front of the court. Now, it is to be seen as to how things turn out from here, because if Punjab police comes to Delhi, they will have to coordinate with the Delhi police this time around, and only after that they will be able to execute that arrest warrant. And in fact, I'm also joined by the close aide of Bagga, Mr. Ankit. Ankit, where is Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga right now? There's an arrest warrant which has been issued by the Mohali court, criminal court of Mohali, but we are learning that he is not at home.
Through your channel, around 5:30 to 6, we got to know that a fresh warrant has been issued. In the fresh sections they have filed. Location I can't disclose. Tajinder Pal Bagga along with our National President Tejasvi Suryaji, they both are sitting with our team of lawyers. And location, again I'm saying I can't disclose. In some times I'll tell you the strategy. Once the meeting will be over, I'll tell you this.
Okay, I'll ask you a straight question, even though this question should have been asked from Mr. Bagga, but he's not here. You are a close friend of Mr. Bagga. Will he surrender to the Punjab police if the Punjab police, Mohali police comes to Delhi today, tomorrow, a week later? Because the next hearing date is of a couple of days from now.
Many people have been asking this question since yesterday, but there are some facts I want to tell you. This issue is not yesterday's issue. This issue has been there for 20 days ago. They have made an attempt, which we failed because we got the tip-off from one of our sources in the Aam Aadmi Party local area. So since then, the complaint has been filed in Mohali High Court, Mohali District Court, and our lawyer has been going there, have been representing. We are replying to every notice they have served, and the matter is sub judice. The last night also I heard many channels saying that 5 notices has been served and you are not complying to this thing. But this is a fake thing. This is a totally false thing.
That is the Mohali police's claim.
Yes, that is a totally false claim. I can show you the proof if you want. I can show you the proof.
But now there's an arrest warrant. There's a difference between summon and arrest warrant.
I'm coming to that. Whatever be the party leadership will decide. We'll definitely go by that. We are sitting with the team of lawyers. In next 30 minutes or 1 hour, we'll come to the the decision thing. Right now I can't disclose.
Okay, one more question, Ankit. Is there a possibility that you might approach the High Court to seek a stay on this particular arrest?
Absolutely. Last night also, yesterday also, our Monica Arora ji has told that we are not going to give up on this thing. We are not going to get afraid of anything or any such bully. We are going to fight it. And rest assured, we are going to fight it. We are not going to surrender. And whatever legal recourse available to us, we will definitely come. Yeah,
okay. So, Chaiti, clearly, legal and political battle in the national capital over Bagga's arrest controversy will continue. You just heard the close aid of Tajinder Singh Bagga saying that the strategy is being carved out, the legal strategy is being carved out. There's a possibility that in some time from now, Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga, along with the team of lawyers of the Yuva Morcha, could reveal that strategy. But they're saying that the legal as well as the political battle will continue. Over to you.
Thanks so much for that update and those reactions coming in as well. And a fresh controversy has erupted in Telangana over the candid video of Rahul Gandhi that has gone viral on social media, as you already know. In the video, the Congress leader can be seen asking "Kya bolna hai?" before an address. It's an innocuous question which has been asked to his party leaders, as every leader does before the arrest. Here is more on what is it all about and the controversy that has erupted over it.
First, Rahul Gandhi's video from Nepal nightclub. And now his video from pole-bound Telangana. The BJP is in no mood to give Congress MP Rahul Gandhi leeway. BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya tweeted a video of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in which he can be heard asking his party workers what exactly he has to talk about during the rally in Telangana.
So what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए. तो what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए.
The BJP leader, in a scathing attack, said this happens when one does politics between foreign trips and night clubbing. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla also slammed Rahul Gandhi for Congress's hollow rhetoric.
The video, perhaps shot and leaked by a Congress leader who's disillusioned by the lack of connect, lack of commitment and lack of seriousness of Rahul Gandhi towards the people of Telangana. This also means that all the commitments made by the Congress party in its rally, particularly by Rahul Gandhi, have no meaning. They are empty words, they are hollow rhetoric.
The ruling TRS-2 didn't miss the opportunity and lashed out at Rahul Gandhi.
The video of Rahul Gandhi at the airport exposes that Rahul Gandhi had no clue about what he had to speak at the Warangal meeting, which explains that Congress party, which was claiming of Warangal declaration for the farmers, which is absolutely farce and bogus. There is no declaration because Rahul Gandhi himself has no clue about what he has to address.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The Congress, left red-faced, jumped to Rahul's defense.
These kind of videos always emerge, and when the Prime Minister stepped out and asked the media and he couldn't speak coherently, this kind of a video also came. So ultimately the point is that videos will come and videos will go, but onlookers will know what the truth behind the video is and what essentially has happened. And like I told you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has asked a question. What's wrong in asking a question of the state leadership?
Even AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi did not mince his words to attack Rahul Gandhi.
तो जब आपको ये नहीं मालूम कि तेलंगाना की जनता को आप क्या पैगाम देना चाह रहे हैं और क्यों आपका साथ दें, आप बिल्कुल जहन आपका एम्प्टी है. आप क्या मैसेज देंगे, क्या पैगाम देंगे और कैसे टीआरएस से मुकाबला कर पाएंगे आप?
With Congress hoping to raise its stake in battleground Telangana and BJP all ready to dent it, the war for Telangana has already begun. With Ashish Pandey in Hyderabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
What is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है?
Slipping into a break, when we return, Kim Kardashian recently went on an extreme crash diet to fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress and received a lot of flack after that. A special report to keep you up with the Kardashians.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
According to a bombshell leaked draft, the American Supreme Court is poised to strike down the right to abortion in the United States. So how does the American Supreme Court function? The United States Supreme Court is the highest federal court in the land and the final court of appeal. Its job is to ensure that the promise of equal justice for all Americans under the law is upheld. To that end, it is the guardian and interpreter of the US Constitution. The Supreme Court was created in 1789. Since 1935, its home has been a 4-story classical building made of American marble and oak located on Capitol Hill in Washington. Its seal is similar to the Great Seal of the United States, except that it has a single star beneath the Eagles Clause. This symbolizes the Constitution's creation of one Supreme Court. 9 judges, referred to as justices, sit on the court. They hold office for as long as they wish, although they can be removed by impeachment. The Supreme Court is steeped in tradition. While in court, justices wear black robes, white quills are placed on counsel tables each day that the court sits. A black curtain is hung over the courtroom doors as a sign of respect and mourning following the death of a justice. And each day, justices shake hands to remind that harmony of purpose overrides differences of opinion. However, there can be substantial ideological differences and disagreements between them, which may be expressed through a written statement or opinion.
100 billion items of clothing are sold each year in the world, double the figure 15 years ago, a consequence of fast fashion, the response to the latest trends. Even at the raw material stage, pollution is present. 26% of our clothes are made of cotton, which requires a great deal of water. Then there are the pesticides and fertilizers. Making a t-shirt requires water equivalent to 70 showers. More than 60% of our clothes are made of polyester, which comes from oil, so their carbon footprint is considerable. Dyeing, washing out, softening the raw material require products that are as dangerous for workers that use them as they are for the environment. Transporting clothes is far from environment friendly. A pair of jeans can travel 1.5 times around the world. Even in our homes, clothes continue to pollute. When they're washed, our polyester shirts and shorts release microfibers into the oceans. As much as 500,000 tons per year, the equivalent of 50 billion bottles of plastic. Textiles are one of the world's most polluting industries. 1.2 billion tons of greenhouse gases are released into the atmosphere each year, more than international air travel and maritime shipping combined.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Kim Kardashian recently made headlines quite infamously for losing weight and going on an extreme crash diet to fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress. While Kim's body image issues have been in headlines for a while now, we decided to get you a whole host of reactions on Kim's Met Gala look. This is my report to keep you up with the Kardashians. Kardashian lost 7 kilos in 3 weeks. How? A crash diet that consisted of no sugar, no carbs, and lean proteins and sauna. Why? To fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress at the Met Gala. Yes, that's bizarre and correct. Now, this has not impressed netizens at all. She has been at the receiving end of much flack. In the woke era of 2022, Kim is no longer considered to be the trendsetter, as she did back in the day when what she did was touted to be cool. Kim's body image has been making headlines for a while. She has earlier got butt implants, presented heavily filtered and photoshopped images of herself on social media, and allegedly gone under the knife multiple times. This is her before and after image, and we really do not need an expert to tell us that this is possible without cosmetic procedures. Fuller cheeks to more pronounced lips, to breast enhancements, nose job, butt implants, to liposuction, and now an extreme crash diet to fit into the dress that was worn by Marilyn Monroe. Should the dress fit you, or the other way around, really? While experts say extreme diets are unhealthy, many A-listers have publicly disapproved Kim's moves. Actress Lily Reinhart put up an Insta story on her disapproval. Jamila Jamil slammed Kim, saying she should not have publicly announced this. After that entire 3-week ordeal to lose 7 kilos, Kim ordered mini donuts and dozens of pizzas delivered to her hotel room post the Met Gala. Many call this dark and problematic. The world is changing and is no longer looking up to fad diets and cheat days as fashionable, and the social media storm proves just that. Well, it's 2022, and all we can say is, how 2002 Kim. In New Delhi, Shayati Narula for India Today. It's a wrap from me, Shayati Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
India is experiencing its hottest weather in over 100 years. 2022 March has been the hottest since the year 1900. I mean, as of now, things are such that you step out and you feel your head is burning, you feel dehydrated and drained in no time. But why is India so hot even before the summers have actually officially started? And how long is this going to last? Let's get into it. Now, most importantly, we must address the fact that North India, at least, had its shortest spring this year. Before we knew it, the winters were gone and ACs were already on. Scientists have claimed that the heat is due to the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. India's weather office attributed the high temperatures due to scanty rainfall. Rainfall deficiency was as high as 72% over India, rising to as much as 89% over the northwest parts of the country. The usual light intensity rainfall has remained absent by and large over many areas of the country since March. As per the weather office in India, a heat wave is declared if the average temperature in plains goes above 40 degrees Celsius, in coastal regions if the temperature goes above 37 degrees Celsius, and in hilly regions if it goes above 30 degrees Celsius, and overall if the temperature goes 4.5 notches above normal. The Bureau upgrades a heat wave to severe when the departure is 6.5 degrees above normal or even higher. Now, heat wave spells last for about 4 to 10 days, and the ones in May are longer than those in April and June because of no rainfall. Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Kerala and Tamil Nadu experience heat waves sometimes as well. That's pretty much a major part of the country. Now, severe heat conditions have been consistently reported along large parts of India. Now, if you talk about areas in West Rajasthan and areas like Vidarbha in Maharashtra, these places have reported a max temperature of about 40 to 45 degrees Celsius since almost 2 months. Now, in the coming days, East, Central and Northwest India are going to be feeling the heat even more. Temperatures are expected to rise further by another 2 to 3 degrees, especially in Northwest India, while in Madhya Pradesh, where temperatures touched above 44 degrees Celsius, there's going to be no respite anytime soon. So as of now, there is going to be no respite from the heat wave until May, when the Indian summers actually kick in.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to the Business Today show. I'm your host Udayan Mukherjee. My guest today on the show is a rare commodity because we haven't had too many bankers on this show. I mean, early in the days of this show, we had Uday Kotak, who's one of India's most successful bankers, of course. But since then, we've not really had a banker. And this guest is a unique banker because he actually had a massive global success earlier as CEO Asia of Standard Chartered. And then he went out of the sector for a while before coming back and taking over an Indian NBFC, which is an unusual path. And it raised a lot of eyebrows then. But then the journey took him back to his first love and his original career, which is banking. Because his NBFC acquired a stake in the beleaguered PMC Bank, and now they have this small finance bank called Unity. So you would have guessed that my guest on the show today is Jaspal Bindra, Chairman of Centrum Capital. Jaspal, it's wonderful to have you on the show. And as I just described, yours is a bit of a second coming. Are you not wary about it? Because, you know, as we all know in professional careers, repeat acts are notoriously difficult to pull off. Did you consider it seriously before getting back into banking once again after leaving behind such a checkered career?
Thanks for having me on your show, Udayan. Clearly, it's very difficult to forecast and predict what might happen in the future. So really didn't have any firm idea about how things might turn out. But the aspiration was always to go and have a bank in India. So one came with that thought and aspiration, and luckily it's become a reality today.
But you know, you were set up for a major global role. I mean, your name at one point many years ago was mentioned in the same league as an Anshu Jain or a Vikram Pandit or a Rana Talwar. Do you feel in coming back to India that there is any sense of an unfinished business out there with the global platform?
No, I think, that was a good run in the corporate sector. Unlike some other institutions, for Standard Chartered, actually, 70% of the bank was Asia. 70% of our revenue was there, 70% of our profits were there, 70% of our employees were there. So it was a very big part of the bank, and having been able to both grow, seed, start, and really see blossom two markets, China and India, at the same time was really a very good, satisfying experience. So I do have great fond memories of Standard Chartered, but there was two things that were beckoning me back to India. One was our only child, our son, who hadn't lived with us for the last 14 years before I moved here. And the second was the opportunity to become an entrepreneur, which was a bug in my head for a long time. And we said, okay, let's give it a shot.
Excellent. So let's talk about the personal aspect of it, the reason you came back to India. How has that worked out? I mean, do you look back every day and say, thank God I did that, because every day it seems like the right decision to be close to my son once again? In a personal sense, on hindsight, does it look like the right step to have taken?
I think at that time it was pure emotion, largely, but now it is actually proven to be a good decision, only because the international banking sector has had a pretty poor run in the last 5-6 years. So even though they recovered from the 2008 financial crisis a few years after that, but because of the compliance pressure and the global liquidity, etc. So maybe, I left it at the best times. I enjoyed the best time in international banking. So no regret from that point of view. And wonderful to be with our child back. These are the best years. He's still single. We have him. We have more of him to ourselves now than we will have probably in the future. And also these are the years we are enjoying each other's company more as friends. So we are really happy to be back. And luckily things are working out at the work front as well. So that should be an added bonus.
Well, there's a lot to talk about your new bank and how the journey worked out. But indulge me about a little bit more about your return to India. I believe when you came back, you actually had conversations with, say, Uday Kotak, who I mentioned, and Deepak Parekh and people like that, who are the doyens of Indian banking. So you were open to doing some kind of, or taking up some kind of a role with one of these big banks as well. Take us through what these conversations may have been like.
So dual purpose in those conversations. These were people who were obviously doyens of the financial sector industry in India. And fortunately, over my long banking career, they were also people one had got to know and enjoy their company, enjoy their valuable advice, even when I was at work with Standard Chartered and before. So I was checking with them really how it was about taking a landing back in India in a very different avatar outside of the corporate sector that I was, MNC sector that I was used to. And also what the opportunities may be in specific within their organization. So it was absolutely both those things. And I got some very valuable advice from them. Neither of them advised me to turn entrepreneur. They all felt that I should continue in the corporate world, which is probably what I would have said to somebody like myself who had asked me for that advice. But then I chose Centrum for some very specific reasons. I think Centrum was clearly at that time a pure advisory fee business entity. So there was that comfort that there is no sizable bad asset baggage. If I was to look at any NBFC, that would have been one major concern. The second thing is that one of the founders, who is actually the active founder, and I had enjoyed a friendship for much before I came back. So that was an added. But also when I checked Centrum, and I checked with even these gentlemen, who obviously at that point felt it was too small ship to be going into. But there was nothing controversial about Centrum's reputation. either people knew it and were happy, or they didn't know and didn't have anything bad to say about it. So I think that was a good thing as well. Personally, I felt that given the stage in life I would make a bigger difference in Centrum than I could in one of the more established, very well-positioned institutions. And it would also give me an opportunity to leave a legacy in my name, which would probably not have been possible in one of the other companies that one would have considered.
In a sense, would you say that it struck entrepreneurial kind of a chord in you? Because, you know, these jobs are great, these banking jobs. I mean, great compensation packages which keep growing. But you had gone through that. This was an element of risk involved in it. I mean, you would do something, shape it on your own. And do you think that element of risk struck some kind of a note in you which might not have been satisfied in your previous career?
Yeah, it was almost a little bit like going on an adventure, a thrill, and trying to prove to myself, because we used to get this many times that you guys are just glamorized corporate servants, etc. Without that visiting card, you'd be worth nothing, etc., etc. So I think there was a little bit of that in me, and I felt maybe one should give it a shot.
Now, having done that, now the thing that banking eventually, was it when you took on Centrum, was it like just a challenge taking up something in the financial space, or were you clear even back then, 5 years ago, that at some point it would have to lead back to banking?
Yeah, I think when I had the first few conversations with the founder then, we were very clear that we must at least create a roadmap and a potential for a bank license at some time in the future. And with that in mind, we actually started lending businesses, which Centrum never had before 2017. So we built a housing company. We started building a housing company, a SME financing company, a microfinance company. And microfinance in particular was something that I think I was a little bit against the common thinking at that time, because people felt that there was enough of it already in the market and they had had the Andhra situation, etc. But I was strategically very intent on that, because I felt that if we have to ever go with a credible application and bid to the RBI, we must have some element of inclusiveness in the portfolio. And that is why, so the whole portfolio of lending was started with an aim to eventually one day either merge with a bank or apply for a fresh green field license or some such thing. That was the thinking.
And do you think the recent deal which has happened between HDFC and HDFC Bank, it's a massive deal, but do you think it's, in a sense, it's an endorsement of the general view that maybe the heydays of NBFCs are over? I mean, they cannot survive in their current form, and eventually they will have to lead back to banking at some point or the other. Do you see it as an endorsement of your decision as well? Because it couldn't have been an easy one to take on an asset like PMC.
Yeah, so I think two questions there. I'll address the more generic and then come to our situation. See, till recently, what NBFCs and banks, there was a trade-off. So the banks had the deposit franchise, which was hugely valuable, but the NBFCs had the benefit of a light touch regulatory requirement applicable to them. Now, the big NBFCs for sure have a stronger regulatory pressure on them and is moving in the direction to become at par with banks. And the small NBFCs suffer, at least for the time being, severely reduced leverage. So I think the NBFC story is becoming less attractive than it ever was in the past. So clearly, and for us, when even though we had started all these NBFC verticals, we realized to scale it, the people who had made it big in the past were in a great spot. But for us to scale it today, with the arbitrage opportunity being far reduced than it ever was before, we felt that it had to be a banking license. We had to have a deposit franchise of our own. So that is why we gave, the first time PMC was brought up to me, I had a chuckle. I said, you must be talking to the wrong person. You've got a wrong number. There's no way a 7,000 crore negative net worth bank is something we have the resources for. But we always, we were open to giving it a second look. We kept an open mind on it, only because at the back of our mind, a banking license was always a prize we had to win.
Now, having done that, Jaspal, you're a seasoned banker. How easy do you think it will be to get a meaningful deposit franchise erected over the next few years? Because you do carry the baggage of PMC. Part of it has been washed off because you've returned money to shareholders. But given competition in the market, given the history, do you think it will be easy to erect a really meaningful deposit franchise over the next few years? Because at the end of the day, that is the prize for any bank.
So yes, that would be, that's both a prize, but also an issue for every bank. And it's a very competitive world out there. So I'll break it up into three parts. I think the first thing we can do is try to overcome the negative credibility that PMC had and try to resurrect that in a way that, it's not PMC, this is a new bank, it's Unity, and just treat it like another small finance bank rather than as a continuation of PMC. And we are happy to tell you that out of the 4,000 crores that we distributed about 7-8 days ago, very little of it has gone out of the door. Most of it is still lying. It's also very early to make a judgment on it. But at least there's been no run on that money. In fact, we're talking a few crores of rupees that has gone out of the door. A lot of it is still lying there. That brings me to the second point, and that is probably related with the interest rate that we are offering. So I think there is some elasticity to price. And at this point, we are able to offer maybe that price at least, and there's a big difference in the market. The third element to there, which is reasonably becoming very obvious to everyone, is that up to 5 lakhs, the risk profile is the same, whether it's State Bank of India or it's Unity or PMC. You're going to get your 5 lakhs back. And a very large part of PMC bank depositors, this is maybe information for you, 96% of the retail depositors had less than 5 lakhs in PMC. So actually 96% last week got paid off. In actual numbers, 8,50,000 is 96% of the total retail depositors. They actually got paid back in full. So there is an element of below 5 lakhs where I don't think so any bank should be disadvantaged versus the other. There is the interest rate thing. And then there is for us to prove our own credentials in terms of trust and credibility in the future.
Sure. I take your point, Jaspal, but just to come back to the point about competition, because on one hand, you're... I take your point, but my question is about competition, because at one end, you're competing with slightly older small finance banks like, say, AU Small Finance or Ujjivan. But on the other end of the spectrum, you have these digital players like, say, a Paytm trying to become big on the lending side with buy now, pay later kind of loans. Though you have tied up with Bharat P to address the digital aspect of it, how do you assess competition from some of these, fintech companies who are trying to get into the lending space?
So yes, I agree with you that the competition on the asset side is probably going to be far more challenging because there are the established players who have the conventional businesses, and now there is the reach that has been captured by the fintech. And I think we will have to play the digital game because, we don't have any other option. People ask me, why are you making such a big fuss about digital being your only play? You've grown up in the conventional banking system. That's where your strength and comfort is. And I'm telling them that not only is it an opportunity, it's also a compulsion. It is an opportunity because digital is still relatively new. So the vintage disadvantage we would have had in any conventional model, we hopefully won't have as much in digital, but there is a lot of supply coming in there. And the compulsion, because trying to do a Me Too on the conventional banking model, the catch-up is just so distant that there's never any way I'm going to be a meaningful player in the conventional sense. So yes, there is digital, but there is also, I think, a regulatory landscape that is changing quite quickly, which I think will tilt the favor in balance of the people who are licensed. And they can be licensed as NBFCs or as banks or as P2P players or as digital banking units as the new announcement has come. But it will be, I don't think so, the unlicensed digital players are going to have the same level playing field as the others will, as the licensed players will.
So in that digital foray, how much does BharatPe give to you as an entity? Because they are joint venture partners. Do you see them affording any great leverage in the digital space, or you could have done it yourself without the resources or the good offices of BharatPe? My basic question is, how much of an advantage is that joint venture for you?
So at the time we entered the partnership, then we have to go back in time. So this was January of 21 when we made the bid for the PMC Bank, and we had sort of talked about it for a few months by then. BharatPe looked like the absolute excellent, obvious choice for us. Firstly, they had the proven technology credentials at that time. They had abundant spare capital. We didn't know what it would take to rescue and get a license from the bank, from the central bank. And they had a blue chip cap table. So, we felt that all of this was a better option than just going to a single PE firm or going to a family office or going to a business house. Business house had their obvious challenges from a licensing point. Single PE had a single PE, and HNIs had limited technology support they could give us. Of course, now with hindsight, because of the current issues that have come up, people have questioned that judgment a bit. But at the time we made that decision, we still believe that was a good choice. But even today, I believe, having that partnership is right for us. But we'll see how things play out in their own backyard.
Yeah, I don't want to make this a salacious controversy-picking discussion, but clearly, this is a natural question to ask you today, that whether you regret that BharatPe partnership today in the light of this Ashni Grover controversy, and if you had to or could find a way to unwind it, would you consider it seriously? Because, reputation is everything in the financial space, as you know better than I do. But do you want to start with an image, having almost come out of the PMC shadow, to remain under the shadow of a tarnished brand, in a sense, like BharatPe?
I maintain, Udayan, that our partnership is with an institution which is 85% foreign owned and by a group of leading global PEs. So that is the partnership. It's with RIPL. Of course, they have shareholder issues among themselves, and we would hope and wish, given the large media attention it is receiving, that they can resolve that quickly and as privately as possible. But for all practical purposes, there is nobody, neither Ashni nor anyone from BharatPe, who is either on the Unity Bank board or the Unity Bank payroll. So clearly, from a day-to-day, there is no challenge. Yes, there is some media association that goes with it. But if we were ever to make a change because of regulatory mandate, then that would be a different choice. But on my own, I'm not the kind of person who's going to take this as an opportunistic occasion to get a slightly better premium and negotiate better now that we have a license compared to when we went into partnership pre the license. That is not either Centrum's value system nor mine. But yes, if it became a genuine problem in terms of depositors or in terms of equity investors or in terms of having to raise debt from anywhere else, I don't see that as a situation as things stand today, but only if things got more difficult from here, then we would look at it only under that kind of pressure.
So what is your 5-year vision plan, Jaspal? You're 60. Let's say turn the clock to 65. What would you have liked to have achieved with Unity Bank or with Centrum in 5 years? Do you think you can go all the way to becoming a universal bank in that period of time? If at 65 I were to ask you, you look back and say, I did this right and I got where I wanted to be, what would that position be?
Okay. So we had some discussion about this among ourselves 5 years ago, about where we would like to be in 5 and 10 years. And of course, one of the milestones was get a banking license. So that's kind of behind us. But going forward, I would say that we would like to do 3-4 things with the bank now as the major focus. We have other businesses in Centrum who we have plans for, but I guess we are largely focused on the bank here. So luckily, we are starting well capitalized and with deep pockets on, or with sufficiently deep pockets on our side and hugely deep pockets on the other side. So that will allow us an accelerated growth, organic and inorganic, because the market is also offering several opportunities in terms of inorganic.
Well, I wish you all the best with that, Jaspal. Good luck with that and congratulations for what you've achieved already. Thank you very much for your time today. Pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
You are watching.
So it is actually unreal to see the kind of attention every tweet from Elon Musk gets. But what do? The man has already bought Twitter and now his next tweet has everyone asking one question: does Coca-Cola actually have cocaine? Is he joking? Or did the company actually add cocaine to its product? Well, the short answer is yes and no. So way back in 1885, when pharmacist John Pemberton came up with the formula of Coca-Cola, cocaine was in it. At least that is what the US government's National Institute of Drug Abuse claimed. What was actually in the formula, if one may think? In his formula, Pemberton used extraction of the coca leaf from which cocaine is made. The formula also contained cola nut, which has caffeine. So the name Coca-Cola was thus inspired by these two main elements. The formula was made at a time when cocaine was legal in the US. It was even used as a common ingredient in medicines. Now I think Pemberton was a marketing genius because he actually marketed Coca-Cola in the initial days as a medicine. He called it a brain tonic and intellectual beverage that could cure headaches, upset stomach and fatigue. Unlike today, since there were no regulations on medicines in the 19th century, many got away with adding addictive ingredients to their products and branding them as having health benefits. In around 1891, some Americans spoke out against the use of addictive ingredients in patent medicines. So following this, manufacturers in the US slowly reduced the content of such ingredients in their products, and Coca-Cola also complied. They began reducing the content of cocaine in the product and removed it completely by 1929.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. Thanks for being with us here on India Today. Let's begin with the headlines. Massive showdown outside Kejriwal's residence over Bagga's arrest. BJP leaders, workers detained by cops after protests outside Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. Mohali court issues fresh arrest warrant against Tajinder Bagga. Judicial magistrate asks crime branch Mohali to arrest Bagga and produce before the court. Mohali police on their way to arrest Bagga. Sensational video of Rahul Gandhi released by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. Rahul Gandhi on candid video is caught saying क्या exactly theme है, क्या बोलना है ahead of his Telangana rally.
So what is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है, क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? यही ऑफ करिए. Please sir.
Videography survey of some areas outside Gyanvapi Masjid concludes after team of lawyers were denied entry in a mosque. Heavy police deployment in the area after court-appointed official conducted inspection. With elections around the corner in Telangana, political temperature soar before his two-day visit to the state. Rahul Gandhi hits out at Chief Minister KCR, says Telangana ruled by a Raja. TRS hits back, calls Rahul Gandhi a tourist. Karnataka senior BJP leader and MLA Basantagowda Patil Yatnal's claims he was offered Chief Ministerial post for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. A big political war has erupted over BJP's Tajinder Pal Bagga's arrest by the Punjab Police on Friday. Mohali court has issued fresh non-bailable warrant against Tajinder Bagga. The judicial magistrate has asked the cyber crime branch Mohali to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. The judge also observed that the arrest of Bagga was necessary in the interest of justice and to facilitate the investigation. According to Punjab Police sources, the team of cops once again reach Delhi to arrest Bagga on Sunday. Meanwhile, BJP held a protest outside Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence over Bagga's arrest. Majinder Sirsa slammed Kejriwal and said the Punjab government is trying to harass a Sikh for no reason. Goa Chief Minister Pravod Samant and BJP Yuva Morcha Tejasvi Surya met Bagga at his residence. Goa Chief Minister called his arrest kidnapping by the AAP government. Tejasvi Surya hailed the party leaders for backing party Karyakartas, and Bagga was arrested by goons in uniform, according to him. AAP has hit back at the BJP, fired Gunda party jibe at the Saffron party.
लास्ट टाइम उन लोगों ने कोई कागज नहीं दिखाए थे, लेकिन इस बार शायद
आ रहे हैं कागज लेके. अब वकील के पास है, अब वकील बताएगा ना कि तुम्हें क्या करना चाहिए. वो वकील के पास है.
जब बग्गा जी अभी इस वक्त कहाँ पर है?
वकील के पास है.
वकील के पास गए.
हाँ,
कागजी कार्रवाई पूरी करने के
हाँ,
लिए
कागजी उसको समझने, नोटिस को समझने कि नोटिस में क्या क्या है, नोटिस को हम किस तरह से फॉलो कर सकते हैं, इस हालात में हमें क्या करना चाहिए।
A massive political war has erupted over BJP's Bagga's arrest. BJP staged a protest against Chief Minister Kejriwal's house and called Bagga's arrest kidnapping by the Punjab Police. Aam Aadmi Party hit back at BJP and fired a Gunda Party jibe. Here's the complete report.
Political showdown over Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga's arrest drama is escalating. BJP leaders led a march to Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal's residence on Saturday. The protesters tried to break the barricades put up by the police, but were foiled by the security personnel. The party fielded its Sikh leaders to target Aam Aadmi Party.
तुम एक सिख बच्चे को टॉर्चर करना चाहते थे, एक सिख बच्चे को ऊपर जाति करना चाहते थे, शारीरिक उसको तकलीफ देना चाहते थे। आम आदमी पार्टी बताए क्या गुनाह किया कि उसको पुलिस मारेगी, पीटेगी?
जिस प्रकार से कल तजिंदर बग्गा को अरेस्ट किया गया और उसको वहां पर दस्तार नहीं बांधने की बग्गा जी को, बड़ा स्पष्ट है ये सिक्खी का अपमान है, ये पुलिस के प्रोटोकॉल का इशू नहीं है। जो लोग आए थे वहां पर वो बग्गा को नंगे सिर लेकर गए।
BJP senior leaders including Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant and BJP Yuva Morcha Chief Tejasvi Surya flocked to Bagga's residence to show solidarity.
दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना इन्फॉर्म करते हुए यहाँ से उसका अपहरण किया, मैं तो अपहरण ही बोलूँगा क्योंकि यहाँ से अपहरण किया, और जिस तरह की ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने बग्गा के पिताजी को दी, केजरीवाल जिस तरह के ट्रीटमेंट दे रहा हूँ उसकी मैं निंदा करता हूँ।
Fascist tendencies of Arvind Kejriwal stands exposed yet again. What we witnessed yesterday was kidnapping of a political activist by goons in uniform. Democracy won yesterday, constitutionalism won yesterday, rule of law won yesterday, fascism lost, Gundagardi lost.
जम्मू कश्मीर की राजनीति
Aam Aadmi Party hit back at the BJP, calling it a Gunda party.
कार्यकाल में बनाए जिस तरीके से हरियाणा पुलिस और दिल्ली पुलिस का दुरुपयोग करके अपनी कठपुतली की तरह नचा के एक अपराधी को छुड़ाने का काम किया, इससे फिर से भाजपा ने एक बार साबित किया है कि वो दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी गुंडे लफंगों की पार्टी है, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के परिसर में घुस के वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता प्रशांत भूषण को पीटता है। एक आदमी जो बंगाल की हिंसा फैलाने के मामले में आरोपी है, सीरियल ऑफेंडर है, बहुत सारे इसके ऊपर केसेस हैं।
जज साहब ने पहला ऑर्डर पास किया है।
Meanwhile, Mohali court has issued a fresh arrest warrant against Bagga. The judicial magistrate has asked the cybercrime branch, Mohali, to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. Punjab Police could be visiting Delhi looking for Bagga once again soon. With Munish Pandey, Tejashree Purandara, Ashwarya Paliwal and Amit Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
A fresh controversy has erupted in Telangana over a candid video of Rahul Gandhi that has gone viral on social media. In the video, the Congress leader can be seen asking a very innocuous question to his party workers, "Kya bolna hai?" before an address. Here is more about what's going on and how the BJP is hit back.
First, Rahul Gandhi's video from Nepal nightclub. And now his video from pole-bound Telangana. The BJP is in no mood to give Congress MP Rahul Gandhi leeway. BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya tweeted a video of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in which he can be heard asking his party workers what exactly he has to talk about during the rally in Telangana.
So what is the main theme today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, कहीं ऑफ करिए प्लीज। तो व्हाट इज द मेन थीम टुडे? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, कहीं ऑफ करिए।
The BJP leader, in a scathing attack, said this happens when one does politics between foreign trips and night clubbing. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla also slammed Rahul Gandhi for Congress's hollow rhetoric.
The video, perhaps shot and leaked by a Congress leader who's disillusioned by the lack of connect, lack of commitment, and lack of seriousness of Rahul Gandhi towards the people of Telangana. This also means that all the commitments made by the Congress party in its rally, particularly by Rahul Gandhi, have no meaning. They are empty words, they are hollow rhetoric.
The ruling TRS too didn't miss the opportunity and lashed out at Rahul Gandhi.
The video of Rahul Gandhi at the airport exposes that Rahul Gandhi had no clue about what he had to speak at the Warangal meeting, which explains that Congress party, which was claiming of Warangal declaration for the farmers, which is absolutely farce and bogus. There is no declaration because Rahul Gandhi himself has no clue about what he has to address.
Thank you so much.
The Congress, left red-faced, jumped to Rahul's defense.
This kind of videos always emerge, and when the Prime Minister stepped out and asked the media and he couldn't speak coherently, this kind of a video also came. So ultimately the point is that videos will come and videos will go, but onlookers will know what the truth behind the video is and what essentially has happened. And like I told you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has asked a question. What's wrong in asking a question of the state leadership?
Even AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi did not mince his words to attack Rahul Gandhi.
तो जब आपको ये नहीं मालूम कि तेलंगाना की जनता को आप क्या पैगाम देना चाह रहे हैं और क्यों आपका साथ दें, आप बिल्कुल जहन आपका एम्प्टी है, आप क्या मैसेज देंगे, क्या पैगाम देंगे और कैसे टीआरएस से मुकाबला कर पाएंगे आप?
With Congress hoping to raise its stake in battleground Telangana and BJP all ready to dent it, the war for Telangana has already begun.
Main theme today. क्या theme क्या है, क्या exactly?
With Ashish Pandey in Hyderabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
What is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है, क्या exactly speech में क्या?
A massive controversy has erupted in Karnataka ahead of the 2023 assembly polls as senior BJP leader and MLA Basanagowda Patil Yatnal has claimed that the chief ministerial post was an offer for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Here's a complete report.
Sensational allegations.
The ED, the CBI or the central agency is still not opened their mouth. They should have immediately taken up a case suo motu.
Counter charges and a massive political controversy. A ruling party MLA has dropped a big political bombshell, triggering more Nataka in BJP's sole southern bastion. Ahead of the 2023 assembly polls, senior BJP leader and MLA Basanagowda Patil Yatnal has claimed that the chief ministerial post was on offer for 2,500 crore and ministerial berths worth rupees 100 crore in Karnataka. While Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai remained mum on Yatnal's claims, former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa said that the High Command would take cognizance of the matter. The opposition was quick to react to Yatnal's sensational claims. Targeting the state government over the charges, the Congress demanded a probe into the charges.
It is not a statement of an ordinary street vendor or a small worker. A former union minister, former MLC, for a sitting MLA has said this. Why? The income tax, the ED, the CBI or the central agency is still not opened their mouth. They should have immediately taken up a case suo moto.
The Congress party has demanded investigation into the whole allegations of CMC being sold for 2,500 crore and has demanded that the MLA who made the statement should be investigated and called for investigation by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. The BJP, however, has said that they will issue a show-cause notice to Basangoda Etnal and seek his reply and then will take a further action. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
The controversial Gyanvapi Mosque Ma Shringar Gauri case gets further intricate after hearing the application of the Muslim side for the removal of the court commissioner. The Civil Judge Senior Division Court has reserved the decision for the time being. It is known that court-appointed Commissioner Ajay Mishra and the panel did not conduct the videography survey of the complex. The Gyanvapi Mosque shares a boundary wall with the famed Kashi Vishwanath temple. Day one of the survey and videography witnessed high-voltage drama outside the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi Mosque complex. A war of slogans ensued between Hindus and Muslims as the court-appointed team reached the premises to conduct the survey. Meanwhile, you've got Asaduddin Owaisi, who called the survey an open violation. BJP sided with the court's decision and warned the ones who are protesting.
मैं सिर्फ इतना कह रहा हूँ, भारी मात्रा में मुस्लिम समाज के लोग बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर हैं और जब एडवोकेट कमिश्नर साहब बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर उन्होंने जाने की हम सबकी टीम के साथ कोशिश की तो अंदर नहीं जाने दिया गया। वो लोग दरवाजे पे आके खड़े हो गए और इसीलिए कमिश्नर साहब की कार्रवाई आज कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाई है। यही हमारा स्टेटमेट है, इससे ज्यादा मैं नहीं बोलूंगा। 9 तारीख को इस मामले की कोर्ट में सुनवाई है। हमारे जहाँ पे जो वकील हैं सब लोग अपनी बात कोर्ट में कहेंगे और उसके बाद आगे टाइम लिया जाएगा। अगर स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर लेना है तो स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर लेंगे, पर मेरे हिसाब से ऑर्डर बहुत क्लियर था, कोर्ट का ऑर्डर बहुत क्लियर था बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर जाने का। उसके बाद भी उस ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस नहीं हुई है। अब ये न्यायालय को देखना है।
आज कमीशन की कार्रवाई शुरू हुई। कार्रवाई शुरू होने के बाद जब लोग बैरिकेडिंग तरफ आगे बढ़े तो अंदर बहुत से मुस्लिम आगे अंदर बैठे थे, वो बाहर आ गए, गेट पर आ गए और प्रशासन ने हमको अंदर जाने नहीं दिया, सहयोग नहीं किया, जिसकी वजह से आज आगे कार्रवाई नहीं हो पाई। अब कोर्ट में दरखास्त देंगे।
तो आगे आपका क्या कानूनी रुख?
कोर्ट में दरखास्त देंगे, अब कोर्ट से दिशा निर्देश देगा, उसके आधार पर आगे कार्रवाई होगी।
मोदी सरकार ये जानती है कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद सिविल टाइटल का जजमेंट आया, उसमें उस जजमेंट में यह कहा गया कि 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट को उन्होंने बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जोड़ दिया। तो ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी थी, संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस कोर्ट को बताए कि आप ये गलत कर रहे हैं। मगर क्योंकि आप नफरत की राजनीति करते हैं और आप हर नफरत में अपनी सियासी रोटी सेकते आए हैं, इसीलिए आपने खामोशी बनाए रखी है। वो बताए ना, बीजेपी बताए कि क्या वो 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ रिलीजियस वर्शिप एक्ट को मानती है, नहीं मानती है। मानना पड़ेगा, पार्लियामेंट से एक्ट है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको कहा कि बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जुड़ा हुआ है। अगर ये मसले को तूल कोई दे रहा है तो वो बीजेपी दे रही है और संघ परिवार दे रही है। वो ये चाहते हैं कि वो जो नफरत का दौर था हमारे मुल्क में 1990 का, वो दोबारा इस मुल्क में दोहराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
जहां विवाद होगा वहां न्यायालय होगा और न्यायालय जो कहे उसको सबको मानना होगा। तो मैं सभी लोगों से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आप लाठी और पत्थर मत चलाइए, ज्ञान चलाइए, बुद्धि चलाइए, डेटा चलाइए, सत्य चलाइए। और ऐसी स्थिति में जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद में वीडियोग्राफी का विरोध कर रहे हैं वो न्यायालय का विरोध कर रहे हैं और जो न्यायालय का विरोध करेगा वो भरेगा।
Slipping to a break. When we return, Kim Kardashian recently went on an extreme crash diet. All of this to fit in Marilyn Monroe's dress. A special report to keep you up with the Kardashians on the other side as netizens end up slamming Kim Kardashian alongside many other Hollywood A-listers.
You are watching India Today.
India Today TV wins big awards at ENBA 2021. Bags the best channel of the year. Shines bright with 15 goals. Gaurav Sawant, Best Anchor, English. Preeti Chaudhary, Best Continuing Coverage by a Reporter, English. Shivarur, Best Anchor, English. Udayan Mukherjee, Best Business Program, English. Rahul Kamal, News Director of the Year. India Today Group sweeps with a record 90 awards. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
Фермери повинні працювати під час війни, тому що фермери забезпечують країну продовольством. Коли мінується поле, їх видно. Тому на цьому полі тут все було очевидно, що один заряд лежить, більше немає. Якщо ж взяти от сусідне поле, де пшениця, то там уже проблематично побачити ці заряди. Навіть таку ракету там її практично неможливо знайти. І це буде дуже велика проблема під час уборки урожаю. Фермери повинні працювати під час війни, тому що фермери забезпечують країну продовольчою безпекою. І якщо ми сьогодні вчасно не посіємо, ми не отримаємо урожаю. А ви ж бачите, що яка твориться ситуація в нас в південних районах нашої України, в нашій Запорізькій, Херсонській, Миколаївській області. Уже орки вивезли більшу половину врожаю.
Це, виходить, сама бойова частина, де в ній знаходиться 30 касетних елементів, які призначені для знищення живої сили противника, які повинні відкриватися сам касетний блок бойової частини на висоті, але
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Kim Kardashian recently made headlines quite infamously for losing weight and going on an extreme crash diet to fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress. While Kim's body image issues have been in headlines for a while now, we decided to get you a whole host of reactions on Kim's Met Gala look. This is my report to keep you up with the Kardashians.
Kim Kardashian lost 7 kilos in 3 weeks. How? A crash diet that consisted of no sugar, no carbs, and lean proteins and sauna. Why? To fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress at the Met Gala. Yes, That's bizarre and correct. Now, this has not impressed netizens at all. She has been at the receiving end of much flack. In the woke era of 2022, Kim is no longer considered to be the trendsetter as she did back in the day when what she did was touted to be cool. Kim's body image has been making headlines for a while. She has earlier got butt implants, presented heavily filtered and photoshopped images of herself on social media, and allegedly gone under the knife multiple times. This is her before and after image, and we really do not need an expert to tell us that this is possible without cosmetic procedures. Fuller cheeks to more pronounced lips, to breast enhancements, nose job, butt implants, to liposuction, and now an extreme crash diet to fit into the dress that was worn by Marilyn Monroe. Should the dress fit you, or the other way around, really? While experts say extreme diets are unhealthy, many A-listers have publicly disapproved Kim's moves. Actress Lily Reinhardt put up an Insta story on her disapproval. Jamila Jamil slammed Kim, saying she should not have publicly announced this. After that entire 3-week ordeal to lose 7 kilos, Kim ordered mini donuts and dozens of pizzas delivered to her hotel room post the Met Gala. Many call this dark and problematic. The world is changing and is no longer looking up to fad diets and cheat days as fashionable, and the social media storm proves just that. Well, it's 2022, and all we can say is, how 2002 Kim. In New Delhi, Jayati Narula for India Today.
Vishwa Dindayal, one of India's best and brightest, a table tennis star who was slated to achieve big things for the country, passed away in a road accident last month. His untimely demise came as a shock for many. Here's how India lost a great athlete, a future Olympian.
A young champion lost. A future star gone too soon. 18-year-old Vishwa Dindayalan, one of the top table tennis players from Tamil Nadu, passed away in a road accident on April 17. Vishwa was travelling from Guwahati to Shillong to participate in the 83rd Senior National Table Tennis Championship. The taxi he was in collided with a 12-wheel truck in Meghalaya's Ribhoi district. And the under-19 TT champion died on the way to the hospital, even as 3 other players who were with him were lucky enough to survive. Vishwa's death sent shockwaves in his home state. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin took to Twitter, expressing his shock, announcing a 10 lakh rupee solatium. Stalin wrote, Vishwa was a legend in the making. Even Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed grief, deeming the untimely demise shocking and saddening. Law Minister Kiran Rijiju, the former sports minister who hails from the northeast, visited the accident site in Meghalaya. Rijiju shared the pictures on Twitter, calling it a devastating tragedy and a terrible loss to the nation. India's top-ranked table tennis player, Satyan Ganasekaran, too expressed deep grief, stating how India has lost a great athlete.
We have definitely lost a great athlete, a great human being, and he was such a nice kid. Though I have not played against him directly, but he's been always supporting me, and I've met him once in an awards function, and also we trained together in the same gym. It's really painful to even think about what has happened.
Even the game's most renowned face in the country, Achanta Sarat Kamal, dedicated his national title victory to Vishwa. Sharat, who used to practice with the teenager in Chennai, also donated his entire prize money of 2.75 lakh rupees to Vishwa's family. Vishwa had already won several laurels at both national and international level. A future Olympian in the making, Vishwa had won the under-19 title in January this year. Vishwa's family is still struggling to make sense of this irreparable loss.
We were dreaming about his future career prospects in Commonwealth, Asian and Olympics and all. So we as a family and his coaches and his fellow players, parents, everyone was expecting his debut in the Olympics Los Angeles in the year 2020. So everything was smashed away in the accident that took place on 17th April.
His coach in Chennai too could not hide the pain of his favourite student's untimely death.
He always used to think in the higher category. When he was in 12 years, he used to think he wanted to win the higher category 15. When he was in 15 years, he used to think in the higher category 17. So his process was very good and our planning was very good. And his parents also were very supportive with me. So whenever we call him for practice, even you ask him to come at morning 5 o'clock, he'll be ready for practice. Even at 6 and even at night 9 or 10, whichever time, he's dedicated only for table tennis.
And his death is a terrible tragedy for the family, and the entire nation mourns the loss of their budding champion. Sports Bureau, India Today.
It's a wrap from me, Chaitanya Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
The future fuel in the country is LNG. And as compared, if suppose the expenditure 100 rupees for diesel, for LNG it comes to 40 rupees and for CNG it comes to 50 rupees.
You must have heard of LPG and CNG, but the new liquid gold is LNG. Nitin Gadkari echoed similar views by calling it the future fuel of the country. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways will also encourage flexible fuel engines for the future, which can run 100% on bioethanol. His comments when the country is suffering from mounting fuel and CNG prices. So can LNG reduce the burden on the common man? Here's all that you need to know about it. Liquefied natural gas is an odorless, colorless, non-toxic, non-corrosive and non-flammable form of natural gas that's formed when natural gas is cooled to minus 162 degrees Celsius. The cooling process shrinks the volume of the gas 600 times, making it easier and safer to store and ship. In its liquid state, LNG will not ignite. Since 2000, global demand for LNG has grown 140% and now accounts for roughly 10% of the methane consumed worldwide. LNG is a comparatively sustainable fuel. Even though a fossil fuel, natural gas is far cleaner than the solid fuels like coal, wood or liquid fuel like petrol or diesel. And transitioning to LNG will help India in weaning off non-renewable sources of energy. India, the world's fourth largest LNG buyer, currently has 6 LNG import terminals with a combined capacity of 42.5 million tons per year. LNG imports currently account for about half of India's gas demand. As domestic production is unlikely to keep pace with demand, the share of LNG in meeting demand is likely to expand to 70% by 2030. However, driven by the Russia-Ukraine crisis, LNG prices are set to soar as Russia's move to cut some supply to Europe is poised to further tighten the global market. LNG's price per unit is almost at par with diesel, but it's quieter and cleaner, with an emission factor 25% lower than diesel, which makes it a viable alternative. However, because LNG has a more involved production and transportation process, its prices are typically higher than CNG prices.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today and we're celebrating the Marvel madness with the marvelous universe. First, we saw this world in comics and then on big screens. Marvel created the universe that we couldn't even imagine. But what led to its creation? What are the roots to the Marvel cinematic universe we all feel for?
Alternate universe most of us dream of. A universe where one can fly. One can perform magic and even invent the coolest gadgets. Yes, that exists, but in an alternative universe. We bring you the not-so-ordinary Peter Quinn, wall-crawling Peter Parker with his spidey sense and a billionaire with unique weapons to fight threats from all dimensions. We bring you the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Let's rewind back to 1930s America, where comic books created a universe most of us can run away to. But what's behind its existence? Well, let's declock the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Originating back in 1939, Martin Goodman, pulp magazine publisher, found Timely Comics and named its first comic Marvel Comics #1. And then there was no going back. The comic featured two notable superheroes, Human Torch and Submariner. It was termed as the Golden Age for the Timely Comics in 1940s, when it introduced the first ever patriotic superhero, Captain America, in which the characters were always seen fighting against Nazis and Japanese forces, much before the United States actually entered the Second World War. A decade later, with his own distribution company, Martin Goodman changed the name from Timely to Atlas, and then to Marvel Comics in 1960s. Goodman then commissioned writer Stan Lee and artist Jack Kirby for the Fantastic Four. The series not only put Stan Lee on the map, but proved to be a great commercial success due to its three-dimensional characters. It was Marvel's Silver Age. Spider-Man, the Incredible Hulk, and X-Men continued the trend where characters were interactive in realistic fashion. The Thunder God Thor, Ant-Man, and Iron Man were interestingly the stories from Atlas Comics, reintroduced in the Silver Age under the influence of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. Late 1960s and early 1970s saw a new generation of creatives at Marvel. In 1967, Jim Steranko came up with Secret Agent 1, Nick Fury, in the anthology book Strange Tales. Writer Chris Claremont and artist John Byrne revitalized the flagging series with characters such as Wolverine and complex story arcs, making the X-Men franchise one of Marvel's best sellers. While on one hand, Marvel Comics saw the fan base increasing till the university-level people to beyond their age. In 1996, the company was declared bankrupt, but that was short-lived, as in 1998 it was revived back. In 2007, Marvel began publishing digital comics, and revolution came when Walt Disney bought the Marvel Comics the very next year. And today, Goodman's Timely is a universe we all live for. For the love of comics and their characters, Marvel derived huge profits from the commercially successful movies. Exhibit A of which would be the ambitious plan of 2012 film The Avengers, featuring Iron Man, Thor and Captain America together. Marvel Cinematic Universe, as it's now known, came out as one of the most lucrative franchises in global entertainment history.
One can't count the number of characters MCU has given, some selfless heroes and some villains who couldn't garner hate but love from fans. Here's a list of some of the most popular MCU characters.
Number of characters in MCU is much more than people in anyone's family tree. And we have brought out a list of the most popular ones. Heroes or villains, the well-crafted characters have fans always rooting for them.
Assemble.
Take it.
WandaVision is the web series that made her fairly a popular character. The series depicted her life journey and the grief Wanda went through after Vision sacrificed himself in battle with Thanos, paving her way to become Scarlet Witch. Wanda Maximoff was first introduced in 2015 in Avengers Age of Ultron. Originally set to counter Avengers due to their alliance with the government, Wanda joins the mightiest heroes against Ultron. After losing her twin brother Pietro in the battle, she was relocated to Avengers compound, becoming the official member of Avengers roster. Rocket, as known in Marvel Comics, with his adorable friend Groot by his side, traveled the galaxy, committing crimes and picking up bounties until he met Star-Lord, who convinced him to assist him in selling the orb for a massive profit. But turned out that orb was one of the Infinity Stones. On their journey, they form a team called Guardians of Galaxy, battling the galactic threats. Rocket's sarcasm makes him stand out in MCU, with his unbeatable knack for technology.
Take that off. What are you? Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
He's rich, he's smart, and unapologetically sarcastic.
Drumbeats back there. What is your job exactly besides making balloon animals?
Founding member of Avengers, Tony Stark is a billionaire who considers himself a genius. With great wealth and remarkable knowledge of tech, Stark designed himself an iron armor suit and then came to existence the Iron Man.
Where'd that come from? It's nanotech. You like it?
Not only fans, but Stark's bond with fellow Avengers is really heartwarming. Tony served as a mentor to young Peter, who he recruited in his team during Captain America's Civil War.
And if you died, I feel like that's on me.
Tony is also selfless, and his sacrifice to defeat Thanos in Avengers Endgame is the most important moment in MCU's timeline. The decade-long saga started with him in 2008 and ended with him in the 2019 finale. His skills make him stand out in the whole MCU universe, or we may say, universes.
To protect our world. You cannot control everything, Strange.
Dr. Stephen Strange is a conceited neurosurgeon who lost his career after getting his hands injured in a car accident. His search for solutions led him to the Qamar Taj, where he discovered magic and trained with the Ancient One.
This doesn't make any sense.
Not everything does.
while Dr. Stephen had his focus on curing his hands, but fate had its own plan, and he was chosen to protect Earth after the demise of his master.
I've spent so many years peering through time.
Marvelites swear by Doctor Strange's arrogant trait, but his interesting style sense and skill set makes him popular enough, which is evident by the recent hype about Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Well, the man needs no introduction. The co-creator of Marvel characters like Iron Man, Groot, Hulk, Thor, Nick Fury, and almost everyone in this list here, Stan Lee is the only actor to appear in the MCU movies from Iron Man to Avengers Endgame, although all his appearances are cameos.
No! Yes!
Stan Lee was also there as evil clone Lance T, or the mastermind in the promotional webcast Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Double Agent.
You take it.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, you guys, make love, not war.
Marvel banned Lee's cameos made with pre-recorded media out of respect for his persona.
Stan Lee, the whole reason any of this exists. My hero, the greatest man alive.
A powerful act pulled off by Tom Hiddleston did justice to the amicably written Marvel character known as Loki. God of mischief, Loki resents his father for preferring Thor over him for ruling Asgard. Loki debuted in the MCU as a villain, but with a web series on him, Marvelites soon warmed up on him. He meddled in people's lives and even led them to their inevitable deaths, as it made him feel powerful.
You're not big on trust, are you?
Loki would do anything to mortify, defeat, or hurt Thor, even enslaving the world he cared for and supposedly taking his own life. MCU fans love his dry sense of humor, and luckily his story is far from over for now. Marvel's most loved villain is the most popular character also. He's a genocidal warlord from Titan who wants to use all the Infinity Stones combined to destroy half of the population of universe in order to save its resources from getting depleted. Thanos is also the reason for the demise of Marvel's favorite Avenger, Iron Man, in the Endgame, when the alliances were made to defeat Thanos. Thanos was a sight to behold, being intimidating yet well-spoken. What stood out at last was his snap that wiped out half the universe.
Stay tuned. We have more on the MCU for you on the other side of this break.
จุดประสงค์ตอนแรกมันไม่ได้คิดอะไรกันคือมันเริ่มจากอยากทำแล้วก็ถ่ายด้วยมือถือ พอถ่ายแล้วภาพมันออกไปเนี่ยมันเริ่มมีคนสนใจเข้ามาก็มีการสร้างกลุ่มคนก็เริ่มเฮ้ยผมอยากต่อยแบบนี้บ้างแบบนี้บ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเริ่มจากตรงนี้ถ้าในเรื่องของพรบมวยคือเราไม่ได้เข้าพรบมวยเราไม่ได้จัดมวยเถื่อนผมตอนนี้คือขึ้นอยู่กับกรมปกครองซึ่งเป็นกิจกรรมไฟขับเราไม่ได้เป็นมวยเราไม่ได้เป็นกีฬาเราเป็นกิจกรรมหนึ่งซึ่งมีสมาคมของเราสมาคมไฟขับไทยแลนด์
Welcome back. You're watching the Marvelous Universe announced in 2019 during a Comic-Con event. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is now out in theatres, and these 3 years there were speculations for the film and its characters. What was the hype all about? Why this madness for Doctor Strange's multiverse? Let's have a look.
I dreamed the same dream.
Who do you think can mess with time? Marvel's Doctor Strange can, but will be easy to declock across multiple universes this time? For that, you will have to give Doctor Strange in a Multiverse of Madness a watch. Till then, here's everything that you need to know. The first part of Doctor Strange released in 2016, unwinding the life of brilliant surgeon who loses the use of his hands post an accident and turns to mystical art to heal himself.
I'm a doctor.
With the demise of his master, Strange serves as the Sorcerer Supreme, the primary protector of Earth against mystical threats.
For you.
The sequel marks the 6th appearance of Doctor Strange in MCU movies since the debut in 2016. Strange was last seen in Tom Holland's Spider-Man, No Way Home, becoming a channel for iconic meeting of Peter Parkers from different dimensions. Multiverse and Madness was announced in 2019, San Diego, during a Comic-Con event.
What is
the speculations were made about WandaVision having a major role in it, which stands true. Rival turned member from Avengers roster, WandaVision's story starts off from the point it was left in the web series on the OTT platform, and thus the hype of it all. Days before its release, the movie made headlines for getting banned in Arab countries. You ask why? Teen character named America Chavez, also known as Miss America. Chavez is unique not because she's lesbian, but she's the only character which can willfully travel across the multiverse. Another major hype is the arrival of Illuminati.
Your desecration of reality.
The movie marks the debut for the members of Illuminati, baffling the Marvelites. The focus is on the one reality bleeding into another, bringing out the characters like Captain Carter, the first ever Avenger played by Haley as well. Sam Raimi made sure to keep up the excitement of fans with each Illuminati appearing one after the other. The hype around this new release is palpable. Immerse yourself in the strange world of Doctor Strange. Your travel through this MCU multiverse is going to be a crazy ride. We bet.
Become a hero.
A true Marvelite can never be satisfied, and MCU knows this. Marvel Cinematic Universe has a long list of projects coming in for its 4th phase, and what are they? Take a look.
I did what I had to do.
You break the rules. Look out!
The madness for Doctor Strange is visible in theatres across the globe, and it shouldn't be lowered down as Marvelites are in for a treat with the upcoming MCU projects.
We are an unusual couple, you know.
Oh, I don't think that was ever in question.
Marvel kicked off its 4th phase with WandaVision as a web series and Black Widow in theatres.
And a lot of enemies.
own path. Live in the moment.
For the love of its fans, the year will bring them the joy of watching Thor, Love and Thunder,
Wakanda forever!
and highly awaited Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. Marvel earlier this year dropped the trailer for Thor Love and Thunder, and the film intends to be the direct sequel to Thor Ragnarok.
Now they're but humble.
The film makes Thor the first original founding member of Avengers to get a solo film after the Infinity Saga.
Who I am.
The movie will depict Thor's quest for inner peace, facing interruptions from the galactic killer, Gore the God Butcher.
I'm under the eagle's wings, they can't overshadow me. Making it
The 2018 film Black Panther has a first ever black superhero, T'Challa, played by legendary Chadwick Boseman. And this year too, the fans will get to watch the sequel, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. After the demise of Chadwick, battling cancer in 2020, Marvel decided to honor him by not recasting anyone for his iconic role of Black Panther.
It is my responsibility to make sure our people are safe.
It will be interesting and heartwarming to see the way Marvel has planned to go with the film without the King of Wakanda. The film is set to focus on the society and culture of the nation, with Letitia Wright's Shuri perhaps taking on the superhero role of Black Panther, while T'Challa leading off-screen.
Evacuate the city.
Another rumor is that the film will introduce the Submariner to the MCU, perhaps as an anti-villain. But that's not all. Marvel will also be dropping films like Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and the most awaited Guardians of Galaxy Volume 3 in the year 2023.
What the universe had in store for me.
MCU is making its space on OTT also. And with the end of the Darkest series, Moon Knight on Disney+, what else can fans expect next?
What does it feel like?
Cosmic.
Next will be Miss Marvel adding to its list of firsts with the first Muslim superhero, Kamala Khan. The titular character in 6 episodes long series will be played by a newcomer, Iman Vellani. And for the general trivia, Kamala is a Pakistani-American high schooler and avid fan of Captain Marvel.
I'm a superhero.
Following it will be She-Hulk, which is set to be launched by the end of the year. The focus will be on Jennifer Walters, the cousin of Dr. Bruce Banner. Another series expected to debut by the end of this year is I Am Groot. Groot was last seen in Guardians of Galaxy Volume 2, where he took a rebirth as even more adorable baby Groot after losing himself while saving his fellow Guardians.
No, Groot! You can't. You'll die. Why are you doing this? Why?
A joyful ride is waiting for Marvelites as they step into the Christmas holiday season, as MCU will celebrate the season by gifting the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special.
Knives. Yeah, knives.
I'm Groot.
That's all we have for you in this segment of India Today. Keep watching the channel for more news and updates. Thanks for watching.
Vladimir Ashkenazy, a great pianist. Vladimir Mayakovsky, popular poet of the Soviet era. Vladimir Menshov, a Russian actor and filmmaker. Vladimir Makovsky, a popular Russian painter. Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin, president of Russia. They all have one thing in common. Vladimir. After all, why do so many Russian and Ukrainian people's names start with Vladimir? What is the meaning of this word? And why is this name so popular? Best of all, let's find out where the name Vladimir came from. This name is made up of two words, Vladeti and Meru. Vladeti means to rule, Meru means great or popular. It's believed that this name became popular because of Vladimir Razate, who was the ruler of Bulgaria in the 9th century. Apart from this, the name of Vladimir Sviatoslavich also appears, who used to be the great prince of Kiev in 980 AD. It's believed that the successes of these two rulers made this name more popular. In today's date, this name can be seen in two forms. One is Vladimir, which is also used by Russian President Vladimir Putin. This name is used in Russia, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Macedonia. The second is Volodymyr, which is used by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Usually, it's used only in Ukraine. So how common is the name Vladimir in Russia? The name Vladimir is the 95th most common name in the world. 40 lakh people of the world are using this name.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome and thanks for staying with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Massive showdown outside Kejriwal's residence over Bagga's arrest case. BJP leaders, workers detained by cops after protests outside Kejriwal's residence. Mohali court issues fresh arrest warrant against Bagga. Judicial magistrate asks the crime branch Mohali to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. Mohali police on their way to arrest Bagga. Sensational video of Rahul Gandhi released by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. Rahul on candid video is caught saying, "Kya exactly theme hai? Kya bolna hai?" ahead of his Telangana rally.
What is the main theme today? क्या theme क्या है? क्या exactly speech में क्या बोलना है? नहीं ऑफ करिए. Please sir. Section आप लोग.
Videography survey of some areas outside Gyanvapi Masjid concludes after team of lawyers were denied entry in mosque. Heavy police deployment in the area after court-appointed officials conducted inspection. With elections around the corner in Telangana, political temperatures soar before his two-day visit to state. Rahul Gandhi hits out at Chief Minister KCR, says Telangana ruled by a Raja. TRS hits back, calls Rahul a tourist. Karnataka senior BJP leader Basadagowda Patil Yatnal's claim that he was offered chief ministerial post for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Arrest Bagga Showdown. Mohali court has issued fresh non-bailable arrest warrant against Bagga. The judicial magistrate has asked the cybercrime branch Mohali to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. The judge also observed that arrest of Bagga was necessary in the interests of justice and to facilitate investigation. According to sources in Punjab Police, the team of cops once again reached Delhi to arrest BJP leader. Sources said that the cops will carry out court's arrest warrant and other legal documents, said that there is no problem in arresting Bagga. Punjab and Haryana High Court adjourned the hearing till Tuesday on Bagga's petition alleging that the Punjab Police had barged into his home in large numbers and arrested him illegally. Meanwhile, BJP protested outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence over the arrest of Bagga. Goa Chief Minister, BJP Yuva Morcha President, all of them met Bagga at his residence. Pramod Sawant called his arrest kidnapping by AAP government, and Tejasvi Surya said Bagga was arrested by goons in uniform. AAP hit at BJP, fired Gunda Party jibe at the Saffron Party. Spokesperson Saurabh Bhardwaj said no one has the power to protect Bagga.
लास्ट टाइम उन लोगों ने कोई कागज नहीं दिखाए थे, लेकिन इस बार शायद
आ रहे हैं कागज लेके. अब वकील के पास है, अब वकील बताएगा ना कि तुम्हें क्या करना चाहिए.
वो वकील के पास है।
जब बग्गा जी अभी इस वक्त कहाँ पर है?
वकील के पास है।
वकील के पास गए? कागजी कार्रवाई पूरी करने के लिए?
कागजी उसको समझने, नोटिस को समझने कि नोटिस में क्या क्या है, नोटिस को हम किस तरह से फॉलो कर सकते हैं, इस हालात में हमें क्या करना चाहिए।
A political war has erupted over BJP's Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga's arrest. BJP has staged a protest against Chief Minister Kejriwal outside the residence and called Bagga's arrest kidnapping by Punjab Police. AAP has hit back, fired Gunda Party jibe. Here's a report.
Political showdown over Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga's arrest drama is escalating. BJP leaders led a march to Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal's residence on Saturday. The protesters tried to break the barricades put up by the police, but were foiled by the security personnel. The party fielded its Sikh leaders to target Aam Aadmi Party.
तुम एक सिख बच्चे को टॉर्चर करना चाहते थे, एक सिख बच्चे को ऊपर जाति करना चाहते थे, शारीरिक उसको तकलीफ देना चाहते थे। आम आदमी पार्टी बताए क्या गुनाह किया कि उसको पुलिस मारेगी, पीटेगी?
जिस प्रकार से कल तजिंदर बग्गा को अरेस्ट किया गया और उसको वहां पर दस्तार नहीं बांधने की बग्गा जी को, बड़ा स्पष्ट है ये सिक्खी का अपमान है, ये पुलिस के प्रोटोकॉल का इशू नहीं है। जो लोग आए थे वहां पर वो बग्गा को नंगे सिर लेकर गए।
BJP senior leaders including Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant and BJP Yuva Morcha Chief Tejasvi Surya flocked to Bagga's residence to show solidarity.
दिल्ली पुलिस को बिना इन्फॉर्म करते हुए यहाँ से उसका अपहरण किया, मैं तो अपहरण ही बोलूँगा क्योंकि यहाँ से अपहरण किया, और जिस तरह की ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने बग्गा के पिताजी को दी, केजरीवाल जिस तरह के ट्रीटमेंट दे रहा हूँ उसकी मैं निंदा करता हूँ।
Fascist tendencies of Arvind Kejriwal stands exposed yet again. What we witnessed yesterday was kidnapping of a political activist by goons in uniform. Democracy won yesterday, constitutionalism won yesterday, rule of law won yesterday, fascism lost, Gundagardi lost.
जम्मू कश्मीर की राजनीति
Aam Aadmi Party hit back at the BJP, calling it a Gunda party.
कार्यकाल में बनाए
जिस तरीके से हरियाणा पुलिस और दिल्ली पुलिस का दुरुपयोग करके अपनी कठपुतली की तरह नचा के एक अपराधी को छुड़ाने का काम किया, इससे फिर से भाजपा ने एक बार साबित किया है कि वो दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी गुंडे लफंगों की पार्टी है, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के परिसर में घुस के वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता प्रशांत भूषण को पीटता है। एक आदमी जो बंगाल की हिंसा फैलाने के मामले में आरोपी है, सीरियल ऑफेंडर है, बहुत सारे इसके ऊपर केसेस हैं।
जज साहब ने कायदा ऑर्डर पास किया है।
Meanwhile, Mohali court has issued a fresh arrest warrant against Bagga. The judicial magistrate has asked the cybercrime branch, Mohali, to arrest Bagga and produce him before the court. Punjab Police could be visiting Delhi looking for Bagga once again soon. With Munish Pandey, Tejashree Purandara, Ashwarya Paliwal and Amit Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
A fresh controversy has erupted in Telangana over a candid video of Rahul Gandhi that has gone viral on social media. In the video, the Congress leader can be seen asking a very innocuous question to his party workers, "Kya bolna hai?" before an address. Here is more about what's going on and how the BJP is hit back.
First, Rahul Gandhi's video from Nepal nightclub, and now his video from pole-bound Telangana. The BJP is in no mood to give Congress MP Rahul Gandhi leeway. BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya tweeted a video of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in which he can be heard asking his party workers what exactly he has to talk about during the rally in Telangana.
So what is the main thing today? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए। तो व्हाट इज द मेन थीम टुडे? क्या थीम क्या है, क्या एग्जैक्टली स्पीच में क्या बोलना है, यही ऑफ करिए।
The BJP leader, in a scathing attack, said this happens when one does politics between foreign trips and night clubbing. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla also slammed Rahul Gandhi for Congress's hollow rhetoric.
The video, perhaps shot and leaked by a Congress leader who's disillusioned by the lack of connect, lack of commitment, and lack of seriousness of Rahul Gandhi towards the people of Telangana. This also means that all the commitments made by the Congress party in its rally, particularly by Rahul Gandhi, have no meaning. They are empty words, they are hollow rhetoric.
The ruling TRS-2 didn't miss the opportunity and lashed out at Rahul Gandhi.
The video of Rahul Gandhi at the airport exposes that Rahul Gandhi had no clue about what he had to speak at the Warangal meeting, which explains that Congress party, which was claiming of Warangal declaration for the farmers, which is absolutely farce and bogus. There is no declaration because Rahul Gandhi himself has no clue about what he has to address.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The Congress, left red-faced, jumped to Rahul's defense.
This kind of videos always emerge, and when the Prime Minister stepped out and asked the media and he couldn't speak coherently, this kind of a video also came. So ultimately the point is that videos will come and videos will go, but onlookers will know what the truth behind the video is and what essentially has happened. And like I told you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has asked a question. What's wrong in asking a question of the state leadership?
Even AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi did not mince his words to attack Rahul Gandhi.
तो जब आपको ये नहीं मालूम कि तेलंगाना की जनता को आप क्या पैगाम देना चाह रहे हैं और क्यों आपका साथ दें, आप बिल्कुल जहन आपका एम्प्टी है, आप क्या मैसेज देंगे, क्या पैगाम देंगे और कैसे टीआरएस से मुकाबला कर पाएंगे आप?
With Congress hoping to raise its stake in battleground Telangana and BJP all ready to dent it, the war for Telangana has already begun. With Ashish Pandey in Hyderabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
What is the main theme today?
A massive controversy has erupted in Karnataka ahead of the 2023 Assembly polls as senior BJP leader and MLA Basanagowda Patil Yatnal has claimed that the chief ministerial post was an offer for 2,500 crore rupees and ministerial berths for 100 crore rupees in Karnataka. Here's a complete report.
Sensational allegations.
The ED, the CBI or the central agency is still not opened their mouth. They should have immediately taken up a case suo motu.
Counter charges and a massive political controversy. A ruling party MLA has dropped a big political bombshell, triggering more Nataka in BJP's sole southern bastion. Ahead of the 2023 Assembly polls, senior BJP leader and MLA Basanagowda Patil Yatnal has claimed that the chief ministerial post was on offer for 2,500 crore and ministerial berths worth rupees 100 crore in Karnataka. While Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai remained mum on Yatnal's claims, former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa said that the High Command would take cognizance of the matter. The opposition was quick to react to Yatnal's sensational claims. Targeting the state government over the charges, the Congress demanded a probe into the charges.
It is not a statement of an ordinary street vendor or a small worker. A former union minister, former MLC, for a sitting MLA has said this. Why? The income tax, the ED, the CBI or the central agency is still not opened their mouth. They should have immediately taken up a case suo moto.
The Congress party has demanded investigation into the whole allegations of CMC being sold for 2,500 crore and has demanded that the MLA who made the statement should be investigated and called for investigation by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. The BJP, however, has said that they will issue a show-cause notice to Basangoda Ethnal and seek his reply and then will take a further action. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
The controversial Gyanvapi Mosque Ma Shringar Gauri case gets further intricate after hearing the application of the Muslim slide for the removal of the court commissioner. The Civil Judge Senior Division Court has reserved the decision for the time being. It is known that court-appointed Commissioner Ajay Mishra and the panel did not conduct the videography survey of the complex. The Gyanvapi Mosque shares a boundary wall with the famed Kashi Vishwanath temple. Day one of the survey and videography witnessed high-voltage drama outside the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi Mosque complex. A war of slogans ensued between Hindus and Muslims as the court-appointed team reached the premises to conduct the survey. Meanwhile, you've got Asaduddin Owaisi, who called the survey an open violation. BJP sided with the court's decision and warned the ones who are protesting.
मैं सिर्फ इतना कह रहा हूँ, भारी मात्रा में मुस्लिम समाज के लोग बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर हैं और जब एडवोकेट कमिश्नर साहब बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर उन्होंने जाने की हम सबकी टीम के साथ कोशिश की तो अंदर नहीं जाने दिया गया। वो लोग दरवाजे पे आके खड़े हो गए और इसीलिए कमिश्नर साहब की कार्रवाई आज कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाई है। यही हमारा स्टेटमेंट है, इससे ज्यादा मैं नहीं बोलूंगा। 9 तारीख को इस मामले की कोर्ट में सुनवाई है। हमारे जहाँ पे जो वकील हैं सब लोग अपनी बात कोर्ट में कहेंगे और उसके बाद आगे टाइम लिया जाएगा। अगर स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर लेना तो स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर लेंगे, पर मेरे हिसाब से ऑर्डर बहुत क्लियर था, कोर्ट का ऑर्डर बहुत क्लियर था बैरिकेडिंग के अंदर जाने का। उसके बाद भी उस ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस नहीं हुई है। अब ये न्यायालय को देखना है।
आज कमीशन की कार्रवाई शुरू हुई। कार्रवाई शुरू होने के बाद जब हम लोग बैरिकेडिंग तरफ आगे बढ़े तो अंदर बहुत से मुस्लिम आगे अंदर बैठे थे, वो बाहर आ गए, गेट पर आ गए। वो प्रशासन ने हमको अंदर जाने नहीं दिया, सहयोग नहीं किया, जिसकी वजह से आज आगे कार्रवाई नहीं हो पाई। अब कोर्ट में दरखास्त देंगे।
तो आगे आपका क्या कानूनी रूप?
कोर्ट में दरखास्त देंगे, अब कोर्ट से दिशा निर्देश देगा, उसके आधार पर आगे कार्रवाई होगी।
मोदी सरकार ये जानती है कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद सिविल टाइटल का जजमेंट आया, उसमें उस जजमेंट में यह कहा गया कि 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट को उन्होंने बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जोड़ दिया। तो ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी थी, संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस कोर्ट को बताए कि आप ये गलत कर रहे हैं। मगर क्योंकि आप नफरत की राजनीति करते हैं और आप हर नफरत में अपनी सियासी रोटी सेकते आए हैं, इसीलिए आपने खामोशी बनाए रखी है। वो बताए ना, बीजेपी बताए कि क्या वो 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ रिलीजियस वर्शिप एक्ट को मानती है, नहीं मानती है। मानना पड़ेगा, पार्लियामेंट से एक्ट है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको कहा कि बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से जुड़ा हुआ है। अगर ये मसले को तूल कोई दे रहा है तो वो बीजेपी दे रही है और संघ परिवार दे रही है। वो ये चाहते हैं कि वो जो नफरत का दौर था हमारे मुल्क में 1990 का, दोबारा इस मुल्क में दोहराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
जहाँ विवाद होगा वहाँ न्यायालय होगा और न्यायालय जो कहे उसको सबको मानना होगा। तो मैं सभी लोगों से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि आप लाठी और पत्थर मत चलाइए, ज्ञान चलाइए, बुद्धि चलाइए, डेटा चलाइए, सत्य चलाइए। और ऐसी स्थिति में जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद में वीडियोग्राफी का विरोध कर रहे हैं वो न्यायालय का विरोध कर रहे हैं और जो न्यायालय का विरोध करेगा वो भरेगा।
Slipping into a break. When we return, updates from war on Ukraine. Stay tuned for more on this.
You are watching India Today.
According to a bombshell leaked draft, the American Supreme Court is poised to strike down the right to abortion in the United States. So how does the American Supreme Court function? The United States Supreme Court is the highest federal court in the land and the final court of appeal. Its job is to ensure that the promise of equal justice for all Americans under the law is upheld. To that end, it is the guardian and interpreter of the US Constitution. The Supreme Court was created in 1789. Since 1935, its home has been a 4-story classical building made of American marble and oak located on Capitol Hill in Washington. Its seal is similar to the Great Seal of the United States, except that it has a single star beneath the Eagles Clause. This symbolizes the Constitution's creation of one Supreme Court. 9 judges, referred to as justices, sit on the court. They hold office for as long as they wish, although they can be removed by impeachment. The Supreme Court is steeped in tradition. While in court, justices wear black robes. White quills are placed on counsel tables each day that the court sits. A black curtain is hung over the courtroom doors as a sign of respect and mourning following the death of a justice. And each day, justices shake hands to remind that harmony of purpose overrides differences of opinion. However, there can be substantial ideological differences and disagreements between them, which may be expressed through a written statement or opinion.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are what? You are watching India Today.
Russian forces have been attacking Odessa, fueling speculation that they might want to take the strategic port on Black Sea. Here's more.
Russia sets its eyes on Ukraine's lifeline. Recent missile strikes on Odessa in Ukraine's south is fueling speculation about Russia's plan to take the strategic port on the Black Sea. Odessa, which connects Ukraine to the rest of the world, is being pounded with deadly missiles. The largely Russian-speaking city and the cultural hub has seen increased attacks by Moscow in recent weeks. On the 2nd of May, a teenage boy was killed and several injured in Russian strikes on a residential building.
The war between the armies might be restricted to some battle zones, but residential areas across Ukraine continue to get pounded by Russian missiles. Yet another fresh attack in Odessa, the all-important port town in south of Ukraine, which is strategically very important for Russia as well as Ukraine.
Ukrainian troops with their newly supplied military platforms have shifted tactics from defensive to offensive in the region. Ukrainian drones recently sank 2 Russian patrol boats near the Black Sea Snake Island, indicating that the war is far from over. The destruction of the Russian Slava-class cruiser and the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, Moskva, the 600-foot, 12,500-ton displacement, was a massive blow to the Russian Navy.
Russian operations in the Black Sea are being considered extremely significant, and the Ukrainian forces have put in all their resources to defend the Black Sea. it is apprehended that amphibious attacks are likely to take place from the Russian side. There is a huge fleet of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. There are about 24 warships, several submarines that are there in the Black Sea.
With fierce fighting in cities along Ukraine's southern coast, the key city of Odessa is preparing its defenses to protect the port city from an amphibious attack. On the Russian side, Moscow is strengthening its naval presence to break Kyiv's morale and resistance.
Can you give us a sense of what the situation has been in the south of Ukraine, especially the threat from the Russian side in the Black Sea? What kind of activities they have been up to?
The situation is stable and is under control. However, the Russian Federation still keeps the ships in the Black Sea, which is of threat to Ukraine. And the risk of rocket missiles launch is very high right now.
What kind of deployment do they have in the Black Sea?
The situation right now is dynamic and it changes all the time. But currently, they have several warships which keep the cruise missile on board, as well as several submarines.
Russians and Ukrainians fought together in the Second World War against the Nazi Germany. And this war memorial in Odessa is in memory of those who laid down their lives during the Second World War. And now this war memorial is even more significant as far as the Ukrainians are concerned. Especially the Ukrainian military says that this war memorial now represents the fight and the valor of the Ukrainian soldiers who are taking on the Russian assault. With camera person Parminder Sharma, this is Abhishek Bhalla in Odessa for India Today.
It's a wrap from me, Chayatina Rula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
India is experiencing its hottest weather in over 100 years. 2022 March has been the hottest since the year 1900. I mean, as of now, things are such that you step out and you feel your head is burning, you feel dehydrated and drained in no time. But why is India so hot even before the summers have actually officially started? And how long is this going to last? Let's get into it. Now, most importantly, we must address the fact that North India, at least, had its shortest spring this year. Before we knew it, the winters were gone and ACs were already on. Scientists have claimed that the heat is due to the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. India's weather office attributed the high temperatures due to scanty rainfall. Rainfall deficiency was as high as 72% over India, rising to as much as 89% over the northwest parts of the country. The usual light intensity rainfall has remained absent by and large over many areas of the country since March. As per the weather office in India, a heat wave is declared if the average temperature in plains goes above 40 degrees Celsius, in coastal regions if the temperature goes above 37 degrees Celsius, and in hilly regions if it goes above 30 degrees Celsius. And overall, if the temperature goes 4.5 notches above normal. The Bureau upgrades a heat wave to severe when the departure is 6.5 degrees above normal or even higher. Now, heat wave spells last for about 4 to 10 days, and the ones in May are longer than those in April and June because of no rainfall. Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Kerala and Tamil Nadu experience heat waves sometimes as well. that's pretty much a major part of the country. Now, severe heat conditions have been consistently reported along large parts of India. Now, if you talk about areas in West Rajasthan and areas like Vidarbha in Maharashtra, these places have reported a max temperature of about 40 to 45 degrees Celsius since almost 2 months. Now, in the coming days, East, Central and Northwest India are going to be feeling the heat even more. Temperatures are expected to rise further by another 2 to 3 degrees, especially in Northwest India, while in Madhya Pradesh, where temperatures touched above 44 degrees Celsius, there's going to be no respite anytime soon. So as of now, there is going to be no respite from the heat wave until May, when the Indian summers actually kick in.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. Over the next half hour, we'll be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral last week and created some buzz.
Cake makers never fail to catch eyeballs. Not surprising this that a video of a baker cutting what is described as a burger cake has gone viral. Incredible baking and decorating is what makes this artist's cake so different. This one is a replica of a double patty burger from McDonald's. Here is one man who does not give up. He slips off his seat while doing crunches but picks himself up and resumes his training routine as if nothing happened. On the same seat, he performs various drills. The man's perseverance is what has made him such an internet hit. Tired at work? Then this video is for you. A group of workers have found a very different way to chill. This man pulls aside a no-caution tape and disappears into a secret base with his friends. Internet is loving this idea of goofing off. Netizens have applauded a delivery boy who stopped to assist a specially abled man on the street. He stopped his delivery van when he saw a man on wheelchair struggling to climb the sidewalk. The Good Samaritan sprinted across to help the man in need. A young boy's touching gesture has won the internet. The child is seen carrying a pack of water bottles and distributing them to street vendors in a video released by Indian Administrative Service Officer Avanish Sharan. The boy's kindness left many who watched very emotional.
This is the moment a cat and a dog were captured showing their love for each other. These videos of unlikely bonding moments between cats and dogs are always a hit on the internet, and rightfully so. As a child, we all went to the park to slide, swing and ride bikes. In this thrilling video, you can see a man from a height sliding down a toboggan over water. The man jumps and grabs the toboggan and slides smoothly to the end of finishing line. Many love to attend parades as they are delightful and fun to be at. But this Kawasaki parade is one of a kind. The video of their portrait parade resurfaced on the internet and won millions of hearts for acing all levels of creativity. A video of two cats and a game on a tablet has millions rolling with laughter. The clip shows the reaction of a cat as the other one keeps playing the game on the touchscreen device.
Boys and girls, welcome to Disney on Ice.
An adorable video of a baby girl is going viral on social media, where she hugs her grandfather for taking her to the Disney Ice Show. With her eyes filled with joy, she gave a tight hug to her grandfather, leaving him emotional.
This video of an amazing pigeon landing has stormed the internet. The bird can be seen making moves in the air before landing on the ground. This viral video has left bird lovers and watchers in awe. Take a look at this mind-blowing video. This video, shared by Indian Forest Officer Praveen Kaswan, is bringing smiles to netizens. In this video, the hornbill male is feeding the female who has locked her inside the nest. Take a look at these hidden moments in the jungle. We all have seen funny and heartwarming videos of seals, but this video is going viral because it is simply unexpected. A seal enters the swimming pool and then relaxes on the chair by the poolside. This unexpected ending has made the seal a social media sensation. This video has grabbed the internet's attention for a very peculiar reason. If you are to watch this video, the creatures in it might appear like dinosaurs. However, if you take a closer look, you will realize that these are Koshis and Kotimandis. This video is just in reverse and has close to 2 million views.
A video of a mother saving her child's life has gone viral. The curious child can be seen standing at the deep water end of a swimming pool and diving into it. His mother, on the other hand, takes prompt action and runs towards him, holding him in one hand even before the boy descends entirely. A duck ran a marathon in New York and even earned a medal for crossing the finish line. The video depicts Wrinkle, the duck, running the marathon with human competitors. In the race, the duck was assigned number 332. Wrinkle begins flapping its wings as it approaches the finish line with the crowd cheering. Hardik Pandya is seen cradling his son Agastya while Afghanistan spinner Rashid Khan plays with him in a video posted on Instagram by Gujarat Titans. Rashid Khan blows a kiss to Agastya. Junior Pandya then kisses him back in a similar manner. Rashid Khan is taken aback and is stunned by the gesture. Netizens are adoring this cute interaction. This video will surely make you laugh. A quarrel between two friends turns serious in the video as they both hurl punches at each other. Another boy was observed filming their brawl on his phone. A youngster appears out of nowhere, driving his toy car into one of the boys' legs. The boy is knocked out and the fight is over. Mission achieved. GTA style.
Dancing Baby, one of the earliest viral videos in internet history, has gotten a whole new look. very famous baby, also known as Uga Chaka baby, is back on the metaverse. The new avatar is almost after 2 decades after it first got popular, and the internet is buzzing over a new transformation video. Have a look. There is an old saying that age is just a number, and this woman in a viral video is proving it right. This Desi grandma grooving to Pushpa song has stunned the netizens. Well, dance like no one is watching you, and this Desi Dadi is clearly dropping cues how to do it. The clip has left the internet in splits, but this isn't the first time dancing moves of an elderly have taken the internet by storm. It was a lovely sight to watch when Rohit Sharma played a flick to mid-wicket boundary for a 6, and lovely for 2 reasons. 1, Rohit has been out of form in IPL 2022. 2, Bollywood star Ranveer Singh was in the stands to watch the match, and he, being a big Rohit Sharma fan, could not keep his calm and started celebrating every boundary that Rohit scored. Take a look.
Special fans को भी खुश करते हुए रोहित शर्मा.
Jai Bhanushali and Mahi Vij's 2-year-old daughter Tara Bhanushali was the star of the show when Kartik Aaryan and Kiara Advani paid a visit to the Dance India Dance Little Masters set. Kartik and Tara high-fived in the video. He also gave her a flying kiss, and she instantly returned the gesture, making him say, "Oh." The video was quick to become viral on the internet. The most recent viral video circulating on social media literally shows what falling in love looks like. The bride tries to push the groom into the water, and he does fall but manages to grasp his wife along, and the two of them end up falling in the pool together. Throughout the encounter, they are seen laughing and chuckling. It's been dubbed as actually falling in love by netizens. Have you come across a video or an image that has shocked you, but something doesn't feel right about it? Then no need to worry. India Today's Fact Team has got you covered. In our next report, we have busted some lies that are doing the rounds on social media. Take a look.
A video of Rahul Gandhi in what looks like a nightclub has dominated social media since May 3rd. But it wasn't just Gandhi that became a talking point. Many online speculated about who was the person he was talking to. BJP leaders shared the video on social media with the claim that the woman accompanying the Congress party leader was Hao Yang-ki, the Chinese ambassador to Nepal. However, India Today anti-fake news war room found that the woman in the video was a friend of the bride at the wedding that Rahul Gandhi had gone to attend in Nepal. Amid the controversy over Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's Nepal visit, a photo of BJP leader and Union Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia with Gandhi was widely shared, with the claim that both Gandhi and Scindia attended the same wedding in Kathmandu. The photo was shared by the verified Twitter account of Madhya Pradesh Congress Seva Dal. However, India Today anti-fake news war room found that the claims were untrue. This photo was taken in 2001 in Bhutan. two communities clashed in Rajasthan's Jodhpur hours before Eid on May 3rd. Amid this, a video of Islamic flags at the Jalori gate went viral on social media with the claim that clashes broke out after Muslims replaced the Indian national flag with Islamic ones. India Today Anti-Fake News War Room found that the claim was misleading, while local Muslim groups hoisted Islamic flags on a roundabout alongside the statue of freedom fighter Bal Mukund Bissa. The clashes followed the alleged removal of a saffron flag. A video montage containing photos and footage of a group of Indians and foreign nationals chanting Hindu devotional hymns at the Tower Bridge in London was circulated on social media. The video was widely shared in context of the loudspeaker row in Maharashtra. However, India Today Anti-Fake News War Room found that this video was old and not related to the ongoing Hanuman Chalisa row.
ਕਾਟੋ ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਲੋਕ ਪਿਸ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਚੱਕੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ.
A video of Bhagwant Mann has gone viral on social media with claims that the Chief Minister has openly confessed that he does not have any idea about who's running the Punjab government. India Today Anti-Fake News War Room has found the claim to be misleading as the video is several months old. It was shot before the Aam Aadmi Party came to power in Punjab. In reality, Mann referred to the previous state government led by the Congress Party.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Kim Kardashian recently made headlines quite infamously for losing weight and going on an extreme crash diet to fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress. While Kim's body image issues have been in headlines for a while now, we decided to get you a whole host of reactions on Kim's Met Gala look. This is my report to keep you up with the Kardashians.
Kim Kardashian lost 7 kilos in 3 weeks. How?
A crash diet that consisted of no sugar, no carbs, and lean proteins and sauna. Why? To fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress at the Met Gala. Yes, that's bizarre and correct. Now, this has not impressed netizens at all. She has been at the receiving end of much flack. In the woke era of 2022, Kim is no longer considered to be the trendsetter as she did back in the day when what she did was touted to be cool. Kim's body image has been making headlines for a while. She has earlier got butt implants, presented heavily filtered and photoshopped images of herself on social media, and allegedly gone under the knife multiple times. This is her before and after image, and we really do not need an expert to tell us that this is possible without cosmetic procedures. Fuller cheeks to more pronounced lips, to breast enhancements, nose job, butt implants, to liposuction, and now an extreme crash diet to fit into the dress that was worn by Marilyn Monroe. Should the dress fit you, or the other way around, really? While experts say extreme diets are unhealthy, many A-listers have publicly disapproved Kim's moves. Actress Lily Reinhardt put up an Insta story on her disapproval. Jamila Jamil slammed Kim, saying she should not have publicly announced this. After that entire 3-week ordeal to lose 7 kilos, Kim ordered mini donuts and dozens of pizzas delivered to her hotel room post the Met Gala. Many call this dark and problematic. The world is changing and is no longer looking up to fad diets and cheat days as fashionable, and the social media storm proves just that. Well, it's 2022, and all we can say is, how 2002 Kim. In New Delhi, Jayati Narula for India Today.
Brands around the world and in India are now looking at gender-fluid jewellery and marking a comeback of such fashion, making a larger cultural and political statement. My colleague Jayati Narula and Anita Brito with this report.
Jewellery gets a revamp. A cultural shift of gender inclusivity at large makes its way into jewellery too. Whether it is Bulgari, Tiffany, Louis Vuitton, Dior, or Gucci, or our homegrown brands in India, there is a cultural shift being witnessed. Many men today flaunt their jewellery. While some just love their diamonds like women do, some find it individualistic. Many others make a political statement with them. The makers in India feel it is a revival of age-old Indian tradition along with gender inclusivity.
I think it's just revival of the past, because if you remember our age-old culture where we had kings and the entire clan wearing jewelry which could be worn with by a queen too. So it was a gender fluid jewelry ever since time immemorial. And I would say the first to start this was Lord Krishna, who had a nice fish earring which he used to adorn. If you've seen it closely, be it a Gucci, be it a Louis Vuitton, be it a Bulgari, they are all promoting this kind of jewelry, this kind of clothes.
The inspiration comes from our age-old culture and generation, the Maharajas and the Peshwas. So the kind of jewelry that which used to adorn the men then, the same concept we are using today. Something like this. So basically this is made very gender fluid. that it can look very nice and very, very royal on the day of the occasion, and then it can be used by the women of the family. So as today's generation accepts a lot of designer wear and they want to wear and look different, so we try to design products like these. It can be worn by the girl and the boy as well, very gender fluid.
The change is now conspicuous and is picking pace in India as Gen Z and millennials alike love their gender-fluid jewelry.
It's not a surprise or a shock for us, but it's picking up pace slowly. The new young generation love to indulge in earrings, or you have those chains or bracelets. So it's picking pace. It's not only the bridal jewelry that is gender fluid, but also now the new age generation which like to adorn themselves, be it men, be it girls, ladies.
We make hand gears, hand bracelets. So now this piece is made stretchable, which can go on the wrist of the men and also be worn by the girls. So we've used a lot of diamonds in that, kept it more geometric. The shades and colors are left subtle, so it can be worn on any and every kind of attire, as in a t-shirt and a jeans, or maybe a formal shirt. And even the girl can carry this at times.
The new wave is here to challenge conventional masculinity and shed the preconceived notions of gender conformity. Fashion over the years has adapted and reflected a societal change, and this is one more example of just that. With inputs from Anita Brito in Mumbai, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
It's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.